Nice gap up for the S&P 500 here to start the week. We have a lot to talk about in terms of major tech names with these 13F filings circulating. Now, we actually have the Nasdaq outperforming the SPY this morning. We're gapping up not just above where we closed yesterday, but also even above some of these highs that we had going back to Friday or Thursday, and even Friday pre-market. So nice look here for the Nasdaq and for the SPY. But USO certainly back in focus right now. Kind of choppy here, right? Poised open roughly where we closed going back to Friday's session, but we had some comments coming here from President Trump saying in an interview that he will bomb Oman if it gets in the way of the U.S. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on here. More comments from President Trump as that deadline for the U.S.-Iran ceasefire is set to expire imminently at this point. In terms of housekeeping, just before we get into some stock-specific stories, we have NY Fed manufacturing at 8:30 a.m. I'll keep you guys posted on this number. If there is any kind of market move on it, I'll let you guys know, but not a number that we usually follow super closely. At 10 a.m., though, I'll be here to give you guys the NAHB Housing Market Index print. We are expecting a slight decline from the previous number, nothing massive, so that'll be worth keeping an eye on. Getting a little bit more economic data tomorrow, mostly building permits and housing starts. So light economic data to start the week, to be sure. Let's talk about SpaceX. I mentioned these 13F filings, and SPCX was mentioned in a whole bunch of them with not just major firms. You had major companies like Google and NVIDIA and AMD with stakes in SPCX. So that's certainly something to be discussed. Big look there. Google also getting name dropped as well in the Berkshire 13F. We already knew they had a position, but now we get a little bit more detail as to that position. Off camera, we were all discussing here before the show went live. Snapchat and this round trip from down, I think, 14 to 16%, trying to recover right now, almost close to flat. So lots to discuss, as always, on this busy Monday morning. Good morning, Sharif.
Good morning, Adair. It was good. It was nice and quiet, nice and relaxing. Yeah, on volume, too. Snapchat, we still don't know why. What a move down, got about 4.5. Now it's about 5 1/5. So as soon as we find out what is going on with Snap, obviously we'll report to you. It was not just a price spike down. It's done almost 22 million shares of volume to start the morning. And as Adair mentioned, yes, the 13Fs, all the different entities disclosing all the interest they had in SpaceX. Harvard, one of those as well, $2.2 billion investment by the elite Ivy League institution, which has a lot of commentary from some of the professors there. I guess we'll get to that on the midday show. Let's talk a little NVIDIA, though, because they're backtracking a little bit here from some of the investments that they had backstopped with OpenAI. It used to be about $250 billion. They're trying to wind that down to about $120 billion as the relationship is evolving here somewhat. Apple, with some App Store adjustments in Germany. Baba looking to sell some of their gaming assets there. And then, as Adair mentioned, the U.S. And the Iranian conflict in the Strait of Hormuz continues to develop. Hive Digital, guys, up 13 3/4 here to start the morning on a good AI cloud deal. You also got the nod for Etsy and Pandub. They both got upgraded. SoFi Adara as well also got the nod. They're up 2 and change. And then FXI, some China weakness there with the Chinese economy.
Yeah, there's a lot of upgrades and downgrades I'm sure we'll be discussing today. Mostly upgrades, though, as you mentioned. You've got that SoFi news. You had Apple as well with a positive note. Amazon with a really positive note. So that is all going to be discussed. But I know we're all very positive to be seeing Sean and Neil here back with us today. Good morning to both of you. How are your weekends?
Good morning there. And
pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good weekend, man. I was thrilled. The Jays won 2 out of 3 to the Yankees. Yeah. So like they're at one point we're actually in the playoffs.
Are we not?
We're a game behind after the loss yesterday, but that miracle has managed to stay true.
Yeah, why not?
We're still trying to figure out I still want to figure out what's going on with Snapchat. And one thing worth noting on this, because if you were here in the afternoon on Friday, they did have an interesting on volume drop at 3:15. So this was moving in the afternoon and then kind of dropped and a little bit of a bounce here. So worth keeping an eye on. It's got a big short float. Obviously, that's going to be a big play. But wow, the market just keeps churning and churning along. Just look at all of your memory names today, and you'll be perfectly happy. DRAM is up 5. Okay, well, It was up 5% 5 minutes ago. Now it's up 4%. So pulling back a little bit here. Memory name's going to be in play, looking incredibly strong here so far. We said Snapchat, and basically everybody owns SpaceX, and it's a lot of firms that probably don't buy them, but it's based on or sell them. Sorry, based on those 13F filings. So like all it shows you is that you've got huge institutional ownership of SpaceX and not a lot of available to sell.
Yeah, they might not be selling too many.
No, I don't think so.
Coming through, but SpaceX doesn't really have. It's flat on the day. Like, I don't know.
Nah.
I feel like this market, I don't know what's hitting it right now. Maybe it's just tensions there with Iran and everything like that. But it looks like we're starting to head to the downside right now as it's starting to flip up just a little bit and get lower. Like all the longs that I was sort of trying to think about here are starting to come back in. Lip Bhutan now over 1 million shares of Intel this guy has. Just bought a boatload there at $95, I guess, last 2 weeks. Yeah, nice move coming in for that stock. So I was like, oh, maybe, if we can get Intel, but that's already at 103. So I was like, oh, what about this 102 level? Well, that might be coming in a little faster than we thought. Saw some people in, what's up to Red Devil from Markham in there, and someone from Brampton. Dale is from Brampton.
Dale,
so shout out to Brampton. We're from Brampton. Neil and I from Brampton, so is Brendan. And Brendan's not here yet today. And we'll have Obi filling in on the midday. Joe's not here today, so we'll have Obi filling in for him on the midday. So that should be a lot of fun. And yeah, looking at some more names. Cerebrus coming in there as well. We had a big tournament on the weekend, but unfortunately in the bottom of the top of the very first inning, Gia fractured her thumb.
What?
Yeah, small little fracture there. So it's a type 2. So she hit a triple her very first at bat and then stole home. I guess that was when she was sliding.
Oh, head first slide?
No, it wasn't head first, but I think there was a little collision. I don't know exactly what happened.
Oh, could have caught with
Yeah, she got caught there, so that kind of sucks. So I'm going to be in on Friday because I won't be taking off Friday anymore because I got to put that in the calendar there for. She won't be doing her hockey this week, so unfortunately that's just sad. And then so very half inning of a 5-game tournament, which we wound up losing in the finals, which was still fine. It was still a great tournament, but that was kind of sad for our family this weekend, but. She'll be fine. You got to overcome those things.
That's the thing. Injury.
It's funny, like she plays hockey for so long and she gets hurt in baseball. So weird things. But just talking about USO. I don't know if this is the situation today or not. Like, there's really nothing going on here either with oil. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think about all of this. So, but anyways, I guess we'll get it all figured out. Kids are trying to go see the new. Is it Spider-Man or Superman? Spider-Man, right?
Oh, yeah.
And
Adair
went to go see it. So I wanted to ask her how did you wind up seeing that movie?
I did. I cried probably on and off through the entire last third. It is a very emotional movie. It's really emotional. Like, I'm just going to tell you guys, if you thought the last one was emotional, this one ups the ante on that 100%.
Oh.
This is not your, your teenage Spider-Man. Spider-Man is older. He is aged. He has a lot of feelings. It's really well done. And John Bernthal is excellent. I don't want to spoil too much, so I'll just say John Bernthal is my favorite part of the movie.
All right, I haven't seen any of the Spider-Mans. I think the one that the only part of any Spider-Man I remember is that kissing scene where she's coming down. And that's literally the only part of any Spider-Man that I've ever seen.
That's like 8 Spider-Mans.
I know. I think I got to run through the gauntlet again and watch that. I didn't see anything with whatever that new act. I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, Tom Holland.
That's what it is. He's still the guy?
I'm assuming so. I'm trying to picture a Tom Holland movie where I'm going to be crying in it. I can't see it. I can't see it happening.
I don't know. Well, apparently it was more emotional than the last one. Did you see the last one?
I did see the last one. I didn't find it overly emotional. I found it enjoyable. I definitely found it enjoyable. I found the new Avengers trailer also enjoyable as well. But
was it emotional, the new Avengers trailer? No, not emotional. No.
Well, I mean,
it looks like people in the chat are liking the Spider-Man movie.
People seem to think it's really good. There you go. Rodney says best movie ever.
They're doing a lot of numbers.
That'll play.
The numbers are big.
Getting
okay, we can check out RTX. I don't know. Is that doing anything right now? Raytheon, 22.9 billion contract. That seems like it's pretty good. Yeah, a little tick higher there, 221 to 225 right now on Raytheon. So that looks like that's good. Tomahawk missile. It was a U.S. Navy. Okay. Well, we like government contracts. Those are pretty sticky. But, you can see Raytheon has already started to make that move. And I think we talked about this last week. I'm not sure if it was someone that was on our show or we got a super chat about it, but it was breaking through. So, yeah, it was last week or 2 weeks ago. Raytheon broke through this 225 or, I guess, 220 area, now up to 225 and looking now to get through that last little hump. So this story probably does that. So Raytheon, yeah, if it's in your portfolio, you want to keep it. Hey, this week we have a swath of retail, right? So we have Home Depot, we have Target, we have Walmart. So in what's been such a successful earnings season, one of the best earnings seasons numbers-wise that I can remember, Looks like Home Depot, a little bit of a pullback. I think they'll be fine. That's a nice little pullback area. Let's see if they can take down that 360 level coming out. Walmart's been just up and down with sort of people trying to, get money in at certain levels, drops into that 108. We'll have to wait to see. We got bad retail numbers last week that kind of surprised. So we'll have to wait to see if, that is a true story or not. Holding 108, holding 116. So back and forth for Walmart. I think it's going to be a break higher. I don't know, maybe I'm just bullish about all these names. So yeah, retail should be fun this week as long as, the first one comes out okay. The rest will probably be fine. I don't know what the dollar stores are doing. I haven't checked out those in a minute, but SoFi got upgraded, I see.
Yeah, SoFi was the upgrade. That actually, their chart looks pretty solid for SoFi here today. The one thing we should keep an eye on, though, and I'm going to refresh it now, is what are we looking at for rates? All right, we're like 69%. 69% that rates are staying as is. We're going to get Fed meeting minutes this week, so we'll get an idea of what the discussions around the dissenters were at, because some wanted to raise. You have to imagine. Look, let's be real. We had some not that crazy inflation data, right? And then when you combine that with what was going on in the labor market, you would almost feel like we're going to continue to see, unless something crazy happens, continue to see lower chance of rate hikes throughout. So we're still at 30%, but I expect that's going to change a little bit here. You know what I haven't seen? Well, I'm looking into the chat, and I see UiPath, I see JLA talking about SNDK. Oh, there it is. Arthur Axton just now said, have we talked about SpaceX yet? That's what I was waiting for. Because usually there's a bunch of people with the SpaceX joke.
Right. We did talk a little.
So we did talk about it because the conversation over the weekend with SpaceX wasn't about their 2 successful launches, because why would it be? It was about everybody in the world owning them. And NVIDIA's got a big stake, and NVIDIA's not going to be investing as much in OpenAI, so it's kind of going in another direction there. But it's a very, very quiet. You can't call it quiet. Just because it's flat, it did move. It's actually moved back a couple of dollars here. But remember, on Thursday 145, Friday 144, both those levels proved to be pretty big resistance and drop zones. We still need to clear that out. That 145 potential breakout is still looming. But I don't see any small cappers in the chat. What's going on here? I'm not. It's all big cap names. Luis is talking about Hive. So where are the small cappers at, Sharif?
Here, Neil, right on my screen. IPST, the big boy of the morning, up 242%. Just got into around $8, give or take. It's at 7.5 right now. You can see that it's right back into that clear area of resistance that we had very early on in the morning at around 7 4/5. A lot of topping tail candles into that high 7s area. But when you look at the prints, almost all the closing prints reject that 7.25, at least on the 5-minute chart. We're above it right now. Let's see if we can get through 8. We get this close to 10. I'm thinking 10 Adara, but we're substantially above the volume weighted average price by about $1.50.
Yeah, another name that looks like it's above the average volume-weighted average price VWAP right now is AAPL. That's Apple. A couple different stories in this one, as we alluded to this morning. They did get an upgrade and a $400 price target from Rothschild. There's a couple different ways to take this story, though, today. Either way, AAPL looking strong to start the day.
Yeah, look, this Germany story here is, I don't want to say it's a nothing burger, but it's just more regulatory kind of talk. It's about Apple having to modify its app tracking transparency framework on basically in most of the European countries to kind of settle some of the regulatory issues there. So they're legally bound for 7 years. There's going to be a trustee, an independent trustee that's literally going to audit every single iOS update to ensure that the consent pop-ups remain visually and linguistically neutral. What does that mean? It means you can't have any red or any other colors in the pop-ups to differentiate them from a system prompt and one that you would get on a third-party installed app. They don't want there to be any differentiation so that there's no bias. Look, I get the point of it. I just don't think that the government should be telling Apple how to run its iOS, but hey, those are the rules there. And Apple had previously threatened to shut that whole thing off in Europe so as not to sort of be in violation of some of the regulations, but they've chosen a different path. But you mentioned the update as well, or the upgrade as well. Let's get to that. Rothschild and Co. Redburn analyst Tim Schultz-Melander, he upgraded Apple to a buy from neutral and a significant price target here, Adara, $260 up to $400. He's projecting iPhone sales to grow as much as 12% annually through 2030. That's about 14% above the consensus estimate, so very much an outlier here. He says, look, Apple's entry into the premium foldable market with the iPhone Ultra, which I will buy in the fall, is going to be a leading mover for them. Earnings ahead of consensus as well. He thinks the estimates are 18% above 2030 consensus. He believes they're well positioned to kind of become the gatekeeper for consumer AI. He goes on to give many other reasons, Adair.
And you mentioned Apple and the government, Sharif. That's going to come into play here with some more concerns about whether or not Apple will be using this Chinese memory company. We're going to get into that on the rundown when we talk about these memory names, but I just wanted to mention that as well because that is also tangentially, of course, related to AAPL. Are you guys looking to take a bite out of Apple today?
Didn't quite make the list, but it's on a slow grind battling back here off of 300. So maybe this was as far as it wanted to drop, and it doesn't want to give you the dip buys in Apple have been pretty clean-ish off the 200 period. There was one little jaunt underneath, but it's been buy it off the 200 period moving average, and it felt like this last pullback was giving you sort of the same thing. Whether or not this story, as Sharif mentioned, probably not going to be a gigantic mover. It did catch an upgrade. The problem is it's exactly, we're 0.45%, the Nasdaq's 0.43%. It's exactly in line with the market at this moment. So yeah, 300 has been your bounce spot, but unless it really wants to retest that level, maybe pull back in a prior high or prior closes have worked the last 3 sessions. If you really like it, there's a prior close, pull back, double bounce, kind of go back into the close area and then bounce. There's always that kind of a trade for Apple, but it's the other side that I think that Darren mentioned will be a bigger deal. And it's not Apple specific. It was the government not wanting Apple to be purchasing foreign memory chips. That's a bigger story because that gives a big bounce to the Microns of the world. That's why you'll see DRAM up. So you're much more likely to have the chip side be a little bit more active today than Apple. But I still like the bounce off 300. It's been great. Maybe we get another shot at that this week on some weakness if there is any. But right now it's just even with the market.
Yeah, sometimes I don't really like stocks that are kind of cruising around with the market. We like to get ones that are outpacing them. But for me, Apple, I mean, I like the long. I mean, I think I was just writing it down actually right now, that it seems like it might be a good value play here over just around this $300, and you're still getting it at a price close enough to that. I mean, we've come back in. I think this looks like a good little base here, trying to just basically ramp up for its next leg higher here. I think that's what it looks like to me with Apple. It just feels like it's just kind of basing and ready to go. 2 or 3 straight up days right now. Decent story coming out. Upgraded, citing the runway there. Sharif just mentioned, the new product outlook for Apple should be probably bought up. I mean, the foldable I know hasn't been great, I think, for Samsung and maybe for Google, but I think Apple will be a difference maker there. Up 0.5%. Little, outpacing the market a bit, but I like it if we can get something back. I wrote down 306, basically where this 200 period moving average is, just to look at it. It was a pretty key level there from Friday as well. So, we broke now above, back into this area, 305 to 306. Looks like a good deal to me if we can get something down there just as a scalp. So you take the long, you let it fall back in if it is going to do that, and then we take the long off 306. I think to me, that looks like the play for Apple. I've written it down already. It's nothing rocket science on this one. I just think the stock works. It's a good value down here, as everyone will be chasing the DRAMs and SpaceXs and all that kind of stuff. I think Apple can just kind of quietly work, right? I mean, the problem with it is sometimes you got to wait a couple minutes. The market was so choppy there on Friday that I think, I can't remember. I mean, we traded a few names on Friday, but if this sets up today where we base like this and it's around that 305, I want to take that kind of a log. Now, obviously it breaks there, but that's what I wanted to do, is come back in, give us some kind of support areas, and then, try to bounce off with Apple. So, I like the stock. I like the fact that they're not a huge AI CapEx spend there, and yet they seem like it's gotten figured out a little bit. I'm using that Siri AI a little bit more. I mean, ever since Sharif mentioned it to me, I'm starting to use it a little bit more. It does check, because Gia fractured her thumb, she's supposed to be at baseball camp all week. So obviously we had to message the guy and say, hey, look, she's hurt, she's not coming.
Right.
And I said to Marissa, like, I can't remember how much we sent the guy for the week. So I knew it was in my email. So I just asked Siri. It was brilliant, actually. This is the kind of cool thing about it. I said, I'm not going to drop the guy's name, but I said, you know, how much did we pay, you know, Neil Roberts or whatever for baseball camp? And it actually searched through all my texts. And I said, like with Marissa, because she'd be the only one that told me. So it searched all my texts, all my Google chats and all that stuff on my phone, and it spit back the exact number. It's like on June 26th, whatever, you paid XYZ $415.40 for you know, whatever. So then I knew immediately, you know, what we had put out for this week. And thankfully they filled the spot and we got the money back, so I was fine. But
it was important for Apple to get that
going
because that's what everyone needs.
That's like how a simple man like me, like my, you know, my son uses Claude and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, this stuff can get worked in too.
Well, you can do that if you
you know, you let it access your phone and all that, blah, blah, blah. But this Siri is just built in, and it's just simple for simple people. Like, I was just looking for that response. Yeah. I'm not asking it to build me like a freaking, you know, whatever, neutron, whatever thing, you know, time machine or, you know. I'm just trying to get it to do very simple things. And that worked. So I
ask it to solve nuclear fission.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was pretty impressed with it, so. But anyways, that's what Apple was doing there. So that was pretty fun to do that. But yeah, so we'll look at some Apple today, needless to say. We should have Michael Noss coming through again as well today, so that should be fun. We'll see what he's talking about. It's mid-month. So I know he gets really excited at the beginning of the month and at the end of the month. So we'll see what he's going to be talking. Well, remember on Friday he was talking about, I think, the outpacing Nasdaq.
It was that Nasdaq, S&P.
You know, balance there. So we'll see what he's talking about.
I wanted to talk about gold. That's what I wanted to talk about.
Gold, yeah.
Michael talked
he's talked about that a little bit, I think.
I know he definitely has, but I think it's one of those, hey man, it's finally going again. You're getting a little bit of a breakout, and like I'd love to see one of his studies on market at all-time highs, blah, 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 gold on a certain amount of drawback, like how many times have you seen that? Like that type of a thing. But who knows? No idea what he's going to mention. It is worth noting, like a lot of other things, man, GLD, despite the fact that it has been on a little bit of a mini breakout, it's also diddling, doing not much of anything. Like, we're very much inside range. When we start looking at all the places that will, you know, sort of try to figure where the market is going, USO, again, like oil futures doing absolutely nothing. The 60-day ceasefire ends. You still have no real resolution in sight, the back and forth, and we're still basically hovering in the range that we're at last week. So this at least provides us with something, I think, with USO to look at. If we start drifting too far in one direction or another, you could find yourself with a potential break. That could move the markets. Remember, anytime you're consolidating in a bit of an upward trend, that's usually a good thing, but we're consolidating and, again, diddling in the middle. Like, you're not at a distinct price area for USO. So keep your head to the ground, because I think this week is probably going to be just more waiting for any kind of a headline that might move oil futures and any of the names that might want to go off those levels. So yeah, I'm kind of curious. I know Derry usually has an idea what Michael's going to talk about. You don't have to tell us what he's going to be talking about, but is there any chance it's metals?
It's not even close. And it's also not equities, is what I'll say. It's pretty interesting, and I don't want to get into too much, but it'll be exciting. Also potentially exciting here, keep an eye on UBER, because Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi announcing right now that I guess Uber's going to be investing in Zipline. Zipline is a drone delivery company for food, groceries, and medicine, so it makes sense for Uber Eats to potentially invest in this. So maybe some drone delivery in Uber's future. If I get anything else of note, I'll let you know. Stock not really reacting to this. Let's talk, though, about INTC. We know Intel CEO here, Lip-Bu Tan. He's been in power at this point for just under a year and a half, just over a year here for INTC. And Lip-Bu Tan loading up on Intel shares as announced through an SEC filing.
But just before I get to this, what do you think the insider ownership at Intel is? And a hint, it's very, very low. Just insider ownership. at this company.
Sub
Keep in
10%.
mind, way less than 10%. Keep in mind, a lot of the leadership's changed over the years.
That's
right?
true, too. And I mean, yeah, we
Adara.
have. Okay, I have no idea.
0.05% of the float is owned by insiders. So like as low as it gets. I mean, I'm sure it's not a record or anything, but it's quite low, guys. All right, looking at the SEC Form 4 here, he bought about $10 million. We're talking about Lip Bu Tan. He's the CEO of Intel, of course. This was done concurrently alongside Intel's $20 billion upsized equity at $95 a pop. That was last week. He purchased exactly 263,000 shares, executed, as I mentioned, alongside the secondary offerings. It was not an independent open market purchase. It was placed also into a closed family trust. He's not holding it in personam. He's holding it through a trust. It was also the offering that I was just talking about there. It was also upsized. So initially it was for $15 billion, but so much exuberance on the market to get in on this. It was upsized by another $5 billion. Also, the underwriters have another $3 billion option. They got 30 days to exercise that. We talked to you about that. And that $20 billion raise, Adara, did dilute the float by about 5%.
Yeah, that's an interesting look here. I didn't realize how small that insider ownership was, but certainly a metric to keep an eye on potentially for INTC. How do you guys feel about this Lip Bu Tan buy today?
Well, I mean, you always care more about insider buying than you do selling, I think, because oftentimes like the selling is just, it's scheduled and you got to do it every now and then. But insider buying, that's an important distinction. Do keep in mind there's a buyer of Intel stock. At least there was a buyer of Intel stock, which does matter, and it's not an insider, but it is U.S. government, and things have been good since that stake. So that does factor into, I think, positivity as well. But I like the story. Unfortunately, the market just hit another.
Yeah.
What's going on? We just hit another. Okay, USO just moved a little bit to the upside.
Obviously.
Something might be going on here because I just saw the Qs. I'm just going to leave it on the chart here, and I'll show you the black chart. The Qs just did that with a spike up about $1 to $1.50 in oil futures there. You got the story?
Yeah, Iran decides to switch from defensive strategy to offensive strategy is what I just heard. Daryl can try to get that. Yeah, it confirms. There it is right there. Decided to shift its policies. No, because just it's back and forth. It's just like we can't get a day when there's not like some kind of a. And the only reason I laugh at that is because like offensive one, like I'm not sure what Iran, like I know it's all about the Strait and maybe they're going to start like, taking out ships now. Like it doesn't look like oil and I chuckle because like we get that move down and then now it's just going to come right back. It's this whole tit for tat. Like there goes oil. Oh, offensive. Okay. And it's just like, this is what, as a scalper, it's fine, it's good, it's providing volume and
you need to
everything,
watch the
but
wire.
it's like you get stopped out. No, you get stopped out of all your trades, and it's just like sometimes.
Yeah, because if you imagine you're just sitting around.
Yeah, because your stop order hits, like if you're long the futures, wax that, and it's not even that bad of a story. But Intel is not really affecting Intel too much here either. But yeah, no, look, Lip Bu Tan got a little bit better price than I did. What a surprise on that one as we all sit here and wait. He got 95s. That looks like that's a pretty good level there. I got 98s. There on Intel. I like the stock. I think there is runway for it to get back up the upside. I like the packaging side of their business. And obviously, if CEOs in there buying, I think Neil had a good point as well about U.S. government, stuck their neck out and still hold those shares. I think there was a little bit of misunderstanding last week when maybe I think Hassett was talking about maybe selling some shares, but I don't know if that's. Iran has set a deadline of a few weeks.
For full implementation.
Memorandum of understanding by U.S. All right, so now it looks like, all right, so all this back and forth, it looks like now there's going to be a deadline now of a few weeks, right? And so I still think
we just keep kicking the can down the road.
That's what I mean. I don't know if this is not actually solving or doing anything right now. I didn't wear any sunscreen this week, and I got like crazy tanned. You should see it on my watch where my watch band is. But I think if any negativity, we indicated before when we said this was a little bit too far, too fast there on oil. And I kind of liked XOM down there at that 200 period. Obviously, it's done quite well off of that level. And right now, it kind of looked like it was in an area of, is that the bananas are here?
Boom. Chicken samosas? No bacon again.
No eggs, no bacon, no nothing. Okay. Very exciting, very exciting. But anyways, I like XOM at these levels. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening with oil and XOM and CVX and Occidental and so on and so forth as I try to get my voice back after a lot of yelling and screaming. Okay, let's go back over to the desk. It looks like Michael's ready to rock and roll. And hey, man, it's a mystery. We don't know what.
We have no idea what he's talking about. It's not gold.
We think it might be crypto at this point.
Yeah, that's a good guess.
We'll wait to see what he's doing. Maybe I have another guess. The VIX. All right. Well, we'll go. Let's go over to Michael and find out what it is.
It is none of those things, but it's something that I think we will all find pretty interesting. Good morning, Michael Noss. As you can see, everyone's eagerly waiting to hear what you will talk about. Michael Noss, CMT. Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, and those were all good guesses, but you guys get the yen carry trade instead. So not as exciting maybe as crypto and all that, but actually it might explain a little bit about what's going on in crypto and everything. So I promise this isn't just for currency traders. I know there's probably some people out there who are short-term or growth traders and are like, man, I don't care about what's going on with the yen. I don't trade it, but bear with me for a second. And shout out, Patrick Boyle. He's a giant YouTuber. He did a topic about this on the weekend and, kind of reminded me that the last time I talked about the yen carry trade with you guys, it was huge. Like the market dropped down, I think like 3 or 4% in a day because of this. And we're seeing some kind of more rumbling. So if you had missed it, just on the next slide is just a bit of a chart of the yen. There was about like a week or so ago, a huge drop that happened in the yen. It was, 3.9%, which I know for us equity traders doesn't seem like a lot, but that's a pretty big deal that happened here. And the reason for this is that the Bank of Japan, plus this time the U.S. government, which is a pretty huge deal, decided to kind of step in and say, okay, we're going to start defending the yen. So the main takeaway here is that the Bank of Japan, they're done getting their currency bullied, and their currency just gets bullied all the time. It gets depressed down to very, very low levels. And that's great if, they're selling things to other parts of the world. But Japan actually buys a lot of its resources. They don't do a lot of oil or anything themselves. They pull a lot of that in. So they're going to start defending this currency. But what does that mean for us? So first, I think with the next slide, we got to talk a little bit about why I think this is hugely important. So the Bank of Japan is the biggest lender to the U.S. It's like $1.24 trillion they own of T-bills, of short-term treasuries in Japan. And, I'll go over why in a second. But the reason that this whole thing is important, and important to the U.S. government in particular, is that if they just all of a sudden wanted to buy back their own currency themselves, and they wanted to raise those funds by selling treasuries, they are going to tank the treasury market, which increases yield. And if we know anything about the current administration, they want this yield down. They want interest rates lower. And if they end up having to sell, it's just going to spike interest rates. And it makes borrowing costs in the States, especially for the government, just like prohibitively expensive. And what are they going to do with that? Who knows? But so this is all a kind of game plan to try to keep these rates lower. So that's the main thing to know. Is that's the first reason that it's important, is that if all of a sudden the currency of the yen gets bullied enough and they say that's enough, we need to raise a bunch of money to buy back our own currency, they're going to do so by selling dollars. They're going to do so by selling treasuries. That's going to spike rates. And when rates spike fastly like that, we saw what happened in 2022, right? That actually what kind of caused that sell-off. Now, just what they did quickly, this is just kind of funny. They actually sold yen or euros to buy yen, which again, it's the weirdest thing that I've ever seen in this kind of currency market. But so what is the yen carry trade? Why is this whole thing important to investors? Well, the Japanese yen and over in Japan, they have historically had zero interest rates to very, very low interest rate. Right now, it's about 1%. And then in the States, somewhere to say 4 or to 5% you can make. So traders kind of look at this as potential free money, where I can go to Japan, I can take out a loan there, and I can pay 1% on the loan, and then I can come to the U.S. and I can convert that money into U.S. dollars, and I can just collect that 3 to 4%. So I make, a nice little spread of 3 to 4% risk-free in large quotation marks. forever. And this has been going on for years and years and years. And it's one of those things that why does it continue to work? Because it's kind of just like holding a hand grenade. Like eventually this kind of explodes, and whoever is left when they go to convert their money back is going to have a hard time. So if you think about it, as the yen is getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, this trade is getting better and better and better. But as soon as the yen changes and gets very expensive, all of a sudden, if I have to convert back, then I have to convert back at a much higher price, and it completely destroys this quote unquote risk-free trade. And this is the ideal scenario. I'm going to borrow in yen and I'm going to grab T-bills in the US. That's what happens if everyone's being a good boy. And history has told us that everyone's generally not being good. So the next slide is more about what actually happens. So if everyone was behaved nicely, you borrow yen, you buy treasuries. You make that 3 to 4% spread, and everyone's happy. Generally speaking, they borrow yen and they are going to buy risky assets. They're going to buy S&P 500 or QQQs or individual names. And again, that it's one of those things that it works as long as it works. As long as the market goes up and everyone's happy and the yen, continues to get devalued and all of this. But the moment that this reverses and the Bank of Japan says, we're done, we're going to start pushing our currency down, we're going to start maybe even raising interest rates, well, this whole trade has to unwind. And if they're owning risky assets against this borrowed yen and they have to unwind the trade, it's kind of like a long squeeze. Like we all know about a short squeeze where people have to get out of their short position. This is essentially margin in the market where you have to sell your risky asset to undo this trade. And that's why recently, when this happened, was the latest dip in the market. And then also, if you look back, I think it was August 2025, I believe, you had a kind of 2024. Thank you. I had a pretty big dip down because of it. That was the last time I came on to talk to you guys about it. So it's just good to kind of remind every day. So why the exit is violent? If they strengthen the yen, again, your loan has become much, much bigger. And maybe it's bigger than the assets that you own. So now you have a loan on one side and you had assets on the other side, and you were making this kind of free spread, free money, and that disappears in a moment. And it creates this margin call kind of secular thing where they have to get out and they have to sell the risky assets to buy back their yen loan. And it can kind of, the fear is that if it implodes like so violently and so quickly, you can get this huge spike down in risky assets. You can also get the huge spike down for even the people that were behaving. They have to sell their treasuries. And then, like we talked about before, if they sell their treasuries, the rate goes up and the government can't borrow. So anyone that I'm losing, just saying that if this kind of implodes all in one day, it's going to end up being this moment where everybody has to liquidate everything. You're going to hear about hedge funds shutting down, margin calls. Do we just bounce right back after? Maybe. So it might be a good opportunity for people who are not all invested or don't have margin and are able to weather the storm. But it could be a little bit of a nasty unwind that will happen, like the title says, in days and generally speaking, in not months. So this next chart is what's happening it was August 2024. Thankfully, we kind of had a nice change after it. So we had a 12% one-day move in the Nikkei, and I believe over 3 or 4 days, it was roughly 10 to 15% in the Qs that happened in just a couple days as this thing unwound. Now, thankfully, this was near the end of the bear market when we were coming out in 2024 and then in 2025, and everyone kind of got over it pretty quickly and started talking about AI again, and the market ended up recovering. But for a moment there, it was a really bad time. And I'm more concerned with people maybe who are in on margin and would get, participate in this margin call. Again, it might be an opportunity for those that aren't. So the next slide is just kind of showing what happens to the SPY over the next month and versus what happens when the yen kind of sells off. And you can see that as we kind of move over to the left here, you get a couple kind of really bad events. October 2008, there was a handful of -5, 6% days. Thankfully, even in 2024, we ended up higher again, but it wasn't because of the end unwind. It was kind of in spite of it because everyone was all pumped up about AI stocks and all of that. So that's what's going on. So every time you hear this kind of yen worry, I think you need to be a little bit concerned. There's some more stats here, but I think we kind of got to most of the part where don't just ignore it because it's, you know, a currency in another country that, you know, maybe you don't trade currencies or whatever. Just every time you hear kind of the yen or the yen carry trade, just think about excess margin in the US and excess margin kind of across the world. And we hope that if they are going to continue to try to correct their currency, they do so like they did recently, which was a small 2 to 3% correction. If you're ever seeing 5, 10%, then again, this could get problematic. So we don't know when and if this is going to create an issue, but it's just kind of like a sword of Damocles out there that, you know, I feel like I spend more time than I would like worrying about what's happening to the yen.
So I have a quick question for you here, Michael, and Sharif has a question for you as well, because it's a really interesting topic. So I just want to kind of go back here because August 5th, 2024, you have the drop heard around the world. If I can find, yeah, here we go. So I mean, the Nikkei dropped as well, but we also know that the U.S. market dropped significantly in one day. If you go back to the 2026, though, we had that drop in, this is the yen chart, but we had the drop in the market, I guess, over a period of days. So I guess I'm wondering, do you know if there were any specific factors that made that 2024 drop so different from the 2026 one?
I think there's some confidence in the fact that the U.S. worked with Japan in order to do it. Now, I think the curious thing about that chart is you can start to see the end is kind of creeping back up. And it's one of these, I think there's probably a backdoor meeting, you know, again, no tinfoil hat or anything, where they said, listen, we all know what's going on here. So if we'll help you defend your currency, but we want to do so in more controlled way. And maybe just having that U.S. participation in it kind of calmed everybody down a little bit. Because it is one of those run for the door moments. And if you're somebody out there, a large hedge fund who's participating in this, you're borrowing in yen and then you're using it to buy risky assets, you are going to be on a hair trigger to get out of this trade, because if you're the first one out, everything's fine. And if you're the last one out, things are going to be problematic. So that's the only thing I can think of that it wasn't as bad, is they only did a couple $2 billion worth. It was more of a signal, I think, than an actual intervention, where they're just saying, we are going to defend our currency here. We believe that our currency, we don't want it to move any lower because we have to buy all this oil and we have to buy all this asset, and oil prices are increasing and all of that. So I think it's just more controlled than it was the last time. Maybe because everyone kind of learned from the last time.
Good to see you, Michael. Happy Monday. So I just had a quick question for you here. I was mulling this through my mind here. So the whole idea is to take a loan out at a lower rate and then deposit that money in a country where it's giving you a higher rate. So it presupposes here that the trade breaks down if the loaning country increases their rate, thereby eating the margin between the loaning country and the deposit country. So my question is, the loans that are being taken out here, I'm assuming they're on a variable rate, which means it's floating. So at any point in time, the rate goes up. The interest rate that I'm borrowing at goes up as well. But the question is anybody taking out loans at a fixed rate and then sort of making a little bit less money, perhaps because they have to pay a little bit higher interest on the fixed rate on the Japanese yen and then making it on the US dollar? Is anybody doing anything like that?
Well, that would be the responsible thing. And it's not so much variable versus fixed. It's, you know how T-bills reset every 3 months. Okay. It's the Japanese equivalent of that. So every 3 months they're going to go in. Now, the problem is if you go and you lock in your rate for a longer period of time, you pay a higher rate. Right. So there are the responsible participants, and they're okay with maybe taking a 2 to 3% on Japanese yen and then loaning that out for maybe 4 to 5%, and just you're lowering your profit margin, but you're going to be less impacted if something happens. But yeah, the people who are doing kind of the 3-month bills in Japan or whatever their short-term rate is versus the short-term rate in the US, when those things roll over. And like you said, there's two things that can happen. It's the yen can, they can defend their currency or raise rates, but it can also, the other side could cause it. If we did have a prolonged bear market or an equity crash or a really dramatic rate cut. So say if, I was going to say JPOW, but it's WARSH now, just came out and slashed rates 2% out of the blue, that could also create this problem as well, where that we just did the other side as opposed to Japan going up, the US went down.
Right. All right. Thanks for that, Michael.
Great to have you on again, Mr. Michael Noss, for a very thorough deep dive into the Japanese yen and that yen carry trade. We'll see you again on Friday morning. Michael Noss, CMT, here with us every Monday and Friday around 8:30 a.m. over at statsedge.com. Thanks again.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Michael. It almost feels like
A lot of
the little worry mongering. Okay, it's not worry mongering, but enough of it that maybe this was dropping the market a little bit here. And obviously, most of it was going to be USO bouncing a little bit higher. But there is the SPY did manage to go red. The Nasdaq actually pulled back a little bit here while we were discussing this. And look, there's a reason why, and not to belabor the point, but there is a reason why the U.S. was engaged in that last defense of the end. And again, they did that, and they did so by selling euros because they didn't want to actually sell U.S. to do so. So they sold some euros. They got to make sure that they manage the amount that they're paying on their debt and controlling treasuries. And you can't have the Japanese selling U.S. treasuries. That's what they didn't want. So it's something that we'll keep that you have to keep in mind, because, as Michael said, in the back burner, if there are major shifts, you could have a swath of selling, which has been buying opportunities oftentimes. But I don't think that's too much of a concern in the front end looking at this week, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah, it's always good to Michael to highlight those things, so when you do hear about it, you can have some food for thought at the dinner table when you and your family are discussing the Japanese yen carry trade.
We always do.
Right there. But right now, I'm seeing a lot in the chat that people have all these right reads, right setups, but they just have the wrong size. Well, here's the truth. You've got the skills, and your account is unfortunately just too small. Well, Trade Funder can change all of that. They'll give you $100 grand for stocks, 25 for options right now, today, and you keep 80%, and it's paid every Friday. So you never risk losing your own money. It's just $99 to start, and it's refunded on your first qualifying payout. You can now start in an hour, so get going right now before the market opens. No evaluation, no background checks, just you and the size you've been missing. Scan the code on your screen and join tradefunder.com. You can, of course, choose, as we were just mentioning there, stocks or options to go with Trade Funder. And, you know, getting that $99 to start with, 100 grand in your account, I think that's decent and paid out every Friday. So go check them out. Trade Funder, 80% is quite nice for sure. Yeah, look, I wrote down the sticky notes now out too. I wrote down TQs for the short now. I mean, unfortunately, it's just starting to break down. And, you know, the 5-minute range, we are, you know, landing on $77, which, you know, is a good little level there with your 50 period and your 200 period, looking like it's trying to cross up a little bit there. But I only wrote down maybe a short at VWAP. Let's see if this can get back upside near where this sort of fall started to happen. We still have, you know, quite a long time before these imbalances hit, before the market even thinks about opening up. So still got 45 minutes. We did have, obviously, the little bit of a negative talk in the market that was starting to send oil upside, and then it came back in, and now it's just back near the highs again. And that was that Iran was going to take more of an offensive stance versus defensive stance moving forward. Now, enough is enough, I guess, from that, as far as they're concerned. So we'll have to wait to see if USO has any sort of a battle off. But I was going to let this market open up and then see. There's also news right now about OpenAI and NVIDIA and stuff. It's not really affecting any of these stocks for the last time I checked. Just OpenAI is using an NVIDIA stack, and, you know, we already know that anyways. But coming off on the imbalances right now, there's really nothing of any sort of significance on here. Is that Flutter? No, FLTR. What is FLTR? Why is it on the Amex? FLTR.
It is
VanEck floating rate ETF. So it's nothing to do with anything. Big Bear AI, what's that up to? 326 right now. Not doing a whole heck of a lot on that stock. Their StubHub's been hit pretty good recently. Oh yes, Randy. I just heard some coffee being dropped in the back there. That is StubHub. Thank you, Randy.
Appreciate it.
For that. Look, annual or daily look, I should say, not annual look. We haven't looked at Tesla in a minute, but it's had a nice little base there. At not even a base. Nice move down there, Randy, into 300. Now back up to 340. So nice little 10+% move there in the last little while. I mean, obviously it's gotten kicked down the road as well. That's Tesla. Trying to figure out what Tesla and SpaceX eventually means for both sets of shareholders right there. You're coming up to 340. That's going to be a key level. And then the name that you always talk about is, of course, because it's part of your name here, Rivian Randy. coming out. This name's been getting hit as well, but still basing. You know, they're all kind of just hovering around. This might be a good one there for Rivian. We know all their numbers, starting to kick out some more. What anything you're hearing on the R2 deliveries or anything like that? Nothing really yet. Okay, so we'll just wait to hear back.
What about the automated driving? Like, apparently they're stepping up their game, and
hopefully,
they're not quite at FSD level, but Rivian's making some good progress. Oh, that's right, software deal with Volkswagen as well. But yeah, Rivian, maybe another test of this 15 is looking like it's in line. So if Randy's not defending it, you better watch out, everybody, because that could be a little bit dangerous there on Rivian. Oh, another name. While we're sort of talking about EVs, it is worth mentioning. Remember the Yi almost going bankrupt? We're not going bankrupt. We are going bankrupt. We're not going bankrupt. We're squeezing. No, it's not squeezing anymore. Yeah, Lucid is pulling back into a pretty significant lower level. So that's should be worth watching. And if you remember, it was, what day was this? It was on the 14th. There was the rumor of that they would be looking at strategic alternatives. One of them could have been potentially bankruptcy. That was immediately denied. It then went on a multi-day squeeze as the supposed shorts got caught with their pants down on that story. But it is, I don't want to call it a flat bottom break, but it is just sort of resting off of a 6 support. Not really a catalyst with it today, but just something that's in the back of the mind for this week that if Lucid loses $6, could be dangerous. When, hey, you know what? You mentioned the imbalance, but you were talking about, obviously, the imbalances for the open. Let's not forget Reddit. Remember, Reddit's going into the S&P 500 tonight. So we are expecting it's flat today. The move happened, like the big move was it gapping and moving, last week on Friday. But, they're going to S&P tonight. Should expect some fireworks in the last hour of the day, or at least the last half an hour of the day for Reddit. So that should be a big one. And there's that NVIDIA story. We just throw that one up there. OpenAI commitment represents roughly $600 billion of NVIDIA compute through 2030. And again, if it was moving NVIDIA much, we'd let you guys know. NVIDIA's, for now, a little bit better than the market. Not too much. It's got a nice little run in it lately. It's going to have to hold on to that 222 level from Wednesday on any kind of a dip. But yeah, don't forget about that Reddit going into the S&P 500. I wish they would just always do it on a Friday. It's like, just do all these additions on a Friday, because Monday, you almost forget about it when it's Monday at the close. But that's going to be a big one, Reddit.
Yeah, and there's the talk about the NVIDIA that one was on a run was AMD, actually. Forget about NVIDIA. I mean, AMD, didn't it get down to like 440 or something like that? Something ridiculous. Yeah, those are those crazy bottoms anyways. But yeah, 440 back up to 511 I just saw. Yeah, so what another, it's down right here, but that was at 520 earlier today as well. So if we think that the market's going to rebound back, like AMD has been like a really, loved stock once it gets going. It's like those machines just turn on. Like on Friday, we got as low as 480. And then before we even stopped, it back right to these levels again, 510, 511, bouncing, closing. Now, actually, this is a very interesting chart setup to me. Nice move down, trying to base out here. If the market rebounds, man, let's get some AMD in our life, because that's going to pop through these levels big time. Advanced Micro Devices. That name, that might just need to be owned and just bought on every dip. It has a lot of comeback ability, it seems like, in that name, AMD. What's up, Tisha? Yeah, IPST, we indicated that a little bit earlier today. Sharif and Joe, yeah, Joe's not here today, but room to 987. Yeah, we can always zoom this back out. This is the thing, like, we're all so well trained to sort of zoom out here and look. That is 980, 990, $10 right up into there. Looks like the high is 1076 right there on IPST. Trying to break through this little level, 650. Good base right there, 650. Like, you get any love back in. It's not even that far from that right now. What is it, 7 and change? So there's your 650, and there's the break right there through that level. So VWAP hovering around 670. I think that's going to be a good little level if it does fall back into that. Look for that hold, and then maybe do you throw in the towel if it gets to 550? Do you wait for 5 to break? I think this is a good area to maybe pick up some IPST there today. And, good super chat right there. It looks like we got it going just a little bit, 750 up to 8. Wow. You drop that super chat there, and this thing just drops. It just moves up right now. Look at this. Nice move right now on IPST as the bots are watching Trader TV Live, man. They're in there buying this thing up right now, looking like it wants to break that top. We'll see what happens here, 850. Remember, it doesn't halt in the pre-market. So IPST really starting to get going here. And if we just type it in, IPST, we try to figure out what exactly is going on with this one. Earnings in 11 days from now. That's IP Strategy Holdings.
Look at the float.
Friday, August. Yeah, the float is 700,000. It's already done 32 million. Forget about the short flow percentage, only 1% here. No real stories, but there must be something.
I couldn't find it.
IP Strategy here in pre-market. No, it just says it's just moving higher right now. So there it goes, man. Probably there's going to be a story here for sure, but it is the mover of the morning, taking out that $8 and trying to get a little higher. High of the pre-market right here, 850 IPST. So good little shout out there from Tisha. Thanks for doing that. And now we'll have to wait to see if it can hold these levels. Love this not down here, 5,550. We'll see if that's a key level or not. But you got to work your way back if you're getting into 5. So good call out on the stretch of this up to 950. Definitely something there. This is a definite reverse split in October from 50 cents up to, I guess it was probably $10 right there. Yeah, 50 cents to $10. You get 20 for 1 there. It looks like another split right here, 37 up to, yeah, 5, 6. That was probably another 20 or so to 1.
Yeah, 1 to 20 both.
And did it just, that's $2. That's today's move. So that's not going to be a split. But there it goes, man. Nice days for IPST. So watch out for that one. And then we're going to go through our rundown. We have lots going on. SpaceX will be there as well. Not really doing a whole heck of a lot right now. SpaceX actually looking like the market. Market falls down, baseline right now for SpaceX. So yeah, keep the chats going, man. We have them all written. We have it all written here, a consolidated feed. I'll pop it out. Anybody that's on YouTube or on TikTok, there it is right there. You know, shout out to Jay that's here with us this morning. Seal Gray, there's Tisha Perkins, there's Brant's there as well. So anybody that's from TikTok will show up on this feed as well. So say hi if you are on any other platform, or even if you are on YouTube. Yeah, hola, whatever you want to do, ciao, anything like that. Let us know where you're from and, you know, how's life where you're living. It's pretty good around here. There's your boy Kenneth Walker. Oh no, that's his What's Up, Neil.
K9 baby.
That's Kenneth Zaw
coming
through there. Now Kenneth Walker, of course, on your arch.
I know,
team.
it sucks. But
what do Bills fans? I think they do. I still think the Patriots are the most hated.
Oh, of course.
I mean, you know, the thing is, the Chiefs have ruined life in the AFC Finals the last little while. There's Yeti. Yeti is always here, so shout out to Yeti as well there. And then there's Jay. Yeah, Neil's got his wine Yeti. We've got this one there. I'm double fisting the coffees right here, right now. I want to drink this one first.
You got to do this one first because this one's gonna stay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This is a good one.
Yeti knows what's up. The Yeti is the product that is entirely too good. And before we throw back up to the desk, every single time that we bring these bad boys up, it is worth noting. Oh, shoot, what happened to Yeti that last week? You got to buy
some now, Neil.
Oh, wow. Now it's at the 200-period moving average. What did they report last week? They probably reported on Friday. We didn't even care because no one really cares about Yeti stock. But it had been performing really well. At least recently, it had been performing kind of well. But let us know where you guys are from. I see this morning we had a lot of Canadian viewers tuning in, letting us know that they were dropping in. And we just had Roll in there saying shout out from Belgium. There you go. Yes, so viewers all the way from Belgium. That'd be a fun place to visit. Have a brew somewhere. But it's almost 9 o'clock, so let's throw it back up to the desk. We got to get into our free FREE watch list. Some movers and shakers on that for you. And we'll also talk a little bit of the futures, which are trying to bounce.
Yeah.
The S&P is at 0.00 right now, so literally flat as we closed out. 776 and a third is exactly where we are. That's where we closed out on Friday. We're above that key area of technical support. Prior resistance, 775 is the level I'm talking about. So it looks like we made our way pretty close to that 780 level, with the all-time high coming in at 779 and a third. So clear area of resistance is going to be that $10 level at 780. Our first level of support is going to be 775. If we can hold that, let's see if we can. If we miss that, Adara, we're looking at 772.5 as support level 2.
You definitely don't want to miss our free Trader TV Live watch list, FREE3. As Neil said, you can find this by either clicking the link in the description or typing the URL you're going to see on your screen. What do you get for free with this watch list? You get a whole look at the stocks we're looking at, any economic events in focus, any numbers that are going to be in play, any earnings before or after the bell. So much to look at there for free. And then, of course, we take you through the rundown or through the watch list during our morning rundown here at 9 a.m. Starting today with SPCX, SpaceX. You've got Google, NVIDIA, AMD, Harvard, Citadel, among the many, many groups, companies, or firms that have announced stakes in SpaceX. Some of these stakes pretty massive as well in their 13F filings for Q2 2026.
Exactly right, Adair. The one that I'm going to cover here is going to be NVIDIA, a big one here, almost $21 billion investment, 20.98. That was at the highs. More on that in a second. They have about 122.75 million shares of SpaceX. Alongside, they got another $30 billion position in Intel, but that's neither here nor there. But this wasn't bought directly in the open market. It actually has a lot to do with the investment that they made into XAI before the merger of XAI and SpaceX. It was done through that special purpose vehicle back in 2025. It was folded, of course, into SpaceX. And now they've got about, as I mentioned, 122.76 million shares. $21 billion at the high, but that's about $10 billion in unrealized gains. But when you look, at the recent price, it's more along the lines of about $17.3 billion as opposed to 20 now that sold off a little bit. This makes NVIDIA, though, the 6th largest institutional shareholder of SpaceX, so a sizable amount there. But let's just be honest about it. The reciprocal kind of nature, or you want to call it the circularity, however you want to kind of categorize it, it does create a bit of a balance sheet feedback loop, right? Where you're getting SpaceX taking a bulk of their money, going and buying GB300s or the Vera Rubin, right? And then, of course, that inflates NVIDIA's top line. NVIDIA then takes that money and, invests it in SpaceX or Intel or wherever it wants to invest it in the AI stack. And, a lot of people I know this is a SpaceX story, but I feel like I have to bring this up. After that that huge raise last week with the banks and NVIDIA, some people are calling NVIDIA like the AI bank now, right? Where it's because, they really need to push their products out there. The amount of money that's out there in the market is really drying up to buy their products. They want to keep charging more for it, and they're trying to look for financiers wherever they can get it, Adara.
Yeah, and I think to zoom out here just for SpaceX, we will talk some more NVIDIA down the line, as you guys can see with SPCX. They went public via IPO 5/6 of the way through Q2. So I think these Q3 13S are also going to be really interesting once they have a full quarter of being a public company for different firms and companies to continue to react to. So interesting look here for SpaceX. You guys looking at this name, I'm sure, today.
Yeah, of course it'll get looked at. But I think the other thing to keep in mind is kind of goes back to not just the NVIDIA aspect of it, but like Alphabet with a large stake. And then if you don't just talk about SpaceX, you also throw in like Anthropic. A lot of the earnings, a good number of the earnings beats were propped up by equity stakes for the big cap tech names. So that's something to keep an eye on, because in subsequent quarters, if we do see a bit of a pullback, or as Anthropic become public and we react to this, or as SpaceX matures, it's going to be important to note that you might not always have those gains on the back end. That being said, like most of these stakes are in places where you don't expect there to be sellers. There is another tranche, a lockup expiring this week on Thursday, and then the next one is in September. I want to say I think it's second week of September. There's another tranche that will come up for lockup. So those are going to be ones that you want to pay attention to. For now, 150, like the IPO open price has held as resistance. Although that's not the first place I would look today, it's still going to be that 145. Like Friday, the plan of action was if it can break out clean 145, just go long. It didn't. It rejected 44. So I think that resistance is still intact, at least for now, here on SpaceX. So any kind of failure underneath 145 is a short spot, but I still think that 45 is a breakout. We saw a brick wall there in the pre-market on Thursday at 45, and then at 44 there on Friday. So if it can get through this, I think it's got some explosive. I mean, at least to 150, and then take it by, just take it step by step from there.
Yeah, I don't really today, for right now, I don't have it written on the note. I don't really see like for me, much on SpaceX. I mean, the fact that it's flat today, you know, we just get all that new reporting. I mean, we know that there's huge investors in this name. I mean, you know, the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan's largest investment of all time was SpaceX. They turned like $94 million into like a couple $1 billion or something like that. So, you know, NVIDIA, some of these other organizations were definitely in it, you know, pre-IPO, and now I feel like they're just getting some more shares. So, yeah, I don't think that anything really changes in what we think for SpaceX here. It's going to be a longer term story, but it is nice to see. And I think that everybody, you know, like myself, that's long this in our own portfolios, it's nice to know that there is some of that sort of corporate backing there and, you know, some bigger money that will be coming in and hopefully buying up some of these dips. I mean, often we see program trading on SpaceX, and now I guess maybe we find out why. You know, some of these big funds, they put buy orders in and traders just trade it, and, you know, they buy as many shares as they can and get them into the account. So I just look at SpaceX and, like, you know, when the selling is there, and, you know, just take the other side of it. You can really tell, I feel like, when the buyers come through. So SpaceX is going to be another hopefully great stock to trade again today, but just not really setting up for any levels for me. So I think it's just a wait and see what winds up happening. You know, on Friday, we wrote down some of these levels, which wound up breaking down. I think it was 138, maybe even. We didn't look at 140. That was too much of a, but I think we might have saw that there was some sort of levels there. And I think we might have tried the long, and then it broke out. And then eventually we had this, and we went to the gym. We had this the whole way, all the way back upside. And that's when we put on that, you know, I think it was $3 or $4 back up to the upside. But look, it gave us the trade once it finally based out there, just like it gave the short there, you know? So I'm trying to look for those kind of levels to sort of show up. And right now I would say 139.50, but obviously we know it's early days. With only 24 minutes now before the market opens up, you're not going to see anything on here until 9:25. And we know that SpaceX is a, you know, predominant mover at the open and at the close. So definitely we'll react to some of this. Like, maybe there's a huge buy that comes in right off the open. The good thing about putting in market on close and market on open orders is it's not really to affect the overall liquidity situation of the stock. That's why they have it there. So if you see an order on here for, you know, this Cloudflare, this net for 300,000 shares to sell, that's going to pair off right at the open in one print, and then the market's going to react. So sometimes because it's a sell, you know, you'll get, and I, you know, hope it, there it goes, this is ticking down, but you'll get a down tick because they know it's a sell, and then when it's done, it'll get back to the upside. So SpaceX is going to have to deal with that straight off the open, and we'll see where it winds up going. I want to stay bullish on the name. I think Neil's right, that 150 is a good level. We played a game last week when Neil wasn't here. I was just like 150 or 130. It actually got to both without printing either one of them. So it literally got to 130.50 and it got to 149.70 or something.
Which
so
is pretty close.
Yeah, so it was up and down like that 15% pretty easily in just a couple days. So we'll have to wait to see what the story holds today for SpaceX. What an interesting name. And you can play it with Rocket Lab or AST Mobile or something like that, but I don't, you know, for me, it's the look is always in SpaceX.
No Sidu.
SPCE.
I joke, I say no Sidu.
Oh, I think
no Virgin Galactic.
Yeah, don't put an E at the end instead of an S.
We're just gonna ignore Virgin Galactic, the greatest space company of all time. Kim coming off of just an absolute rapid uptake from $2.50 up to $3.30 and still wanting more and more and more. Let's go talk about a real company with Google.
Yeah, Google here. This is another 13F related move. Now, we already know from the earnings report last week that Berkshire Hathaway had a stake in Google. It's the size and the growth of the stake in Google that's really interesting. They have both GeoOGL and GeoOG, and both positions actually growing on a quarter-over-quarter basis.
Yeah, good for them. I mean, I think this is a buy right here. I'm going to take a little bit of a different angle. I'm going to cover the debt raising here, this time in the Australian dollar, as they have done in many currencies. You'll see in a second. So $3.6 billion is what they're looking to raise in the Australian dollar. They've hired banks to prepare a debut offering in the AUD to fund ongoing AI investments. The notes may be sold across 4 distinct maturities. They're going to reach up to about 20 years each. But this is following, of course, a recent $25 billion bond issuance, an $85 billion equity raise, and now they've raised debt, Adira, in 2026 in the Swiss franc, the British pound, the euro, the Canadian dollar, and the Japanese yen, add the Australian dollar to that.
Yeah, lots of money being raised. Either way, Berkshire Hathaway's betting on them right now. How do you guys feel about GOGL here?
You know what? It's finally happening. After they got that kind of rapid pullback with the C-suite shakeup, there's a bit of a bounce happening on Alphabet here. So it made a low. It held a higher low Thursday and Friday. So this actually looks a little bit more constructive. You still want to break out of 350. Otherwise, you'll maybe look at that higher low at 344. But it's been finding a way to settle down after A, report, B, C-suite shakeup, losing a little bit of talent. Obviously, that's something that's going to happen to the big boys every now and then. But I like the fact that it is at least made a bottom. It needs to break 350. That'll be the 50-period moving average as well. But this seems like it's back into the potential upswing. I don't know that we're going to get. I mean, you can call it a test of the 200-period moving average, but I think it's closer to breaking the 350 for us today than anything else. It didn't make the list. Like we'll talk some chips in a second because. Yeah, I mean, most of the things that are actually moving more than the market are in chip land, but this is one to visit. If all of a sudden we're breaking away from 350, it should be more of a join trade. But like Apple before it, it's more or less, it's 0.3, the Nasdaq's 0.3. There's nothing that stands out here with Google to make it a focus at 930. Otherwise, maybe we would like it a bit more. But I do want to see every single time when you have these kind of big drops. They could be up moves, down moves, but in this case, it was a down move. Finally settling in and didn't hold a low there, but has held a low. There's your higher low. The next confirmation would be a 350 breakout on Google. I'm just not sure the catalyst is there.
I was just looking about Google as well. Like, I still feel that there's a little bit of risk, to the ever-increasing compute costs, of running these LLMs. I think that's a little bit of a risk. We saw them finally a little bit of a compression there in margins. We saw that debt raise, as Sharif had just mentioned there. I think there are some actual legitimate headwinds, legal, regulatory headwinds as well for these guys. The sort of saturation of large language models and the competition as far as cloud is concerned, that's definitely not going anywhere. If anything, it's ramping up. Obviously, AWS and Azure, major player and major. There's room for enough. I'm just trying to give some headwinds. Google and NVIDIA, the two largest holdings that I have, but those are some headwinds I feel like. And then sort of where does search go from here? We know that they've done a good job of sort of avoiding those blue links and that everybody clicks on, for Google, and they've been able to work out deals with Reddit and so on and so forth to get, some of that information where people are searching with the large language models. But at the end of the day, I still think that search, the way that the ad, sales and all that kind of works is in jeopardy a little bit. Didn't like the fact that they had their first quarter of free cash flow issues there. They were free cash flow negative. That's not a good sign for Google. It's now 1, 2, 3, 4. It's pretty much, a bad week and a half there for them, but they're coming off of highs, so it's not a surprise. And they lost some key holders in the last couple of weeks as well. We heard some engineers and some different participants leaving the company. So it's not without its worries, but again, they have so much working for them also. The Waymo and the cloud is huge. The cloud is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. Nothing wrong with being in a business that's saturated as long as you're still keeping your margins up and, getting that business to come through. And with a PE of, we did this last week, I thought it was in the 22s or something like that. Let's have a quick look at what exactly it was. It's even less than that. Google's PE is 16 and 17. So these are the ones that, we were really surprised at how low it was last time we checked. So a little bit of worries, right? You don't get Google at a 16 or 7, let's just say 17 forward and current PE if there wasn't a little bit of worry in the name. So yeah, I'm slightly worried. I'm not going to be adding at these levels for myself here. I'm trying to stay. And remember, I'm only in 3% cash or even less than that. But I want to try to save a little bit of it for moves lower. And I think Google could have it now. But I still love the stock, and it's still obviously a huge holding. But those are just some headwinds. We always talk about the positivities for Google. I just think there are some potentials for this stock to get turned upside down a little bit here. And if it is, we'll buy it. I last bought it at 320. I think if we get back down there, it's not a horrible situation again. So yeah, anyways. ChatGPT, Gemini, the new Siri. Wonder if we got those fly traps in yet.
Nope.
But I could have just got some at the dollar store
I'm
literally
guessing no,
yesterday or this morning, or maybe I'll go there during lunch. I'm sure they'll come in there. Amazon,
eventually.
always delivering. We got a new.
We haven't talked to Amazon.
We got the Ninja, some sort of a. What do you call those things? Not a microwave, like a fryer, air fryer.
Oh, the air fryer.
Yeah, a double barrel one, so you can put like
nice.
this and that and that and this. You can do like the wings in one, and the sweet potato fries in another, or something like that.
That's the way to go.
We realized that like my son doesn't like sweet potato fries, but everybody else does. So it's like dividing them up.
Who doesn't like sweet potato fries?
Yeah, these guys many issues.
Oh, come on. Everybody likes sweet potato
I think
fries.
eventually, I think just because they're softer, like depending on how they're made, I don't know.
Oh, you could, yeah.
I'm a sweet potato fry.
You got to get it perfect. You get the crisp on the outside, but it's still that nice soft.
Yeah. So that's why we got to try that in the
just right. But NVIDIA is not making any sweet potato fries.
No, maybe they should. Maybe.
They should get into that business too. But they're making deals apparently.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't quite know how to put that in shorthand here, but there's this NVDA story with OpenAI. First, it was reported by The Information. So I think going back to Friday, that NVIDIA was close to providing roughly $100 billion in credit support for a Ohio AI data center campus. Then around 8:30 a.m., NVIDIA does appear to confirm this deal with OpenAI, but there are a couple caveats here that are of interest.
Yeah, it's interesting, and you're seeing the quantum drop here from 250 to 150 billion dollars. You can make the argument, that maybe he doesn't want to put all his concentration risk into one company. You're seeing also a lot more of a relationship develop between Grok and NVIDIA. This is something that's a little bit new with Elon Musk saying that he's only going to use NVIDIA chips, and then of course the reciprocal kind of love coming back from Jensen. This is interesting, Adara, because to me, OpenAI started this whole thing. They were the part of Project Stargate with that $500 billion spend. This kind of started the CapEx cycle that we're in the midst of right now. So let's see exactly which horse they champion. But we're hearing a lot about Anthropic, possibly hearing or reaching $200 billion ARR by next year. That would significantly exceed OpenAI. And if that's going to actually be the case, then it might make sense, maybe some of the dollars find their way there. Let's see.
Yeah, lots I think to watch, of course, for that circular AI investing story. Are you guys looking to play NVIDIA today?
Actually, look, Intel's in play, and we'll get to SMCI in a second, because that was like the one chip stock that was actually red this morning. But for NVIDIA, I think it's worth at least not ignoring the pattern from Thursday and Friday, which was if it has a topping tail, failed breakout at 227 on the 15-minute, there's a topping tail there, and then 226 half becomes resistance. There's a topping tail right at the open, fails a break of 227, and then 227 becomes resistance. So I think that's at least in play. If I see it put in a topping tail candle again, confirm the sellers, and then look to be short underneath the 227 at some later point. But if you're looking for a topping tail on the 15-minute candle, well, then I'm sitting out the first 15 minutes on NVIDIA by default and looking towards some other names. Intel with Litboo buying shares. I like the 100 level. I feel like that's it's already testing the 102, 103. So if it bounces from there, I'd be looking more at the volume weighted average price. Sure, let's do it this way. It's underneath VWAP, so it's already showing you that we're retesting the prior support from Friday. So the 100 level I like. If we're going to be bouncing higher, I'd want to see some kind of a VWAP retrace. And the one chip name that was down was SMCI, and this one feels technical. So it has a huge rally after their earnings, but then on Thursday failed right at the end of the day, couldn't really break away from 40, and then see false breakouts at 40 multiple times on Friday. So any pop and fade, 40-50 would be the kind of like the reverse spot where you give up, or maybe 60s. But anywhere into the mid, the 40 halves, I should say, is going to be a fade for me on SMCI. Ooh, Cleater, super chat.
Yeah, I'll talk about it in a minute. I have NVIDIA here, 225 area long. I mean, it was up here versus the market and still is. So you're still double, right? 0.53 versus 0.24. So we like it. And then the key zone, from Friday in and around that 225. So if we do somehow drop in, I mean, let's just play it until it breaks. I mean, that low is 224.50. Would like to see it come in the first couple minutes, base out, and then get higher. So, I'm a little bit short on the market taste. That was what that question was there. I talked about it on the TQQs. I wrote down the TQQ short at 78 area, and that was just like a VWAP level there. The market, when it was falling back in, I was thinking to myself, there really isn't, and Neil and I said it was pretty light on the board today as far as like big, huge stories that might move the market. So the Nasdaq has been sort of struggling behind the ES. The ES turned red. The Nasdaq really hasn't turned red yet. It was close enough to doing that right there. So for me, I am looking short. You know, the market's making lows, made a low there, and you know we didn't retake any highs. I think as long as, and this is like something that I should just ask like a large language model. I wonder how often we start underneath VWAP that the day actually remains underneath it, or do we generally climb back up? I mean, that's what volume weighted average price is. It's just like, where are we starting the day and where will we wind up, right? So the Nasdaq's had a nice little run up there, almost into these highs. So without like that little earnings push, now that we're pretty much through, we just got to wait for NVIDIA to come through. Broadcom's another late one to report. I don't even know when NVIDIA reports. It must be in the next 2 weeks, I think. But up to 740, 750. So for me, you're asking for key levels just for today. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at 734 where VWAP is to see if we retake that. And I think if you can get out, 734.50 would basically be the top there. That was, you know, we made that drop. We battled back. We stayed there for about 20 minutes. Then we lost it. Then we battled a little bit. Then we lost it again. You know, so I would say this is a decent area right into here to look short. And that's what I'm going to try to do today, unless something dramatically changes. Like here comes the push down and we have 4 or 5 minutes until we get those imbalances again. But thank you for the super chat. You know, looking at a longer time frame, these are the tops I'm talking about. So just see about breaking it. And I don't know if there's enough news in the store, if there's enough news in the market today to create a different look, but I'm going to go short right now. And remember, USO hasn't been a direct driver of anything really lately. You saw that move happen there on the defensive versus offensive statement, and it's come all the way back in. It's not like they've changed that stance. It's just coming back in. So I think we just got to focus on some of the bigger names today when we're looking at the Nasdaq, like the Apples. I mean, we haven't even looked at Microsoft in the last little while, but it's hovering around this 500. So, you know, if that continues to break, I got a bad tick there. But, you know, look what this is down, 0.63. So Microsoft's not helping any indexes today either. But I'm going to clean that wick up and send it back there. And then let's go find out, Adair, were we able to figure out anything on Snapchat?
Nope. So there is a story here in SNAP. However, it's a week old. I was seeing, though, a lot of people in social media attribute this to the drop. So what we're talking about here is Snapchat going, I think, 14 to 16% to the downside before recovering quite nicely, currently stalling at 525s. But yeah, Sharif, I mean, on August 10th, we had this 9th Circuit Court ruling regarding Section 230 defense for some of these social media companies, including Snapchat. Yeah,
including Snapchat, exactly. We covered it that day more as a meta story, of course, because it's a much bigger market cap. But essentially what the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals said was you can use Section 230, but only as an affirmative defense once litigation has started. You can't use it to prevent litigation from being brought in the first place. A distinct difference there because it exposes you, of course, to the discovery process where you have to give up a lot of proprietary information at the risk, of course, of being found in contempt if you don't comply. So that's the deal here. But there was also some selling, Adara, into this print. The CTO sold about $21.6 million. Now, we already knew about this, right? He sold between August 5th and August 6th. But the implication here is there's insider selling because they're worried about the legal implications of this lack, I guess, Section 230 defense or lack thereof at this particular time. But I also want to point out a stark difference between the paths the courts are taking here. So Meta actually got a win last week, a Section 230 dismissal, but it was specifically for an ad or fraud ad kind of situation. What was it? So it was a fraudulent ad lawsuit. And they said, look, you are not responsible for the, I guess, the false claims that your advertiser is putting on your platform. Where the courts have kind of diverged, though, from that kind of thinking is anything with respect to the platform's mechanics. They're making a distinct difference between what others are putting on your social media platform and how you structure it internally. They're not willing to give you the claim there. Now we already know there's over 3,000 consolidated school districts who are suing the combined social media platforms, whether Meta, Snapchat, TikTok, you take your pick there, and they're actually seeking millions of dollars. What they're saying they spent on mental health, counseling, disciplinary resources, Adara, so it's pretty wide-ranging.
Yeah, and I think as you kind of described it there, I think there's also very much the argument that the Snapchat move is just a reaction to this ongoing series of concerns about the company. Regardless, SNAP, is this guy on your guys' playbook for today? Do you think we actually go green here?
Well, it's on the radar. Whether it goes green, I'd be skeptical. But look, it feels like it could have also just been a technical breakdown, because if you have all of those underlying concerns, you come into an obvious level, and my head's in the way, but you can, if I move it down, you can kind of see on the 15-minute. We've been, for 2 weeks now, you've had this $5.20 bit of a shelf, and it ends up breaking in the pre-market, and I guess there was just no buyers down there, and by the time everyone realized there was no story that was this morning, you catch a nice bid. So I think this sets up a really good over-under. Like, I'm very open-minded about Snapchat today, because look where it's consolidating. If it simply breaks down, then I think there's a gap fill lower. The problem is, because of how far it already fell, you kind of feel like you're not going to get that kind of a move if it ends up being a short. It'd be more exciting if it were to break out at this point, because maybe it trapped some people. But if we close the first 15 minutes under that 15, it's like 15.50, 15.15 is the low. And I think there's maybe continuation at least into the 5.490. Man, if it starts breaking out, there's room for 5.50 today. I hope it breaks out, but ultimately I'm just willing to play any consolidation above or below what was the key support level. Had this not happened, this random move that no one was expecting, this was set up for a flat bottom break, but it's no longer really that, because we've already seen the move happen. So we'll have to wait for this one to have the opening range. But play the chips at the beginning of the day. At least at the open will be what I'm looking at a little bit more heavily. Maybe a little beyond meat if it decides to break down like it didn't on Friday. But yeah, Snapchat, I'll wait for the opening range. Kind of a weird story. And I guess if you ever see something like that again, where there is no story, and then you start to see a buy program, maybe it's worth it just hopping in when there was literally no reason for it. Uh-oh, I just saw a name on the imbalances.
Yeah, I mean, the imbalances came and went. I mean, they're not too huge. Just Rivian was the biggest one, and it did make a move from 15.30 down to 15. Right there, there's really nothing else. IBIT with a small sell, but we know the imbalances don't affect that. Intel with a buy, so that's nice. So we was going to put that on the list there today, but didn't because I wasn't sure. But I do like Intel long. And then SpaceX was here for like there it is right there, 100. Now it's 244, so a slight buy. There it is, now 190. So look at that. I mean, this is why we talk about it. This is only 2 minutes in, right? So the market was here at 136.50, and then there's $1 up. As we said, SpaceX always seems to be somewhat. Oh, there's NVIDIA showing up as well on here. But yeah, these aren't huge numbers to come out with right now. Look, Neil just talked about Snapchat. Let's go. With only 2 minutes left, let's go talk about some memory names, and then we'll get this trading going.
Yeah, well, it's interesting here. These memory names all in focus, but it's actually an Apple story here. That's the reason why. So we have Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick coming out and saying, yeah, Apple will not be allowed to use these Chinese memory companies. That's leading to a move up here for some of these U.S. memory plays. But I think probably lots of contention here.
He says there have to be, quote, other solutions to the memory issue, but it's not great. American companies using Chinese memory. All right, well, then give them a solution. Yeah. Howard, I mean, what do you want to do here? We already saw SK Hynix speed up the production of their new fab in of course, South Korea from 2030 to 2028. They're spending $730 billion. They're bringing it up by 2 years. I mean, if there's no supply, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah, and I think also it's interesting too, Howard Lutnick was literally at an Apple facility in Houston last week. So I think Howard Lutnick and comments he's made about Apple over the years have always been pretty fascinating. Either way here, guys, memory names. I mean, I have the Apple chart up, but we'll look at MU, SNDK, pulling back a little bit from the highs, but still poised to open higher here. Are you guys playing these memory names today?
DRAM will be in play. Look, I think when it comes to this memory thing, just try to remember that you still have the backdrop of U.S. and China needing to come to some kind of a longer term agreement or arrangement, which just doesn't seem like it's happening just yet. And thank you for Reds. Thank you for the gift there. You asked about Apple. We did talk about Apple, and of course that's a part of this story. You would think there'd be some weakness that they can't go for some cheaper memory. But thank you for that. And ultimately, it's not really weighing on Apple stock this morning either. But if you look at the memory names just in general, MU is trying to break out over the 50 period. It hasn't really done so yet. It needs to get through 1010. But when I look at what's going on over in DRAM, that's at the 50 period and set up. All it has to do is, if it can just hold this gap on any pullback, the prior high. I think it's got a nice one to go. It's about 58.80. And then Willis Addison, thank you for the super chat. Grand Rising Traders, USO to 130 today, perhaps. Well, it's not doing much. We've just kind of seesawed back and forth. So unless we get some headlines, I'm not expecting too much out of USO.
Yeah, it's 127.
Yeah, I mean, that's a couple of points above, and there's not really anything moving it right now.
Oh, we shall see. Yeah, good luck to everybody as well there today as we work on some of the plays. Man, we're going to watch out for SpaceX. I'm looking at NVIDIA for an early bid to come through around 225, but we're going to have to let that settle out a little bit, and then potentially a TQQ short if we get back near VWAP, which is only at 77.60 right now. I liked it better at 78. We'll have to check that on a pre-market high if the market gets running. But we've learned before, man, you don't want to stay in the way of a running futures tick. That is for sure, especially when it's early. Okay, man, NVIDIA just went on a little bit of a dip dive and then right back up again. So it does go down to 225 and change. Does not break it, of course, and now back up to 226.50. So watching out for that one. SpaceX trying to hold 340, Freudian slip, 140 right there. We'll have to wait to see if that winds up holding as well. So that's an early look. And then a name that we didn't get over that I have on my watch list today is SoFi. If this one comes back in, which it's kind of doing right now, into 820. I was looking at literally these lows here, 825. 1825. We'll see if that can come in on that as well. Right now, the future is just going back and forth, and then we'll throw it over to see if there's anything happening over on that side. But USO, pretty flat right here, right now. So, yeah, just kind of a mixed bag to start with. SoFi coming lower is somewhat interesting now. There goes NVIDIA taking out the high of the day as well. So, yeah, this name probably ripping. Yeah, there it goes, man. Market rated up to VWAP immediately. Right there. So this downside play does not last for very long.
So sort of a random one in here, but I know some people look at this stock. ONDS just took, I mean, the drop was big enough there. It just filled in the candle. Now you can see. So ONDS just dropped, is now 6% to the downside. That just immediately starts hitting any scanner at the open that you might be watching. Didn't really have it in play for anything, but I know we have a lot of people that seem to be interested in ONDS, so I want to know that it's moving there. I did like SMCI shorting into 40, but as the market goes higher, this is only going lower and not really seeing any traction whatsoever. So if it gets higher, we'd like to look for a short. Snapchat, exactly where it was before, so nothing happening over there in Snapchat. Hasn't really broken above or below. Intel's diving.
Whoa.
Whoa, Intel. Intel down at 102 already. We're at that 100 level. 100 was a big level on Thursday and Wednesday, but it's already testing those pre-market lows. All right, Snapchat looks like it wants to actually break. So we might actually get this breaking away from that consolidation.
We have a trade that might be our first loser of the day here. I tried to, there it goes. I tried to have a little bit of a move higher there in Palantir. I wanted to see if it was going to hold 175, get out there for a 50-cent hit there on Palantir as it did rip up and try to take out some higher levels there, but there it comes now. Okay, so now you're starting to fall down. So it looks like that take there on the TQs would have been right, man. Oh, that's too bad. Right into VWAP is literally what we wrote, and now the move is happening to the downside. So we did take a small shot there and it was just, we don't want to get too involved. We talked about that before 9:35, but there it is on. Look at Palantir. Wow, right back into the 200 period moving average there today. Weaker than the market. I just thought it got going and wanted to see if it was going to support that 175. It completely does not. All right, man, the machines are on right there on SpaceX now. 142 now on SpaceX as they're just turned up and starting to go higher now on SPCX. I'm going to step in and try a little bit there at 142 just to give it a go. We don't know. That just took out right there Fridays. Sorry, that's the pre-market levels there. We'll see if it winds up going SpaceX right now. I know we're buying high. I have a quarter of a unit, and I don't want to get too carried away. As we said, we're a little bit early days in this trade as well, but SpaceX trying to break out. Looks like 144 maybe top. So, if we can get that, we'll take it. Okay, here it goes. Let's place them out. There it is. Nice move there. Got a little bit back there from our initial loss there on SpaceX, on Palantir, back on SpaceX. So there we go. Man, we talked about the machines. Maybe they keep on going, but SpaceX a little out there. Now it comes right back in, of course, as we talk about it. So a little violent action early on SpaceX.
Yeah, so I'm now going to be in the short on Snapchat. I let it do the fake to the upside. Let's see if it fakes downside as well. So the first move was it trying to break out. I'll put the stop right at 525 and try to keep it simple. VWAP, it's a little bit early for that to matter, but if it gets down to 5, that'll be a profit take for sure, all the way down in. SMCI, I don't want to chase this. The market's trying to bounce here, so I'm sitting on the offer, trying to pick it up around 39. And once they pick it up, get short around 39, as that one's trying to come right back in here. Big move to the downside off of the open, but you're starting to get at least a little bit of a bounce in SMCI. And then Intel is the other name we're watching off of the open. Doesn't get anywhere near the 100 on that last little drop, but it is trying to hold the prior day lows. I don't want to jump into this one too early. Market's still looking relatively weak, everybody. So I want to make sure. Oh, now it's starting to bounce a little bit better. There, Intel. Let's let it close. I wanted to see it hold over VWAP if I wasn't going to get the $100 level on Intel. And I look over NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA is looking a little bit weak as well. We're talking about the memory chip names. They're holding out a little bit better. So DRAM's holding above VWAP. So some better strength, I guess, in memory. But the futures are not strong enough that I want to be fighting for the longs just yet. Like the Nasdaq's about to take out the low, which I think means wait a little bit to try to catch that Intel long.
I have something in my mind, like I need to wait a little bit, but like there's the short VWAP on the futures, and like that's exactly what wound up coming in there on the TQs and on the futures as well. And thank you for the super chat. I mean, we had a super chat earlier. What was I thinking about the levels on the Qs? And yeah, that's what I was thinking, and just didn't execute on it a little bit too early. And you know, when I'm in it too early, I say, why am I in it? And then, you know, when it doesn't work, I was like, oh man, I'm in too early. And when it works, you say, well, why didn't I take it? So I'm not gonna, you know, go back and forth with that. Just want to say that that was a trade idea, and sometimes it's a good thing to take maybe a piece up there. But we tried that in Palantir and it didn't work either. So, you know, just stick with your gut, your sort of initial take, and you know, play off of it and adjust size maybe as you go there. It's funny because look at the futures; they're starting to go back up a little bit there, and NVIDIA is almost making a move lower into those bids. So I'm going to try, just because we wrote it down, man, I'm going to try 225 and a quarter for the long against 225 and give it about 50 cents. You know, if we break down, we break down on that. So that's kind of like what I'm going to hope out for. And then if you guys are wondering, we only have a fifth of a unit here on SpaceX. We took out, so we did have a quarter, so we took out 5%. We took out, I guess, 30% of what we did have. But now it's falling back. And I'm going to try, I'm bidding here 140.50s, see if we can get a fill there. And if we lose 140, we'll just give it a heartbeat below that, and then we'll stop out, right? So if this breaks through 140, we're going to get out of SpaceX right now as it's coming right back into view up, where I think we want to test a little bit of a long anyways right now. But I'm going to wait for a little bit more at 140.50 area, see if we can grab a little bit more downside there on SPCX. So yeah, let's give it a little bit of room and see what winds up happening. 140.20s is where my bid is right now on SpaceX.
Oh man.
What happened now?
No. Checks notes.
Oh yeah, exactly. SoFi long.
Checks notes in the Snapchat, which whatever. I said if Snapchat broke one way or another, I was going to take it. It did break down, so I got to take that trade. But like right back is SoFi. I'm going to try to pick this one up at VWAP on the way back in. VWAP retrace happened. The dip into 18 and a half happened. Let's go to Adara at the desk. Get an update.
Yeah, I'm seeing here, just keep an eye on MRVL. This name already really strong on the day. I did just see an analyst comment come through, though. Unclear if this was made before the bell or not, but either way, UBS cutting the price target on MRVL from 340 to 300. Currently, again, near session highs, trading around 235. But just be aware, MRVL potentially a not so positive analyst note. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
That's crazy. That was before the open it started going. So
yeah, Marvell's nuts. Okay, here goes SpaceX finally. We'll look at Marvell. We look at DRAM. Those are all plays a little bit there that we wanted to talk about. You know, average price now 140, 165. So now officially, I don't have my stream deck open, but we are officially now in the dollar club. So that's going to be a good one. There it goes. We just got out some 143s now on SpaceX. So there we go. We can run it now. So it's a big trade here to start the day with SpaceX. We did, Palantir, you crazy guy. All right, all the way down to 172 and all the way up right there. And like as Neil mentioned there, this is about as good as you can put on SoFi, right? 825 to 850 long, 825 to 850 long. So that would be like Maybe the low would be like 1840, something like that. On SoFi, that's what we wrote down there, 1825 to 1850 long. So that low is right directly stuck in the middle right there of 1837. You can't get more middle. That's 12 higher is 1850, 12 lower is 1825. So definitely a missed opportunity there. But again, like they're coming in pretty early. So let's just wait to see if it comes back in there, right? We don't need to, like I keep saying, worry about all these things all the time. They're just levels of interest, right? Now all of a sudden, now we can celebrate good times. Yeah, exactly, Adair. Give it, because there it goes, man. SpaceX now 220 in the money as we continue to go higher on SPCX. Everybody investing in it. So is your boy. There it goes, man. SpaceX, early days right there. NVIDIA also. Let's take it a little bit here. We are getting a little bit of a bump back there on NVIDIA. The play that we wanted was 225. So let's take out a little bit there. We got 225 and a quarter. We'll just take out a bit. It's too bad we screwed up that early trade on Palantir. But right now, NVIDIA is one. So nice move higher right here. We've got $3 now on SpaceX and 50 cents now on NVIDIA. And we finally just followed our damn rules. So we get long on NVIDIA at 225 where we want to. Kaboom. 1 unit. So that was a good one there. SpaceX, $2.50. So yeah, so far so good. Just one little mess up there with Palantir, but we got it back. So let's just let the market happen right now. Pretty quiet on the market front, right?
It's relatively quiet, but you've now almost triple bottomed here, at least on a 3-minute on Intel. So waiting for 100 is not going to necessarily be a thing anymore. See, it broke 102. Now it's holding that 102. So I'm going to put the stop at, you guessed it, 102, and see if we can get this playing back into the upside. We have a super chat from Rustam. Roofstam?
Roofstam, yeah, he's
MDXH was 69 cents when I wrote message here. Good move, guys. Well, I'm going to make the assumption that it's doing a much better than that. It's now 79 cents. Only 2.4. First thing that stood out, only 2.4 million in volume for a penny stock early. That's good, not great. So volume, I think, is on the solid side here. And this stock got destroyed when it failed $1. Not destroyed. Whatever. It pulled back heavily after it failed $1 on Friday. So watch out for that dollar level. Remember that one from Friday, everybody. That was a big time reversal for sure. So finally have our Intel off that 100, 102, not the 100 level. Let's see if it can get back, retest up here at 103.5, because that will be the target. The market's starting to look a little bit better as we speak. Snapchat is still doing the same thing it did. You know what? It's possible that after that move in the morning, Snapchat just doesn't care, but we got the short on, the stop's at 25, and I got my bids out to the volume weighted average price. So yeah, just Intel for myself here. And good luck. Ooh, We2. No, it's not halted. Is it? Oh,
yeah,
it is.
Sorry,
Oh, my bad.
Small cap names.
Yeah, We2 is halted to the upside. 1260 is a tap for those that are asking. Sorry. I looked at it, I'm like, that's not halted. And I looked at my scanner. This one is halted. 1290 is the high from Friday. So 1260 at that top. Looks like it'll be just underneath Friday's highs.
Oh boy, guys. We're doing it again. Like, this is another $5 winner on SpaceX. Neil, this is like a daily activity over here. This name moves, man, and there goes SpaceX. Exactly what, holy crap. This name, guys, pardon my French there. This is just, wow.
Oh my God.
What a move, man, on SpaceX. Like, we talked about how much we love this name, why we love it. It has the moves every single day. You just got to take it. And there it goes, man. Upside, upside, upside on SpaceX. I mean, they told us who's investing in it. We knew it had the base on it. So it was an early take, man. I mean, it's too bad that Palantir went upside down on us a bit. But this NVIDIA is now also cooking. So we are really having, hopefully, I mean, don't want to jinx it. I mean, whatever. We're actually out now. We only have a third left of SpaceX. But that was just a dangerous, like that reload. How big was that right there? I mean, I was waiting at 140.25s for more. But, you know, we take it right there at 140.90. That was a big reload for sure. Look, the trade works with or without the reload. But, you know, just getting a little bit more shares into that name SpaceX. We'll take another out right now at 146 as that one just continues to climb higher. And let's take another another offer on NVIDIA as that bid has gone as well. So just 2 for 2 cruising right now, 2 for 3 with Palantir out, but up on the day right now on the market. So yeah, I hope that you guys are doing well. There's another name, Capri Holdings. Weren't they something? This is Coach and all that, I believe. Anyways, there was something about this last week. Maybe I think it must have been earnings, but big drop from 20. Could you maybe just double check that, Adair? Because that's from 20, ridiculous. I think, or did they lose a bid or something on the name? I don't know, but that's a pretty violent.
Yeah, this is not Capri. This is Capricorn. So Capricorn had earnings.
Oh, okay.
This is day 2 of earnings, and ONDS. I had no other news on their day 3 of earnings. CPRI, I believe, is Capri.
Okay, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, ONDS, thanks for
Go ahead with
checking.
ONDS, yeah.
No, ONDS was just a drop off the open that we were reporting for everybody. It looks like it's recovering a little bit. I didn't really see a story. It might have just been a flat bottom break through 9 even. But what I did just see is the market ticking back under and a fail at 103. So if I say that the first thing I wanted for the long, it wasn't the 102. It was $100 on Intel, let's be real. But the VWAP retrace, it hasn't closed and held the volume weighted average price. So the long is off the low until we start closing above VWAP, and then we can start looking at the volume weighted average price for Intel for some continuation, because that's still a false break. False break of the high. Want to look for the lower high for confirmation there. We never got into SoFi or SMCI. SoFi is right back at the lows. So that really failed that breakout price. Let's be a little bit patient with that one. That's not looking as strong as it was before. And SMCI, I'm still on the offer in front of VWAP and have not been picked up even a little bit. Just like this little flat bottom break that we have going on at SMCI. And hopefully that's not all of the short completely gone. I might step down a little bit into 38.4 if I can. Go a little bit lower for a little bit less, and then try to get this one to the south side. It's already dropped so far. And remember, SMCI was the only chip name that was down this morning. That's why I like the short. Like, nothing else was negative except for that.
We're going to take out one more piece of NVIDIA and still hold. We still got a third left, unfortunately. It's always unfortunate when we start getting ticked out, but we're getting out ourselves. So nice move up to the 25 period. I think we could probably, I'm still a little negative on the market, which is why every time these stocks are bumping, I'm trying to take a little bit more out. But there goes NVIDIA up to those levels. There goes SpaceX up to 146 and change. This has been a big one, obviously, there for me today, as was Palantir to the downside. What else is happening here? This WETO, Neil indicated that a little bit, now opened back up. WETO, a short float name, I'm assuming here. We had this name last week. WeTour Robotics, that's right. 30. Wow, it says 88% short. Did you check that up? 88% short right now on this name with only 600,000 outstanding shares.
Maybe it was.
So giddy up if you are into WETO and a possible break long again over here on WeTour. Just took out $8 on Friday and getting higher right now. And the other one was at IPST. We got one from, I believe. Was that what it was this morning? Yeah, it looks like it was. That's not doing a whole heck of a lot, IPST right now. Holding the bid at VWAP. Let's see if that winds up breaking. But IPST, another one right there. So it looks like our instincts were somewhat okay. Getting a little bit out there on this move. High side for NVIDIA. So that was good. I told you we only have about a third left of each one. About a quarter left of each one of these trades right now. So we'll give it a little bit more room on NVIDIA. Maybe if it does pull back, I think we could probably reload it. I'm willing to lose on this trade. I like the 225 area. So I'll go a little lower into 225 and then give this one 25 cents. It's definitely not as strong as I hoped it would be there. Then SpaceX, again, a couple decent outs near the high side of 146. Big move. Looks like when the machines turn off, you can let it can get back on, but that was a straight move, like $5. So take some out when you start to see the topping tail candles, which we did. We started seeing some topping tail candles right there. SoFi, Neil mentioned, was all the way back. I didn't even have a chance to look at it yet. So I think this could be a buy down here for SoFi as we hit some of those lows again. All right, we can go to Adair at the desk.
This is actually mentioned under their watch list. If you scroll to the bottom, this was on their CBRS. You had Citadel and AMD both disclosing positions in the stock. So this is another 13F play. CBRS, both Citadel and AMD with stakes in the stock. Keep an eye on XTTV Research. I'm making a whole bunch of 13F visuals that'll be coming out over the next couple days. Back to you.
Well, there you go. So the answer to the question in the chat is no, CBRS did not cure cancer. They just got, everything is about the stakes that came in. 13F filings right now. It's about who owns who and circular this and that. And apparently that's enough for it to go up 14% for CRBS. Yeah, that's too much of a breakout. I'm like, is there a reversion in that trade? I don't think there is on that bad boy. It's absolutely crazy. But if we get to VWAP, want to be out of this sucker if we break the volume weighted average price on SMCI, which will be at about 13.8. So I want to give it that $0.50. Snap is still doing exactly what it did before, which is trying to break down. If it gap fills to VWAP, I'm already bidding all the way through. And Intel finally. Intel finally looking like it wants to close above that volume weighted average price. So we got one leg in, lost VWAP, now it's regaining the volume weighted average price. So I want to slip back into it at 03s. We're long, not really at the 02, we got the 04 at 40s. I want to see if I can pick it up at 03s and just play it back into the volume weighted average price. So Intel, it was just an upgrade for Intel here. Sorry, it wasn't an upgrade. That was an upgrade. Apple got an upgrade. Intel had Lip Bhutan buying $10 million worth of insider buying there for Intel. That's the upside. Apple, we haven't even looked at. But with the market trying to bounce here, my guess is Apple's not having as good of a day. Because when the chips are strong, Apple's not usually the apple of our eyes.
Yeah, shout out to West Palm Beach, everybody out there, man. I mean, you guys are hopefully with me on all of this stuff, man. I mean, it's been, we're long SoFi right now. We just got a great fill. There we got a 45 off of a 40 long. So we just take a quick little, or 39 long, sorry. Quick couple fills there. And then there goes SpaceX as well. Yeah, what's up, West Palm Beach? I mean, we got a little bit out there and then more as it keeps on running higher and higher. So we're getting less and less on this day, obviously, as we start to cash out of our SpaceX right now. So very, very baby trading right now on SpaceX. But again, you know, you're each tweet your own. I'm just talking about the shares that I have left right there. So trying to think about how many we had. We probably have about maybe 10 to 15% left. All right, we just took, we talked about the bid that we wanted there. And so we took it on NVIDIA. A little bit of, okay, if we can get just going just a little bit more would be nice on NVIDIA, but we just took a couple outs. We just got 225.08s. So, okay, nice little push higher now. Everything's going out, man. I mean, this has been a great little start to the day for us. It's really too bad that our boy over here, PLTR, got us taken out right there at VWAP breakdown. Glad to get out because we held that, you know, we would have been just really upset with ourselves because I don't know where we would have punched out. Maybe the low break there of the pre-market. So can't really complain about our trading here today. And there, I mean, look what the hell we just did on SoFi. We are 3 for 3. Like if you guys still, it's up to everybody else, man. Spend your time checking out whoever you guys want to on X, right? But I mean, what we have written down here right now on X today is absolutely incredible. It's just one of those things. I feel like I'm sounding like Donald Trump. We've got everything so great. There's NVIDIA right there, 225 area long. We're in it. That we just put it on. That's $1 right now. Apple we didn't look at yet. SoFi, we have that trade. That's just 20 cents. I just showed that to you right there. TQs we do not have, and SpaceX we have every day. So look at this NVIDIA trade. We just reloaded this thing down there. This is now, there it is, daily goal met. We screw up on Palantir, but there goes NVIDIA giving us that $1 right there back. That's $1, right? We just took it 225.08. Nice move high. There, now it's even going even higher. Wow, what are we even doing right now? Nice move there. And then there goes SoFi. SoFi is retracing back a little bit now, but hey, man, I think like we've really found our sort of mojo here when it comes to trading lately. So nice move higher there. SoFi kicking it, man. SpaceX still $6 in the money. And then now NVIDIA Dollar Club. So sitting on about 750 right now. And it's been a good one, right? So multiply whatever shares you guys want. It's 750 in the money right now. And so far, so good there. SNDK.
Well, if it's a chip name, it's probably going higher.
Yeah. What's up, Ed? Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Percentage-wise, yeah. I mean, $1 on an $18 stock is much better than $1 on a $100 stock. That's for
well, like
sure.
$1 on SNDK is.
Yeah, it's not. This is a show. So I made a club called the Dollar Club. So, you know, and plus we scalp. So like I'm trading with millions of dollars of buying power. So it's like, you know, if I have 1,000 shares, let's just say, and it's $1, then that's a payday, right? So it's whatever you guys are trading, but we like to just celebrate some of the winners. And like I said, part of this show is supposed to be entertaining, and I hope it is. And yeah, thanks for the super chat there. And there it is right there. Thank you. You are welcome. I mean, that's what it is. This is why Neil and I discuss our positions. We discuss what we're taking. You can always ask us how the day's going, if we made money on a position, if we didn't, what our outs are looking like, what our ins are looking like. I mean, this right here is $6, and I told you where the stop was, a break of 140. So risking about $1 to make $6, you know. So as long as that works out for you, and whether or not you're trading 5 shares or 50 shares, it could be the same logic, and you're just trying to get a little bit better every single day, right? So that's what that is. And yeah, again, you know, thanks for the run today, guys, and it's been a great one. And just hit the like and the subscribe.
Exactly, everybody. That's the thing. All that really matters is, that's why we discussed it. Like, what's your plan of action? Where are you getting in? Where are you getting out? Like, if I want to wait for VWAP on Intel and I want to stop underneath VWAP, then I can grab it in the thirds and stop it out for 50 cents worth of risk. And we try to get it into the 104 level. SMCI just continues to, you know what? It's not going with the market, so I guess that's somewhat of a good thing. We got one fill on Snap here. Let me hit, how many times am I hitting enter? There we go. It's just slowly gliding down. This is a $5 stock. VWAP is the target here. I want this to get down to about 490. Bidding underneath like 504 for whatever reason, who cares, and then 494. But just as this one continues to slide lower, there wasn't a big story, but now it's just a false breakout setup over there on this bad boy. Still haven't really done much. I haven't done anything in SMCI. Sorry, not SMCI, in SoFi. But that was the fourth name on my list. It's not quite. I had 18.3 written down, and this wick in here is close enough. So I'm going to probably take my first shot at it if it puts in. Hold this higher low, take the shot in here, give it to this bar at 18.38, and then go from there. The market does want to climb above VWAP, it seems like. So if you're under VWAP right now, you want to be pretty careful. It looks like we're trying to break this sucker back out. So stocks under VWAP I still like to the south side. I got to be careful with anything trying to go long over. And just flashing on over to WITO for everybody that's in small capper land. It is still gone. 15.5 looks like it was just at 15.5. 16.5 is the new high. Opened up and just screamed higher. I didn't see another halt. Looks like it should have gone into a halt, but obviously I haven't seen that actually happen there on a WITO. So that's the one that's going the most. Intel's still holding the top end of the range here. Hasn't really made that secondary break. Remember that this did lose support at about 105. So I want to make sure we're getting out as this one goes higher. The market's very inside here, so you got to make sure if your stock ain't going, you don't want to be fighting it too much.
Yeah, that's giving me some nervous moments here because of that reason. It's
watch out for Apple.
I don't really know. Oh yeah, Apple. That was the other one. Did you look at it yet?
Well, it's screaming off the lows, but it just got to VWAP, and that candle just happened on Apple. So this one looks like it's reversing back into the downside. When the chips are strong, Apple's gone, man. It's just how it is.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous because the market is just kind of bouncing me. We're back at VWAP right now. We did talk about shorting the VWAP trade here. I don't want to go short now because I'm long everything. So if anything, like I was just saying about getting out and trying to figure this all out, if we want to do anything right now, it would be empty out some of the clip, which is what we're doing, and then reassessing based on where this market is going. I mean, I almost feel like I don't even have this thing working in my ear. Like I'm not getting any updates to anything really happening. That's what I mean. There's nothing really going on too much right now. So we'll kind of just hold to our chest of the trading and figure this all out. It's getting close to 10 o'clock, so we'll have another update very, very soon with Adara USO. Now, Andre, can you just test my ear for a second just to make sure it's working? Yeah, it's working. Okay, so USO right there, 127, so pretty flat on that one as well, not going a whole heck of a lot of space. I don't know, didn't we hear someone had bought, was it Berkshire was more involved with Uber now? Uber was up to 77 and change again today. Nice move down to 75 again, which kind of sucked. And then right back upside as that sort of V-shaped recovery maybe continues to exist. WETO halts and opens back up now $16. Wow. This name $8-9 to start with, now up to 16. WETO, STFS going, wow, we just got another fill on something. What was it? I guess it was NVIDIA or SpaceX. Either one is still going. STFS, another name right now, trying to climb higher, breaking off that $5. Holding VWAP right now at 560. STFS trying to go there. Another halter, CDTG. This might be a new one. Attention, new one. Right now, only 1.3 million shares. CTDG working itself out right now. That's 350 coming into play on this name. Looks good, man. Yeah, clear, as Tisha would say, clear skies, clear sailing up to 750. Maybe now on CDTJ, Charlie Delta Tango Garoppolo. Nice move higher on that one. And then PFSA, attention, maybe a new one on here as well. Only done 200,000 shares. But okay, that's what it was. So it was SoFi. We got a fill there on SoFi at 45. Just not in love with this. NVIDIA is still that buck, so that might have been a fill there as well at the 200 period. And SpaceX is now, honestly, it's now $7. Like, I feel like there's a lot of pressure sometimes to make some trades, but that's not from you guys. It's just from the moves that happen. It's like I see this $7 and it's like, man, you know, it's anxious because there's amount of share sizes. All right, let's go to Dara. We do have an update now and happening now.
NAHB Housing Market Index 35 here for the month of August. That's going to be above the consensus of 33 and the prior print of 34. So again, 35 for the NAHB Housing Market Index. SPY right now trying to break a low, and we actually just did. So new low of day, unfortunately, for the S&P 500, which was poised to open higher. Now, the Nasdaq, though, not performing the same way. This is actually pretty interesting divergence here. So as we see the SPY break a new low of day, Nasdaq, A, not anywhere near its low of day, and B, still decently above Friday's close. So that is significant divergence. We'll take a look at the USO as well here. USO right now roughly flat, more or less, slightly higher than where we closed going back to Friday. President Trump still making some comments. Iran still making some comments. Unfortunately, this conflict does continue. MU, though, one of many memory names near highs of day. You've got SanDisk doing the same kind of thing here. SanDisk actually above 1780 after opening near 1690, so nice climb there. These memory names are strong here after Howard Lutnick, U.S. Secretary of Commerce, said that the department does not want Apple to be using Chinese memory. They're basically saying there has to be another option. So if they ban that Chinese memory, that'd be a good look here for these U.S. memory names. Also keep an eye on the likes of SpaceX and Cerebras. Both of these very strong this morning, both SPCX and CBRS benefiting from some 13F filing. CBRS got scooped up by the likes of Citadel and AMD, where both groups actually also scooped up SpaceX shares, but Google, NVIDIA, and Harvard University were amongst the other SpaceX buyers. So Q2, good look here for CBRS and SpaceX when it comes to these 13F filings. But we're going to send you back over to Neil and Sean. Please make sure to like and subscribe.
Thanks, Adair. Be sure to like and subscribe, but also like an offer that you're probably not getting. I'm guessing you're not seeing it from your broker, but that's because the markets have been pretty active and traders are looking for big opportunities and more setups and more momentum. But if you want to take advantage, you kind of need a couple things. You need some discipline and you need some access to capital. Trade the Pool comes in right there. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders access firm capital and focus on executing strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own personal savings. This is called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets, then you can visit tradethepool.com and not risk your own capital. You can scan the QR code that you see right in front of you on screen. I want to thank Trade the Pool for sponsoring this portion of the show. All right. Well, Intel doesn't look like Intel's just holding range at this point. SMCI wicked VWAP, which was the pre-market, which is also the pre-market lows and the low of the day on Friday. But when it showed me that topping tail wick and stopped out, there's the topping tail. We jump back in, stop to the topping tail, and then play back into the low. Intel is holding consolidation, so the first long off the low is good. But then right here, it just doesn't want to go. So I'm going to stop that break even. It didn't want to make that move. The 102 looks like the better area for Intel if it gets back down there. And we originally liked the $100 level even there. Snapchat, for whatever the story might have been, as the market just heads back into the downside. Snapchat now starting to work its way downside finally, but it's just slowly closing in that gap. I might move the bid to 05 and just keep it simple and be every 5 cents on this thing as a $5 stock. There's probably going to be a bid at $5 anyways too. I'll put it at 01s, but this one's just slowly grinding lower. And I got to slap the fail on myself for not taking that breakdown trade on Beyond Meat right through 13 even. So the same breakout price from Friday on Beyond Meat looks like it was just a flush zone. So I'm going to short this on the way back up. The story for me is stock does a reverse split, fails the breakout on day one, then I think it's a short until proven otherwise. So it gave you 13 to 14 if you were lucky enough on Friday. Now I just think it's back to regularly scheduled programming for Beyond Meat, which was a penny stock for a reason.
Yeah.
I hate to, it's not the harp on Beyond Meat or anything.
No, but I mean,
any stock does a reverse.
Why it's down there, right?
Any stock does a reverse split, in my opinion, generally speaking, 9 times out of 10 it's a short. That's just how it is.
Yeah, we're getting lighter and lighter, obviously, on all of these positions. So I, put some new names in the chat if you guys want to. I just, getting out this now broke through the 25 period moving average. So now on NVIDIA, we have about 15%, about a little bit more than that, about 20% left over there. And SoFi, I mean, we have about 35% left, but I didn't trade this very heavy. SoFi, it's funny because we talked about that, using units. Like, I don't really change it based on the stock, which I just change the expectations of the moves and put tighter stops on names like this and let other ones float a little bit, and then just adjust what percentage of a unit I wind up taking on these names. But yeah, SoFi right now, not really doing a whole heck of a lot, just hovering around. SoFi is so funny. Like, it has good news. It always comes back in. And on days when you're not really expecting it, like SoFi tomorrow will probably be hot. So we'll look at that.
It'll be like $20
tomorrow. Yeah, it'll be like,
by the way,
like,
NVIDIA earnings. Your NVIDIA earnings are
2 weeks, I thought.
No, it's next week.
Okay, so what?
Next Wednesday, NVIDIA report.
Next Wednesday. Okay, so
yes,
almost.
It's already happening.
Yeah, I'm a week and a half away.
I thought it was further away too.
From that one, a week and a half is close enough. Good guess. All right, so NVIDIA. But yeah, look at Cerebras there on the upswing. I mean, taking out 254 is that next little level. It looks like it might happen. I mean, you just held the lows of 248 just coming in. Not that that's a low of anything, but that was a nice little level there that came in right there and held 247, I guess, and held again. Now it looks like it wants to take out some bids there. That's Cerebras. We did have some talk about MRVL starting to kick out a little higher there today, this morning as well. So love this stock. I mean, this is another big one there in the portfolio. Didn't why it's up 6.5%. I think Adara talked a little bit about the breakout in MRVL, but it's happening right here. So yeah, so far so good, I guess, on that name. Nothing wrong with taking a little bit of MRVL in your life on that kind of a move. So we'll wait to see where it goes from here, but good so far. They're on MRVL and now finally taking out the 50-period moving average. So that's a good one. I don't think we got to the 200. I think it was close. Yeah, so 150. So, I sort of held this pretty much all the way back in, and so didn't get anything out of MRVL and just sort of watched it happen there and, didn't do much with it. So that's what MRVL's doing. Another name I was thinking about, like, maybe getting in if and something happened there, might be this ARM. Down still 0.3. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot, but 260 to 250 area, a good little dip buy opportunity potentially for MRVL. All right, NVIDIA's not back up, but SpaceX sure is. It just dumped into the 25 period and now right back up to the highs. So some name that we don't talk about enough, I think it's called SpaceX. That is really starting to get going. Yeah, something about SpaceX trying to go. I'm going to wait for 149.50, just see if it goes another buck, if we can get something out near the highs of the days. It was just, what day was it there? Was it Thursday? We almost broke through that 150 before. So let's give it a little bit of a shot here and see if it wants to do it today. That, of course, is SpaceX trying to break through some of those. As SoFi goes higher, I mean, I like the same reasons for SoFi. They talked about the TAM, right? The total addressable market. As younger people get involved with SoFi there, the lending program that they have, I guess some of the affordable rates and, this banking's a little different. We have it here with Wealthsimple, giving money on your checking account and your savings and, not just your traditional bank, different opportunities. And Robinhood has that gold credit card as well that gives you that and a few different things for your accounts and zero fee trading. So maybe Robinhood's a better play than SoFi, just getting going a little bit easier there for Robinhood, up 0.93 today, and SoFi just hovering around, really not doing anything, right? SoFi. Oh, there it goes. Boom.
It's not up much.
All right, man. We'll take 10 cents. We just got filled on SoFi there. Wasn't really expecting that one. So that's going to be a good little take there on the upswing. So, yeah, you're right there, SJB Workshop. I want to say thank you to you for posting up some messages in there. I'm going to put it in there. Swing hold on 1 or 2 weeks away. Oh, we have another idea there from somebody there. But, yeah, I can't even find where it was. Anyways, it's right here. SoFi looking to start getting a little bit better. SJB Workshop. So. Well simple for almost a year. There it is. What's up to Eclectic Passions? Yeah, as I said, my kid, 24 years old, just graduated university. He's with SoFi. He does, or with Well Simple. He does all his banking there. And, it's easy. So he likes it. I don't know. I'm just kind of an old head. I might just stick with the traditional banks, but I do see the advantages of moving some money around into some Well Simple. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's not a needle mover.
I see why the youth like it. So yeah. I think Robinhood's a solid investment. I think, in my opinion, you get a little bit of everything. I still like SoFi. I think there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. But I've heard really good things about Well Simple but all anecdotally, like nothing from personal experience, or it's just like heard from somebody that I know through somebody else firsthand. So I did finally get into Beyond Meat.
Thank you, Rob.
Oh, thank you.
These are actually my favorite cups, but. I do like Rob's creativity. Generally, this is a nice one.
Well, Rob just doesn't keep it boring with the.
That's what I mean. I like to switch up all the time.
And you can see that I drink my coffee black.
It gives us something to talk about as well.
Coffee black, one of my favorite.
I like the coffee black. Where is that from again? That's an easy one. That's
it's Jackie Moon.
Yeah.
It
is Jackie.
Will Ferrell. What's the basketball movie with Will Ferrell with Jackie Moon?
Oh, it's the one that I was talking about the other day, wasn't it? We just talked about it.
This is so bad.
Oh man,
this is so bad.
We should know that one. That's ridiculous because we always. I just watched
Semi-Pro.
Like literally just talked about that the other day, and I saw it was on TBS or something, and I was mentioning that I hadn't watched it in years, and I was watching a little bit of it, and it was quite funny.
So easy.
Right there. But what is? Someone just said in the chat, "What's up, Kevin Mendoza? Sean, give us another face slapper." Come on, man. I mean, I'm wearing down these faces here. SpaceX, man, we just gave it to you. 1835, 1860. Low of the day to VWAP. I don't know what we can't do more there. SpaceX is the slapper. Nothing we can do. That's already in. Watch out for, how about a 150 break? I think we should take that. So I'm going to put it in. My stop order now is irrelevant. This is an $8 winner. We're getting piecing out of it. We're almost out of this name now. Less than 10% left. So I'm going to put in, I'm going to cancel my stop. I'm just going to put in a 150 long break. Yeah, it may not work. But let's just play some of the momentum here to the upside. We'll take almost half a unit or so, and I only want to give this one 50 cents or so. If it breaks back down, it breaks back down. I don't really want to give this one too much room because the retracement on a 150 break, probably the only bouncing spot we've had is the 25-period moving average, and that was at 147 back there. Now, if we break 150, which could happen in 30 seconds, I don't want to give this back to 148. Even on whatever unit you're taking, I just don't think a $2 hold right now on SpaceX is going to be worth it, especially off of a key level break. I'd like it to break that level, and then we'll talk about it later. So, it's just been, I really want to make sure that we're doing the right thing today. The only thing we've lost on is a trade that now is in the money, but that was never really part of the plan. You got to stick with some kind of plan. And the sticky note is a plan, man. That's 225 area long on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is going to be, SpaceX is my number one stock, obviously followed there. We have Apple coming through. SoFi has been an absolute monster. So that's huge. We just got another fill there. So those are two good notes. We just got another fill on SpaceX. So I'm just going to watch this as it's now going to take down 150, it looks like. I'll put the sticky note in the chat. You guys can go check it out if you're all interested. Make sure you get Sharif's morning note as well. But this is what SpaceX looks like, just ho-humming a $9 winner. NVIDIA also $1 in the money. There as Neil works with Snapchat, Beyond Meat, and
Intel finally.
Intel.
So very quickly, SMCI, we're able to get half of it out as it came back into 38.4. But remember, the stop was at that prior high, so we'll take the L on SMCI. Thankfully, it was pretty calm on the way back underneath VWAP, but I'm not fighting anything that's above the volume weighted average price. And then at the same time, remember we were waiting for Intel to hold the volume weighted average price? There it did. So we end up in the same price as before, but just when it was actually going. So we took the break even out, let it through the bottoming tail wick, and then just re-entered above the volume weighted average price. I still think this is a play into 104.5 where the opening range top is, but if it gets underneath 103, then we can hop out. Beyond Meat doesn't care what the market's doing. It's completely irrelevant. Beyond Meat just is what it is. Like we're shorted, I'm going to short it underneath VWAP, but I'm just trying to hold, and if it breaks the low, then we'll reassess probably every 10 to 15 pennies on that bad boy. And then Snapchat is actually trying to catch a bit of a bid. So we shorted it underneath, like, well, second it broke down, but it put a bit of a curl on. I don't want this getting all the way back into 25s. I feel like I'll probably just give it a tighter stop in here at 20s and just say this is not falling apart. It's entirely possible that Snapchat, there was no story here.
No.
So expecting it to move just because it moved earlier, I think it's fine as a theory, but that broke down the low and went about 10 pennies or so, which is not bad for $5 stock, but I wasn't treating it like it was only going to move 10 pennies. So I really only got like 20% out. Like if I actually cared and thought it would be that tight of a trade, 10 cents being good, I would have scalped most of it out. So I'm just going to tighten up the stop because I feel like there's less potential in that trade whatsoever. So it'll just be Intel. Hopefully we can ride this one to 104.5, and that's been a good long, although I thought the A+ level was down at $100, but it's trying to catch a bit of a bid. You're not going to get any action out of the futures, though. That's sort of the problem, is if you look at anything that's trying to follow the market, we have double topped the low. We have failed to break out even the opening range high, so this time's got to go. Like something's got to give here. If we can break it out this time, that's where I think you get the extended move on anything that happens to be following. And for me, Intel is following the futures to a greater degree to other names. Like SpaceX doesn't care, right? Because SpaceX will be on its own island a lot of time. But if you're trading Intel or some of the chip names, they're starting to stall out because the Qs just can't seem to be going as a group. Some blame to Apple, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Apple and Microsoft was also down.
Well, unless it's bounced since I looked at it last.
I just want to say we are now out of this. So they're the face slapper of the day. For me, is done with. Right now, the fail at 150. We've seen it too many times now. No point in holding on to anything. So we'll just take a ho-hum $8 right there. Get out at 149 and just call it a day right there. No, call it a trade. We will be well back into SpaceX. Believe me, today. But there it goes, ends it right there for now. I just took some more out on SoFi. We have less than 10%. We have less than 5% left now on SoFi. I'm going to let that one go back in. If we get another 1830, I was sitting there at 1830s, so hopefully that can come in. We'll get that. And then we just took out NVIDIA basically at its high again of this move. So things are working out well over here today. It's too bad, man, because we would have had much bigger day if we just a little more patient on this Palantir trade. But that was upside down. I've definitely, after this many years, I should learn my lesson on Palantir. That for sure. So, so far there. Let us know in the chat if there's anything else you guys want us to look at. Message us, hit us up with some super chats or whatever. I do see gold being talked about again. We do have that button there. Everything gold coming up again. But yeah, today. Yeah, very, very happy.
But we do like it today.
Yeah, he's definitely loving gold today. Up 1% and almost in a straight line there. There was a little bit of action in 10 minutes where we dipped back just to prior highs and then took off again. So gold there trying to work itself out. And as the NASDAQ and the ES both hover around zeros, actually ES down, NASDAQ slightly up, we can see the need for some gold in your portfolio there as a little bit of a hedge. And, against some of those long-term interest rates, we do have, the high, longer end.
Yields came down a little bit.
Oh, were they? I was going to wonder what was going on there today. So yields coming down, maybe not a great sign for gold, but, we'll wait. 70%, 30%, when you already indicated that. We'll see what happens there on September the 16th. Now, 30 days away officially from the next little rate
let's go, Casey.
Announcement there as well. So what is Casey up to these days?
Casey's out here just giving membership. Just dropping memberships.
Yeah.
Casey, thank you in the chat. A member, Casey yourself, a member for 13 months, $5 club on Weto. It doesn't really matter what you call it. That one is absolutely flying around here. And you sent 5 memberships. Who got them? We got Bert. B-Turt McGee. Johnny T got one. Krish got one. We got Mark got one. And then also Darth Blader, Kirby. Remember, if you want to get these gifted memberships and get Shriek's Morning Note in the morning, you've got to be in the chat. But when you go into the chat, you've got to enable gifts. So hit the subscribe. It's a subs-only chat. Make sure you enable gifts. KC, you're more than generous. We appreciate you. Maybe we'll double check We2 in a second, see how that stock is going. Interesting coincidence. It just hit the halt band at 1926, didn't halt, and has reset the halt band higher. The halt band is now at 1962 on the offer. 137%, and still going higher is WETO. It looks like it's going to the halt band's at 62, so it's probably going to do that. I wanted the daily chart. Oh yeah, there's nothing out here. Blue sky setup for WE2. This one's probably going to halt here at 1962, and then we've got Ed with a super chat. Thank you. What do you guys think about the bipartisan Senate committee deadline on the 21st for Apple and using only U.S. memory, potential catalyst for memory names, downside for Apple, higher costs? I'd say better for my opinion is it's better for like Micron than it is necessarily bad for Apple, because there's, at the end of the day, like everyone knew Apple had these concerns, right? So they looked at another option, and to the extent that they were going to be able to do it, it's not as if the stock had been rallying all that hard anyways. So there's really no negative to sell here. It didn't bounce on the news they were searching for cheaper alternatives or possibly getting cheaper alternatives. So then what does it have to retrace? Like to some degree, I got to think that some of that's going to be priced in. So I'd say better for the memory, like better for Micron here, which is on a breakout train regardless. Like look at this sucker. Micron, that's a bit of a breakaway level there on MU. So yeah, I don't know. That's just my 2 cents. If we had seen a much better bounce in Apple, then maybe I would change my tone there. So here comes a bit of a pullback. Market's at the low. We can throw that super chat up. That's fine. You can get rid of it if you can. I'm not on the right page to be able to do that. We have some more super chats there as well, but we'll get to them in a second. The Nasdaq's heading to the low. So if we bounce again, then that bounce looks like a reload potential on Intel, but I don't want to catch it on the way down. I want the entries either on strength, right? On the higher low, on the breakout, on the reversal wick, not catching that falling knife. We'll get that MDXH probably in the small cap recap with the Dara.
Perfect.
Sorry, I do not have that name in the small cap recap. We'll talk here, though, about OBAI. Oh, this is not the right one. It's OABI. That's the one that's in focus here. We do have some catalysts in this one, including Eli Lilly related deal here. So OBAI, again, raising also their 2026 year-end cash and cash equivalents outlook, and then that Lilly Ion channel deal that includes milestones valued at up to $370 million. OABI OmniAb Inc. with a $602 million market cap. They're on the Russell 2000. You've got a 5% short float. IVF next up here. Invo Fertility. This is a day one earnings play, beating on EPS, including unexpected profit, but missing on sales. They also have a just under $6 million market cap, 2 million share float, 11.7% short float. Last but not least, no news on WETO, but a $15.5 million market cap and a notably small 860,000 share float. Back to you.
So if you want to invest in Obi, who will be doing the midday show, his personal LLM, obviously we're joking around here, OBAI, or the Obia Man, which, if you're West Indian, it's not spelt that way, but that's like the, what's the best way to put it?
Like
Obi Man is kind of like the boogeyman.
Yeah, boogeyman.
Yeah, or like any ghost. Would be another way to put it. Yeah. Anyways, you know that one because I probably said it.
Yeah, I think we've heard that story a couple times there. That's why. But yeah, no, Obi on the midday show. So no, you might have noticed with no Joe this morning, with no back and
Joey
forth,
options,
the options or the upgrades and the downgrades. He's taking just a day off of rest and relaxation. So Joe is all good to go. All right, so just a quick look on what's been happening there. SpaceX, I mean, you know, that was a good one as we are out of that stock. Right now, it's fallen back in. So, yeah, we'll count the money now. We don't give any back, which is always a nice story right there to watch out for. All right, NVIDIA. Okay, I'm going to take one more piece out and then just let the rest go. I don't know. This has been the highs going on it. And, look, we're trying to grow we're trying to grow our viewership, right? And we're trying to grow our base a little bit here. If you guys are interested, we do have the free watch list. We do have all of us put up all the time our notes into TikTok, into Twitter, all over the place, everywhere. But we talked about the TQQ shorting VWAP, right, at the TQ. So if you're looking for a couple of different trades there, futures, ideas, I generally put something about the Nasdaq on there. Neil's always like gold, silver, IBIT, stuff like that. We all have our different notes going on there, but there's once, twice, and basically thrice into VWAP and right back into the downside. So, oh wow, that was, look, I mean, I know I have too many outs all the time, but like sometimes scalping is actually kind of fun and makes a little bit of sense there. I wanted to see another name here, and I tried to trade it today, and I didn't really trade it that hard. But this is a name on the pink sheets, Netlist. I mean, it's not really trading, you know, the way I like to see like a little bit more movement or anything on this. But this is a name, Adara, Netlist. I don't know that much about it, but NLST. It's just been going hard over the last, like, basically week. And, you know, you want to talk about names that are not, like, these aren't going to halt over here on the pink sheets. I don't, you know, halting doesn't, yep.
Sorry, I just want to mention here the most interesting, most recent catalyst in this, which is really interesting. They filed a patent infringement action against Micron.
Okay.
In the US ITC, International Trade Commission. That was as of Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. So that was the most recent Wednesday. They reported Q2 results on Thursday, July 30th.
Wednesday?
They, I guess they have a license agreement with Samsung announced as of last Monday. So they have some decent high-profile catalysts. I don't know if filing patent infringement action against Micron is the way to go. Yeah, not kind of an interesting company.
Yeah, that's a $200 million agreement that they've got with.
This is why, you know, not just a pretty face I am over here. Sometimes we'll bring you some good stories, and there it goes. Like when I saw this come up on that, and all I do is scan here. You know, I was just looking. I sort by trades, and it is like SoftBank, Tencent, that Japanese Kausha. I think they're another. Exactly. They're a DRAM play, I believe. I think so. That's another one there. But anyways, it's just. The story is the same. It's just it was outpacing everything else in trades. So I looked it up and was like, wow, this chart looked pretty, you know, story-like. And there's the story. So thanks, Adara, for that one. Is that one just keep, oh, here, I have a button for that.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Yep, so there it goes. So it's a nice move up there for NLST as that continues to go. And man, we're going to pat ourselves on the back again, like for this SpaceX. I think that was a good out up there, breaking back down through 149. Just looked a little weak off 150. I mean, how many times like do we need to see this name try to get to that 150 area? It just did it on Friday, or that was Thursday, I guess, up there. And yeah, right back down. Was that? Yeah, that was right at the end of the day on Thursday. We didn't really test it too much on Friday. I mean, the highest we got during, you know, once we opened was 145 and fell pretty good right at the close there. And now you're seeing another look at 150 again. So I think we can reload this for sure back at that 145 if we're lucky enough to get something in and around that area. You know, good super chats today coming all through. I want to thank Casey again. 5 more coming through. So thank you, KC, for that one. I'll leave the call case to my guy Sharif over there. And then what's up, Ed Clark there? In 3 months, we have midterms. Yeah, you know what? I was actually talking with someone at baseball this week, and they're big. They work at a very, very prominent spot at one of the major banks here in Canada, and he got out of everything financial there. So everything, and it's not inside or anything. He's just talking about his own accounts right there. He got out of his own just because of this reason, midterms. Just was a little bit worried about that midterm. So I'm going to say perfect thought on this one because you're not alone with that potentially getting out. So what up to Ed Clark, and how do I give that a? Oh, there's the thumb right there. Yeah. So I like that one. I like that comment. Thank you again to KC for that. But yeah, so I think that
usually so historically the reason for that is like there's almost all midterms have this like midterm pullback. It's like a statistical thing.
Right.
I'm surprised Michael hasn't done something on that one, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess we can always.
Oh, he has?
He did in the past.
Yeah,
I
Neil.
think going back to 2024, early 2024, I believe.
Well, you know what?
Something
Hold on
on
a
it.
second. Wait a minute. Hang on a second.
Michael covers pretty much everything at all times, so I don't really. It's very hard to know.
Of course he has.
Very hard to know what he's covering at all times. But there's WETO halt again there. So yeah, man. I mean, this has been a great stock. We brought this one to you guys early. You guys have been talking about it early. So congratulations and say awesome to those of you in the chat that have been on this name. This was a name from Friday, kept on going today again. WETO, WeTour keeps going higher, as does PFSA, man. We brought this one. This one's going to halt down right now, halting down on PFSA.
What's the volume on that?
Just 500, so it's 600,000, so not much volume there. But there's your first halt down at 602. Right now tapping 5 3/4. Right now tapping 5 3/4 on PFSA. Now halted. Here's another one, BUUUU. Halted. That might not be anything. Yeah, boo on that one. Weedo, boo's halted back and forth. That's it. And the other one was IPST that we got some supers on earlier today as well. And unfortunately, that one hasn't gone. It's just like, how do we know this WETO is going to be the one today? You know, you kind of got to play them all and have risk, risk parameters.
At 150%, actually, that's better than that. What are we talking about? That's more than I'm
gonna get out more SOFA.
Anyways, it doesn't really matter. You just need one of them to go, and then don't lose a bunch on the others. Like, I think that's, if you can find an early entry. I just tagged out in front of 104 on Intel as the market, but the market just bounced off the lows. That said, it's still that silly topping tail candle. It just didn't want to go. So we grabbed it off O2s, we grabbed it off of VWAP. Each time it's making these like $1 bounces and then slow down on INTC. So yeah, good. I think maybe waiting for it to retest VWAP, because we're now at 1030. Let it retest that volume weighted average price, or maybe it's a clean breakout later on. Either way, so far so good on Intel. It didn't get to 100, but we were able to play off the O2 level. Beyond meat. Remember, this is just, to me, it failed to break out at 13 on Friday, so I'm shorting it under VWAP. It just tagged the low a day, and it's coming back and to reload that at the volume weighted average price. And Snapchat, like, it's the stock that refuses it. It won't stop us out. So to the extent that I scalp some out, I just reloaded and maintain the stop here underneath that lower high at 22s. And if it ever falls apart, great. But at this point, it doesn't even look like Snapchat wants to move. It's such a strange stock today, to be honest with you. To have gone down 16, 17% all the way back. And it's not as if it doesn't have a reason to go down. I mean, Meta's crapping all over itself, so why wouldn't Snapchat also want to follow suit? Meta's down 2% and at the low of the day, and breaking lower. And as a matter of fact, looks like absolute.
I hate Meta. I talked about that for a minute. Meta is like the new tobacco name. Look at what, and I think we're getting caught up in a lot of it. Like, I don't actually mean that. It's just, you know, there's so many guns pointed at Meta all the time. It's crazy. Like, poor Mark Zuckerberg, man. Poor guy making $700 million.
I, for one, feel very sorry.
I think, is it $700 million a quarter, or is it $700 million a year in dividends alone? What's up, Adara?
And he's getting a new movie about him where he's played by Jeremy Strong. And that's called The Social Reckoning. I'm very excited about it. I believe October 9th release date. That is actually a direct sequel to The Social Network by the same writer who's also going to be directing. So, yeah, I think maybe not a great year for Mark Zuck for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I don't even know who Jeremy Strong is, but that looks like...
I have no idea who that...
Succession. Oh, I mean, I like Succession. So maybe I should have known that.
Which guy?
Kendall Roy, yeah, okay. All right, so NVIDIA there. I haven't watched much Succession, but that's another one of those ones that's sort of on the list.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Of stuff to do. Coming out, yeah, okay. So Adara, hey, if Adara likes the actor, probably a good one. She watches a lot, so thanks Adara for that one. All right, I mean, unfortunately, this might have been a mistake, but still and a big one. I mean, we got out of it all of NVIDIA. I was just sitting there near these highs. Was pretty happy to do it. You know, not going to complain about this NVIDIA trade, that's for sure. And there it goes, man. So we actually wind up basically making the same money on SpaceX. We made a little more on SpaceX than we did on NVIDIA, but all good over there as far as that's concerned. And then, you know, one losing trade today, Palantir. And so far, we got some more out there at 1845. We just missed another 18 bid there on SoFi. WETO is now open and closed there. So, wow. Oh, boy, man, this stock is just nuts. So, I don't know what to tell you guys. Opened there at 19. Looks like it ripped and halted at 21. Opened again at 22, almost flat. Halts at 20 flat. Now it's not looking so nice. Down to 1860 rate. Excuse me.
How many?
How many halts? I wish we had like the exact counter there. 1, 2, 4, 5. So it looks like 5 halts so far. You just count the gaps here in the volume too. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now it's in its 5th. So 5 halts right now for WETO. But to your thing there, 1, 2. The third one would have been in and around here. So that would have still worked for the long, but opened up there at 19, out at 21.45. So just, I laugh because there's just so many great trades there that it's like, you just got to get out.
Yeah.
And it's only open. So the last halt rate there, just to show you, was 10:29.25 is when it opened, and then it closed at 10:30. So it was open there for about 38 seconds. These are all the halts just coming in right now. WFF, that's a nothing. Oh, that is that one. 500,000 shares. There's a move up on WFFFF. PFSA. This is the one that's light on volume, but it's been halting a lot this morning as well. And then GRNQ is a nothing burger. But it looks like this PFSA might be the one with the next bit of movement behind it, as our halt scanner is kind of going off a bit there. So out on NVIDIA, out on SoFi, out on SpaceX. That name coming back in a little bit here.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Michael P. DeRider.
Yes.
Is it the right one? I want to make sure I get the right name, because whether it's P, whether it's Philip, or one of your alter egos, I want to make sure we're talking
Peter,
right.
who knows what it is these days.
I thought it was Philip.
I think it is. It is Philip. I'm just going by the alter egos here. We never know.
Hey, I like Phil. My brother's name is.
Yeah, I like that
Oldest
name.
brother Phil.
Friends of Terrence.
Terrence and Philip is a great gag. Have y'all been watching the Perseids the meteor storm? No, not strain. You mean the meteor storm? No. Have not. I remember here, like the last meteor shower thing, we had very poor visibility because it was like a storm here. Not a storm, but it was overcast.
Overcast, yeah. My wife was mentioning that. That was last week.
It was last week. It was supposed to be really cool,
Yeah.
and then we couldn't
She's
see
like, "Oh, man,
jack
too bad we
because
can't see it." Yeah.
it was all overcast. I'm questioning, Intel is held at 104 for 3 minutes now since getting out, but it's not really bouncing into VWAP. But the red stock for me, of course, is SMCI. This was me getting out of SMCI. This is SMCI heading lower. So yeah, as we were, because at the moment I was getting out, I moved over to Intel long, which was the right decision, but we could have also just gone back into the short on SMCI. I chose to go with the one that, there's no right answer, but Intel was grab the bottom, grab the higher low, and was trending up. So I would rather go with the trend than take another trade on SMCI against. Obviously that ended up being the wrong decision. Let's see if I can't get SMCI back underneath VWAP, because the sad thing is it might be red, but the thesis is actually pretty good that this prior low for Thursday and Friday ends up being the turning spot on SMCI. So any pop, we're just going to try to go short that one again, if we can get it at this point. But let us know what other names you might be watching. We haven't really covered everything, and I don't want to completely ignore. AMD took a stake, and Cerebras decided 16% plus was good. Almost, it hit 260 at one point. But remember, that's just filling in the gap from Wednesday. This thing got dunked on aftermarket. Absolutely dunked on. So it fills in the gap, and it looks like it could be pulling back. On the 15-minute, this looks like a bit of a reversal candle for now on Cerebras. And one name that we have not talked about, I don't think at all today, which is worth mentioning, CoreWeave. Remember their big earnings run on CoreWeave? Well, it also had, there's your earnings gap, there's your false breakout. This doesn't look as bullish as it did before. False breakout here. It's threatening a bit of a kind of false break, and then I guess fill in the gap to the downside. But it's got $100 to contend with first. So CoreWeave is not really on the radar to start with. But when I look at the market struggling under VWAP, I'm like, well, what seems like it could be a short? And CoreWeave, if I don't get SMCI, would be the backup plan. I'm still trying to reload beyond meat, but just sort of sitting here under VWAP, and it's not really picking me up. And then Snapchat, as I said, that's not really moving as much as we had expected it would after its phantom drop in the pre-market.
Yeah, the name maybe, and I saw some people in the chat talking about it, and it's just a pretty chalk name, obviously with Apple, but it just this is pretty much the trade that I like to look at and try to focus on. On a regular basis, especially at this time of day, is when you come back into some of the lows there, and potentially look at this for a base to get long. The only thing that I'm having a little bit of a problem with, and whenever I think about this, it always turns out that's too cautious and should probably just take it. It's just the market right now hit view up a couple times, looks like it wants to get lower. There isn't, I did want to actually have a quick look. Just sort of bringing up, bless you. I just want to bring this up to some attention in case you're interested in it. It's down here at 304. I don't really like the fact that it keeps failing off the 25 period. Failed off VWAP there again. So, I just saw a lot of people talking about it. It's not necessarily a name for me right there, and I just want to give a reason why, because I have Apple written down at 306 as a possible long, and that just was not well written down by me, because I had looked at it early when we first got in, and it was already up here at 306, 307, and I thought to myself, like, if the market's going to be a little strong and we do get dip buys into 306, well, that came, at 9 o'clock, it was already down here to 306. So that dip buy, if I had seen the sticky note and I wrote it down around, 306, I probably would have used 304 right down here as some kind of support. So it's getting into a level of interest for sure. Just a little nervous about taking that long. So if you're in it, watch out for that 304 to break. I can't say I'm hating on that kind of a look right now. I thought I liked Microsoft as a long. The software names had battled back. We did try to stab at Palantir earlier. That did not work. But, in this space there today, it's not great. I actually really don't like, I've already talked about Meta too much, probably my sort of disdain for it right at these levels. I think there's a lot lower coming for Meta. And I know the market multiple is around that 20. It should be fine. Google, Microsoft, Palo Alto turned out to be a real large holding right now. And that's just because of the way it's matured up. So thinking about maybe getting out of some of that just because it's a little bit too much. CRM had that, remember we had that workday bump last week? Well, they're all come back in a little bit there as well. This has been good. We talked about the chip space being well off today, and it is, right? There's SanDisk up 10%. Micron just keeps on working like every day. It's like back up to $1,000. Like, SK Hynix is probably a name, Neil, that we need to look at because that doesn't move around the same as the rest, and maybe it should. Caterpillar, basically right where I bought this name, not doing a whole heck of a lot. G Vernova up, AMAT, these names are all up, but not up anything too good. AMAT's the one that's up nicely there.
Well, good, because it got smoked.
That's what I was going to say. It's up because it's battling back AMAT. And the space that, I really think has a nice little runway, and people would talk about hiding cash somewhere in the XLF, in the IBB, or the XBI as well here, healthcare technology. I like that, right? I like the health technology names, the biotech names. So Eli trying to get back. It was just at 1240 last week. Its all-time high is 1254 or something. So you're not too far away from that. And J&J's been one that I've recently added to into that 220 area. So J&J's been a real nice long for us as well. And before we go back over to a number or to Neil, this is not what I'm looking for. Where was retail trade? Oh, it's up here. Amazon's always the biggest, of course, by market. This is all by market cap weighting, so not by the move they're having on the day. This week is retail. So you're going to get Target, which is 153. Yeah, not going to get into that. I don't care what they report. It's been a nice move there for Target. We're going to hold on to that. Walmart downside there. And then Home Depot is the most interesting name to me. We can look actually at a chart of Home Depot. Is it a Dara or we're okay?
I think it's
okay. It's a Dara. Okay, what? Oh shit! It's a Dara with Sector Watch, and I just did it. But okay, so we're going to go over that. She's going to talk about more about the sectors than I just did. But Home Depot is an interesting one with their earnings coming later on this week. So all right, sorry about that, guys. It's a Dara with Sector Watch, but it'll be much better than what I just did.
Yeah, I think I'm going to steer clear of some of the sectors that Sean just covered because I think we got good coverage of those. I want to talk about some of the other sectors here, if I may. But I want to mention as well, Sean, with Home Depot reporting tomorrow morning, their CEO just went on medical leave less than a week before the earnings report. Now, based on the C3AI model, I'm not sure that's a good look for HD. So be aware. But I'll talk mostly here about tech services because I think that's where you're seeing the most obvious bloodshed, with the exception of Cadence Design. So former name that was led by current Intel CEO Lit Bhutan. That name actually green, everything else here blood red. Google, Microsoft, Meta, the three make sevens in this sector to the downside, with Google performing a little bit better than Meta and Microsoft. You've got Oracle, Netflix, Palo Alto Networks, CrowdStrike, Fortinet, Adobe, ADP, Accenture, all sharply to the downside. So SaaSmageddon 2.0 perhaps, no, but all jokes aside, there's lots of weakness in this sector, with ServiceNow as well down about 3.5%. Now, if you look here as well, finance, you've got some red spots here. KKR down 3.5%. Consumer non-durables really weak, with Nike and Nike and KDP both down about 3.5% each. So NKE weakness certainly in focus. Utilities not doing well here either. Now, I know one name in the sector that's going to be in watch. VST was picked up by Peter Thiel, so that's part of his portfolio, could be of note You've got CEG, though, Appear VST down 2 and I guess 0.7, almost 3% to the downside here. Consumer services weak, health services weak, commercial services also weak. But as Sean mentioned, health tech, relative strength here. Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly, the two largest names of the sector, trading up roughly 1% each. Back to you.
It's hard to pass on Mendoza. Thank you very much.
We have our draft coming this week, and he just had one last week, so.
We have one guy in our fantasy league. One of my dynasty leagues drafted yesterday. One guy in my fantasy league, if he gets in his mind that he wants something, you get the deal done within 5 minutes because he's going to screw himself up.
Yeah, he gets
too excited. He gets way too excited and emotional. He wanted a pick, and then when I was on the clock, I'm just like, I don't know. And all of a sudden, he'll just put something ridiculous in your inbox, and then it's like, oh, instant accept. Like, stop what I'm doing, make sure I accept before he realizes he's being a fool. One thing before we move too far away here, I want to remind everybody, Reddit's going into the S&P 500 tonight. The expected share volume is 21 million shares. That's obviously pretty sizable. That's $3.7 billion worth of shares that should be going in and potentially being bought. So Reddit, not really doing a heck of a lot, but we expect that to pick up at the end of the day. Well, if it doesn't pick up at the end of the day, it's probably trapping people. So one way or another, like if it comes out a sell instead of a buy, it's going to screw a bunch of people. It's probably going to head down. So 350, we're going to watch that. Beyond's coming back off VWAP. We'll try to grab that one. And we had a super chat in here, which it's a bit of a weird one, but oh, there it is. Ed Clark, why not? She sells seashells on the seashore, but it's by the seashore, is it not? I think
she sells
seashells by the seashore. Or is it on the seashore? It's not that big of a tongue twister.
It sounds like it would be by.
If you're going to try to get us on a tongue twister, I think you can do better than that. Ed, but we appreciate the super chat there, and that is in pounds. So
the woodchuck one.
Yeah, where are you from? Where are you from in England? I was just in London this year, family in Leicester, and I'm a Liverpool fan. So that's my all over the place story there. Although we did venture out very, very briefly and went to Preston because my wife has family in Preston, which I had never heard of until literally we went. Not a very big place at all. But they knew how to party after the England game. You could tell on the ground. So Apple's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. The market's, look, I don't know what to tell you about the overall market, except for this is what we're doing on the Qs. Fail the high, fail the low, diddle in the middle. Same story over here in the SPY, except the range is a bit weaker, right? Because tech has been leading the way. But it's just gently to the downside. We haven't really busted out the lows. We haven't broken through VWAP. Nothing too crazy
chilly, man.
in there. Obi is in the house, and he's in the plaid.
You know I was long SpaceX. Obi comes right in and is like, did you catch that SpaceX long? Obi, man, we were long at 140 and 141. That thing went up to 150. So you're about to get in tuned with Obi today. All right, so the only position I have right now is SoFi. Yeah, Shkreli, you're going to hear a lot of Obi coming up very, very soon in the next 14 minutes. All right, so the one last move here. If this breaks below, I was actually going to get out if it breaks below 25. So you guys can see me put that. Actually, the order is already in there, but I'm going to put it in again just to make sure. Sometimes it's like I never know if these orders are going to cancel or not. There it is, 18.25. We do put that in there again. Here's another one. It's 50 British pounds right now, Neil.
Red lorry, yellow lorry. Red lorry, yellow lorry. Red lorry, yellow lorry.
Come
on, son.
That's not even a tongue twister.
Come on, son. Come on, son. You come on now.
That can't be a tongue twister.
Ed,
what's the story?
I know you've got better than that. I know you do. I'm just saying. That's not a tongue twister.
That's not.
I've never heard that one before.
I don't know. Yeah.
So maybe you know what? But that's the thing. It's probably like an English thing. Maybe it's like if you have the right accent, it's harder with like an English. I don't know. Joe Ventura with a super chat. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Read it backwards.
Oh, it's the same.
Oh, a man.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, that's a man, a plan, a canal, Panama. What's that called again?
I don't know. That's what I just asked.
Adara, what's it called when something is read forwards and backwards the same?
It is called a palindrome, I believe.
Is there anything that she does not know or remember?
Probably a lot of things, but I mean, words are kind of my sweet spot. So.
Yeah. Well, Adara's, for you guys that don't know, when everyone sees Adara here, she trades Berry tickers, brings you the news all day long, does the interviews, fantastic. But she's actually a writer as well. Like a legitimate writer.
Let's tell everybody she plays Scrabble.
And plays Scrabble really well.
Yeah.
I still think we should enter Adara into like a Scrabble championships, and then
I've entered myself into one, actually. So I will keep you guys posted on that in a couple months.
What's the prize total for winning?
I don't even know. I'm not there for the prize, and I'm not ranked. Like everybody else is like a rank. My rank is 0. I've never played in a competitive level, so I'm just there to have fun and to learn a lot. I've been training every day very hard, so we'll see how it goes.
We should stake you and then get a piece of the winnings.
All right, training hard for Scrabble. I like it.
Which is like, wasn't that like reading or?
There's a lot. There's cue cards. There's a whole bunch of online cue cards. Look up Zizova if you're curious. That's the online cue card system.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. So
no, I don't know.
Shout out to Scrabble. Although I like playing Scrabble, that's for sure.
I love it. It's a fun game. I just remember always
Anagram.
beat my mom's was not. She didn't like. My parents didn't let us win when we were kids.
Oh no.
We play as a family.
That's okay.
And it would basically just turn into like they would massacre us, and then it would just my mom and dad battling each other.
Teach you early.
Well, Fabian, yes, you've reminded us what we should have already been doing. I'll get it up here. For those of you that don't know, and you should know by now, Chop for Charity is happening here on the 28th of August. Fabian, who you see right behind me,
2 Fridays,
is going to cut that fantastic coif and donate the 28 inches to charity. It's a fantastic cause.
There's Obi. There's Obi.
Yeah, there's Obi in the house in the plaid today.
And Obi's gonna cut off the man bun as well.
Obi's got a little bit of a flow too. Obi could join that party easily. I'm just saying he could. You don't have to, but he absolutely could. And we want to thank everybody for the donations that we already have. And Jenny, Sherry, David.
If you scan
we
the
already
QR
have
codes-
1,300.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we have it on the board there?
1,300.
No, it's more than that. It's 1,600.
What?
You didn't refresh, my God.
Oh shoot, did I not refresh?
Come on, Neil.
1,597, 1,600. What am I talking about? Ignore that.
Neil, short
And we
change,
have
everybody.
new ones from Sherry, and then Leandra Valdez as well. So I want to thank everybody for contributing. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna cut that hair live on air, everybody. So we're gonna enjoy it. And again, it's a fantastic cause. I think everyone knows and is affected to some degree. I think pretty much everybody knows somebody that's affected by
Ed
cancer.
came back again now. The thing is, the best one is the
palindrome.
No, can a woodchuck.
How much
Can a
wood could woodchuck could chuck wood?
a
But I don't know
how much-
I don't know the rest of the.
But we have another one here, Peter Piper. This is a tough one.
Oh, I can't do this one. That one's actually hard. Let's go to Adara. Let Adara try to do the.
This Ed Clark one is nuts, but keep them coming, man. And if you keep on giving super chats like that, we don't have any problem spending some time talking about.
Yeah, that one I can't do.
There, that's that Peter. That's the seashells by the seashore is an original one, and this one is a big one as well. So let's go back over. It's 10:51. It's time for Money Talks with Adara.
I'm going to do Money Talks, but first I'm going to try to talk through this super chat. Thank you to Ed Clark with that 100 British pound super chat. Neil and Sean said I could take this, I'll take this. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? That is the super chat. Thank you very much to Ed Clark for that donation. That was a lot of fun. But also not so fun here, unfortunately, is the US dollar. I've been talking a lot about this, at this point, actually triple tap of that 99.4 level on the DXY. This also was prior resistance going back to late April of 2026. I think this is actually Fed Day. So yeah, this level is certainly going to be of note here, this 99.5 level. We briefly broke below it. We've already reclaimed it. Right now, local resistance on the DXY continues to be 100, just above that 100 level. So keep an eye on that area. Now, in terms of economic data, we had two minor numbers today. NY Fed Manufacturing and NAHB Housing Market Index, both of these coming in above expectations. We had tomorrow, we're going to get building permits and housing starts, as well as import and export prices at 8:30. 10 a.m. we're going to be getting what number here? Pending home sales. So some home and export and import and building data. Wednesday, no major economic data in the morning, but at 2 p.m. you get the FOMC meeting minutes. I would say that's probably the biggest economic data drop all week, because then you get initial jobless claims on Thursday and S&P Services PMI on Friday. Let's take a look here at the FOMC Fed Watch tool. 70% chance here of rates being held, 30% chance of a hike. We've kind of seen us oscillating around that 70-30 level right now, with the rate hold very much being favored for that September meeting. We are still seeing, though, the chance of a hike before the year is up, specifically right now, that hike priced in December. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adair. We are getting ready for SpaceX to go back through 150 right now. So I'm going to see if we could take that out, and I'll try to join it with a long there, unit and a half or so, give it a little bit of room, maybe back to 149 right there. If it breaks it, breaks it. If not, there it goes, 149 and change right there going through for SpaceX. So we already got out, I think, near the highs anyways. We'll see if that is the high or not for SpaceX, but we got out at 149.50s already there today. It's back temporarily. We'll see for how long this will last, but what's for lunch is back. We do have the menus now, and this is a very unique one. I mean, it's coming back with hot fire today. It is a Korean flag. I don't believe I've ever read this before out here right now.
That's okay.
Grilled Korean pork belly.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
oh, word.
Okay. We'll see what that looks like. Vegetarian will get the barbecue tofu apparently as well. The starch today will be glass noodles with veg, so that's pretty good. So the pork belly with the noodles with the stir-fried side veg. So I think that's good, man. Chopped salad, sesame seed dressing. I like that. That's a face slapper right there today. I think that should be enjoyable. That is what's for lunch here at Trader TV Live, as we do have our menus are back right now as more returning employees over on the other side there for Real Trading. Of course, we sit here.
All done.
Yeah, the renovations are done. The desks are being
mostly
put together now, and all the wiring. And you see Michael's gone, Randy's gone. Everybody's out of the studio now, so they don't have to hear our.
Yeah, but our gigantic plant is still here.
Good.
They didn't take the.
Good.
They left the huge plant. So
I want the plant in the background here, man. I like the plant. I like having some.
You guys can't see it.
Around. All right, so that's SpaceX there today. It's really starting to get going. We'll keep it on the screen. As I just review a little bit, Cerebras, monster day for Cerebras, up 16%. That's a big one. DRAM today up 7% as that's going boom. MRVL up 7% as well. The SOXL, there's SpaceX. We just talked about that. That's up 6. There's your SK Hynix, which this one kind of, I guess I thought it was lower than this. They've had a really nice run back to the upside.
Come back a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, but I thought that was like a 130, 140, now 180 for SK Hynix as that name just continues to go bump in the night. That's a good one. Looks like we fail off a 149 again, so we don't have to worry about our SpaceX. I'll get to the gym if it breaks.
One thing on that Cerebras, though.
Yeah.
Remember, part of that was AMD taking a stake, but AMD is down today.
Yeah.
AMD, a lot of strong chip names. AMD's not one of them. Great day on Friday for them, but they are actually down 0.5%. But look at it hug everyone's favorite indicator, the volume-weighted average price. This just, it's begging to join this breakout. There's so many names that are teetering for this market to try to bounce. Apple making fresh lows and trying to bounce again, like that could be a bit of a name. I'll be mad at myself over SMCI because that just broke low today, but it's so screaming back to the upside, failed that short and then didn't jump back in. Maybe that gets to VWAP and we can take it, although it broke the volume-weighted average price, and that was the short. So I think a little more patience, allowing it to crest off of that top, is going to be the way to go. Obviously, people are still talking about SanDisk 10%, WDC, which we don't give enough credit to. I feel like when we talk about the memory names, it's always Micron and SanDisk, and obviously we'll look at DRAM, which is a group, SK Hynix, but Western Digital as well. Right? It's up 5 points, or 7 points, sorry. It's at a good spot here at the top. And then the other name that I want to try to get involved in again, Intel. The last time it consolidated, there was no pullback into VWAP, so we got out, and Intel's back at 105. So back to where it was at 6:30 in the morning, round trip down to 2, and then back to 105. Let's see if this one gives some kind of a VWAP dip. To try to get back in, and sold the low in the chat saying Trump on the bid of Intel. Well, I don't think the U.S. government's taking more of a stake, but they have been on the bid, and it's been working out pretty well for them. It's Lip Bhutan that's now on the bid of Intel because he just bought 10 million in shares.
Well, I bet you he's on the offer.
No, not that quick. Lip's
you don't think so? 10 million shares at 95? I mean, maybe. I don't know.
I think Lip's holding.
I don't know. Every time I put $10 million into a name and it goes up $10, I generally get out, but that's just me. Okay, we'll wait to see what Liput. Yeah, obviously he's gonna have to disclose, right, back and forth.
That's
anyways.
the thing.
So
I don't think he could sell that.
Yeah,
fast.
all kidding aside on that one. I only get into $8 million max. All right, so SoFi right there. We just got out at 836. I mean, we've just been buying that dip. I mean, these are the levels that we like. So, 1836 there. Good. I don't know if it's a good level or not, but we just got some fills there. I was waiting for more at 37. I just kind of want to take this up, and then if we get VWAP, great. We'll see if we can still hold on to a little bit of that one as we move forward here in the day. As we get closer to passing over to the midday, of course. You didn't see any Joey Opsh there off the open. He's taking an R&R day, so we have Obi blessed with him to fill in today. So you're going to see Obi and Sharif, the midday maniacs, coming through very, very soon. There's SoFi, so we get to 37. And look, man, it's only 7 cents right now, but it's an $18 stock. So we're going to scalp away on that one and see what's going on over there. Nice day low. I mean, remember I warned you guys about Apple and that I didn't want to take it. I mean, it only broke a little bit down there. Wow, SoFi okay, good. We just got a 39 on SoFi. That name's working. Look at the futures. Apple this way, futures taking out some of the highs are back into day high again for the futures. So, I mean, that's going to be pretty good. And I'm just talking about the open market. Obviously, it's a pre-market was a bit higher, but that's a nice move there. SpaceX back down to 148 and not doing a whole heck of a lot. A quick little check on how. Not doing anything, although halting right there. The big halter there, WFF, has been going back and forth a little bit. We'll see when that one next opens up in just a minute. Looks like that's going to open. That has not been open for more than a minute or so all day on that. And then WETO looks like it's been good for a minute now. Last halt at 10:30, so that's due for something coming up here on WETO. But yeah, it's been a good one, man. I mean, thanks everybody. Get back in there. If you like the show, We say that all the time. There was just 5,400 watching. That's light. What is it now? It is, scroll down, my guy. Where are we? Right there. 7,500 of you watching. Oh, 1,000 likes. We like that one. Hit the like button. Oh, you've been hitting the like button today. We like that one there. Get it over 1,000 if you haven't done it. Neil and I are back at 2 p.m., of course. I don't see Sia here either, so I don't know. It must be a nice and rest and relaxation day for the youth around here.
It's a chill month.
With Joe and Sia. But Adara's here, so we like that one.
And we get a new lunch today.
Yeah, and
I'm missing out on the new lunch.
I should check. I'm not here tomorrow.
Oh, what's the lunch?
I'm going to check. What I'm going to do what tomorrow's lunch is already? I see the flag.
Where are you going? Continue, man.
Oh, I have an appointment, so family appointments tomorrow.
We'll keep
I see what it is.
We'll keep it a secret.
Okay, it's not. It actually looks pretty good.
It looks pretty good. It does look.
Damn it. Okay, there it is, man.
I'll just eat yours.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. I think
good.
it might be a multiple.
I won't let it go to waste.
One there. 11:01. Okay, great trading today. Hopefully you guys are green. I know we are. We'll pass it off to the midday show. See you then. A treat with Obi. We'll see you at 2 p.m.
Treat.
Boom, 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 boom.
Not bad. Yeah, not bad. What's going on, guys? It's been a while. Been a minute.
There he is, guys.
Been a quick hot second.
Hot second.
Hot second.
I like
These
that.
seconds are getting real hot.
Many hot seconds. There we go.
But man's not hot.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. This is your boy Obi. He is the freaking one Kenobi, and I am Sharif. And it's already getting lit up in here, man. WFF is halted up. But before we talk about that, let's say hello to everybody. Shout out to my man Benton. Benton, that's all I'm going to do right here. 3-0. City, this is going to be a really, really long season for you, baby. Oh, man, what an ass whooping. Mr. Janky Stock, shout out to Gav Ross, Stefan. We got Dillian. We got Gamecraft Nico. Jeremy's in the house. Snowman, Buffalo freaking Soldier. Just another hard worker. Love the name, by the way.
Soldier.
Right? Fluffy Hippo, Too Rich Granny. We got John Zuver and DJ Rule. Shout out to Penn Style Coaching. Hangry Wife in the house. Shout out to AJ Easy and Incognito Triple R. I do like that. Aztec Trader. We got Tab TV Gaming, Mr. Jaguar Nut. Patrick Irvin in the house, as well as Grenfell, Trader Wiz, Rob, Menzerlton, butchered that. Sorry about that. Blakey, Electric Passions. Oslam, book trades, Timothy, Stone broke since yesterday.
Ooh.
I know. I have somebody in the chat. I don't know. Crazy Dirt Weed. There's a whole lot of people joining us today. If I missed your name, I do apologize, but thank you for joining us anyway. There's a whole lot moving here. Obe, do you have anything to cover before I get right into it?
I think my screen is currently covered with a bit of a full freeze here. I don't know, just everything just kind of locked in here. I might just just gotta maybe be a little patient, wait for it to see if it can come back online.
Let me
while
take
we're doing
over.
this live. No, but I guess no, the chat's frozen too. But
yeah.
That's
all right.
Yeah, no, I'm
sure it'll come back.
It's been not too bad. I wanted to read the chat and see how everyone's trading has been going in this market kind of wind down of earnings season. Small caps not too bad. We're still getting like 2 or 3 runners a week, which front side I haven't really been watching, but guess what? I've definitely been watching the backside of some of these small cap moves pretty nicely. 2 to 3 times a week, you're getting a pretty decent move. So shout out to all of the small cap short strategists out there.
You guys get any of that?
Some fun stuff there.
I love this.
But, I'm gonna try to
you do your thing, brother.
redo this here.
All right, man. Let's get right down to work over here. There's a lot running. So the leading gapper in the market right now as Obi hits the keys is WFF. Just, I guess, restart. Yeah.
I got to do a cold restart.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. But take your time, brother. Everything's all right over here. WFF, let's just get to this one, cover this one. This is going to be a 10-minute halt. It halted at 10:55.03. It is now 11:04 and change, 11:04.36. So we have about another 30 seconds or so before possible resumption. We got a 364 tap, 66. Now this was a little higher. It's dropping now, 61.66. So it's been 3 up halts in a row on WFF, all gas, no brakes. Volume still a little light because it's been halted a lot. Here comes possibly a few seconds to resumption. 360 is showing the top. Let's see, 59. Open here. Buyer at 15. Down goes Fraser. 287 limit down. Buyer at 3. There's a specific buyer right around 304. It was very, very obvious when we got down to that 3 that he was there. 305 buyer now. Now, the thing is, we know how these algorithms work. They post higher and higher levels on every successive drop then pop, right? So if we see another move down and they're buying at 306, that's your sign. It was 304, 305. This one's going to possibly limit up. 360 high. We're showing 3 1/3. We're going to go long over here, and we're looking for a little bit more. We're looking for a 360. There we go. We just flashed 60s. Higher we go, 69, 74, 80s, 85, limit up, boom, into the possible false halt. Down we go again, looking for a little bit more. Let's see if we get the $0.50 hold. 53 buyer. Let's post at 388. I think anything below the third of $1 will have to get me out of the trade. And there it is. So we'll give back a little bit there on the move down. 323 buyer. Let's see if they step in again. Flipping to the 5-second chart now on WFF. Need to see where the buyers are stepping in. So the buyer stepped in at 310. Last time around, they stepped in at 316. So we have a few higher lows over here. So we need to keep alert to that. Now, we're always having a little issue, of course, with that $3.50 level. That's going to be an area of psychological resistance. So what I'm looking for is a higher low and a decided move above 60. That gets me back into the trade, right? Because now we've got an area low of around 310, another area low of around 316, and now we have an area low about 340. So let's see if we can kind of get above that 360. We just wicked above. I like the look of this one's jib, man. I'm telling you. I think if this one loses the $0.25, then we have to change trend entirely. But right now we've got some higher lows. Just deciding on whether or not I want to punch in at these levels because we're right below the $0.50. Ideally, we get a decided move on the bid and the ask above the $0.50. And here we are. Let's see. All right. No, not quite yet. Into 47. So we have a little bit of consolidation here on WFF. A little bit of a sell coming into 340. Does it hold up? This one's interesting, eh? This looks like it's consolidating a little bit more. All right, below 330, I'm going to stop out. So let's go ahead. We're in at 53. Let's see if we can get a break into the high 60s. There's 61. No continuation, though. We did get a print into the 60s, but we're looking for a little bit more. There we go. Nice move. We got that 60 print. Now we're looking for a bigger move into 69, and there's the high of the day, taking out all my orders. You got to smell this one into another high a day. Give me my money, man. 413 limit up on this one. We're looking for a big move above 4. It is 4 on the dot. That is the high. 413 limit up. Just continuing to watch now. Let's flip back to the 5-second chart. That's what I'm looking at on my top screen, guys. Down goes Fraser into about 51. All right, sorry, 61. Looking now into 81s we go. It's a $4 high a day. Sorry, I know we got the super chat. I just have to let this trade resolve before I kind of get into that. So we're going to throw an order there above 4. So we keep getting that angry defend of 4, and there it goes into limit up. 424 on this monster. What a move up, man. On WFF, you could just smell this one coming a mile away, baby. But we're going to let this one go. Oh, we're going to hold a little bit over here, lest it drop below 4. Packing the patience on this one. Boom, says Casey. Get it, Case. Hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. And this one's already zigging and zagging here, Obe.
Nice, great trade on that one there. Solid push. $3. Nice little open there, a little test, and $1 up. Come on, man. What more can you ask for?
It's an angry.
Yeah, it's definitely a crazy one here. As of right now, $3 to $4 right there. Yeah, no, I'm just still kind of.
Yeah, do your thing, brother. We'll set you up when you're ready to go. Don't feel any sort of. How's it going, Fabian? How are you, brother? All right. Don't feel any sort of pressure, brother. We'll hold it down over here. So continuing to watch. Now I don't have that many outs left. So I'm trying to make a decision as to, number one, where do I want to get out with my ultimate out? But also, is it warranted in this specific instance to add to the position? This is something that I personally struggle with, adding into winners. Because, well, the psychology involved in that you don't want to be the schmuck who punches in at the high and gives back the entire thing. That's what holds me back. And there it goes again into 430. That is a new high a day. 438 limit up on this one. We didn't quite make it up into the up halt parameter. So let's see now. We got into 430. Is 4 here going to be a good area of support? There's a buyer at 406. We just saw it flash down here. We've got a bunch of higher lows and higher highs on the 5-second chart. This is what I'm looking at, guys. When I'm looking at the top screen, you see, can I say why I use it, and I often talk about this because to me, it's a version of the level 2
100%.
That is not transient, right? So
it shows you granularity in the price action from what you might have missed from watching the tape.
Exactly.
It shows up on a second chart. Right?
Exactly.
You can see reserves on there too. That's what I love.
Absolutely.
You see reserves that might show up for 10, 15 seconds. And then as a day trader, that's a lifetime. 10, 15 seconds, bro?
Goodness.
That's
Absolutely.
a long time.
Absolutely.
Right? And then you have time to react to. But when you see it on a second chart, whichever second chart you use, some of the action I have to go down all the way down to either a tick chart or even a 1 second chart.
You go down
to really
1
be
second,
yeah, to be okay, how fast did that move really happen? Right?
Absolutely.
Did someone just flash in
oh my days.
Spray the book with a bunch of orders?
Yeah.
Or not? And sometimes you see that on a tick chart or a 1 second chart. It's just
and another thing too, what I do like about it is if there's a repeat seller at one area, you're going to have notice of that area. And here it goes into the $0.50. There is the end of the trade. It is 448 high, 464 limit up. I made a mistake, full disclosure, not adding into this position on the dips into 4 is something that I struggle with. 477 limit up.
Halt. Yeah.
477 limit up.
Beautiful stuff.
That's just the way it is.
$5. Oh, false halt.
Yeah, that's consistent. I can't tell you how many false halts. We had this ticker last week. It was called Plague, P-L-A-G. And it was some of the most bamboozling price action I have ever seen in my life. It would put you in a down halt parameter for 8 or 9 out of the 10 seconds required to halt. And then you know what to do? It would come out of the down halt parameter and it would frickin' limit up. It was just, to me, an impossible trade because the requirement was you allow yourself to get caught in the limit down parameter only to possibly make it up. So you know what I did? I got caught down the limit halt parameter. Thankfully for me, of course, it did limit down and then I was caught in the halt down. So the three first days of last week were some of the toughest trading days, but thankfully we did make up for it in the last 2 trading days. So we went 2 for 5 last week. It was a negative week. The prior week, though, was a little bit better. Hopefully, this is a shortened week for me, as I will be gone here after Wednesday. Obi filling in.
Taking a bit of a vacation. Do they know where you're going? Do we
yeah. Talked about. Man, I'm watching the opening the opening game of the Premier League, Arsenal versus Coventry.
Let's go. Where's that happening?
London,
hey.
North London.
All right.
Yeah, my boy. It's gonna be exciting. It's my first ever Arsenal game.
Okay.
I've been a fan since 08, man.
But not your first time going to London.
No. I studied in England.
Okay, right. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So what is there to do? I've never been. So what is there to like? What's your favorite part about London?
You know what, brother? Like, I don't really have a whole lot planned for London other than Arsenal, but I'm going to Paris and Barcelona after that. So we're doing 2 and 2. Nice. I'm gonna meet Luis Barbado, who is a small cap trader as well.
Let's go.
And Barca. For those 2 cities, I have a lot more planned. For London, I was just gonna honestly dick around the city, right? Like, yeah. So that's kind of what I'm doing there.
Ozan. Go with the flow.
Take my sister out for dinner. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Ozan, come on, bro.
Oh boy.
What do you say to this guy, Katita, man? What am I supposed to say back to this guy, brother? Okay, Neil's like, say yes. Yeah.
I mean, if he's, you got, yeah, exactly. He's got to pay for it. That's exactly what I was gonna say. If you're paying for it, yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Oh man, we're having a good time, guys. Good morning to everybody, guys. I do apologize. We were caught in this trade here. Now we're good to go. Obi.
When's that opening up? A couple more minutes?
Perfect question, Ob. Yeah. So halt time, the previous halt was 10 minutes. So this one is 11:12:14. It is currently 11:14:45. So we have another few minutes possibly here. But can I say another thing?
What's up?
Last week, I also saw a limit down. So it was a volatility halt open on not a 5-minute increment.
Right. Yeah,
I've never seen that.
So I've been noticing this for the past couple of years, and still haven't really figured out like a consistent kind of a thing. Like some of these small caps or like some of these middle to small caps, I don't know what it is. Some of the calculations are different based off of pricing, so you got to figure all that stuff out too. But yeah, some of the halt timing can be a little finicky. I'm finding something like 6 minutes, 7 minutes sometimes. Not a full 10-minute halt, because usually it used to be like a 5, 10, 15, boom.
Exactly.
Right, and it was a little bit more, I guess, cleaner in that sense. But it's just interesting. I've been noticing the same thing. I have no idea.
You got assistance from IT extraordinaire. Thank you, Rob, for helping out. Let's say, Assassino, can we go back, cover all the supers? Because I know you've been putting them up, but brother, I haven't been able to cover them. This is the first one. Thank you, Assassino. Lunch 911. Okay, I like that. Caught Meta down. Meta is down. I think one of the worst performing, sadly, Mag 7 names on the day. Let's have a look at this one right here. It is down 2 3/4. In fact, it is the worst performing Mag 7 on the day. But just before we start looking at this, guys, we saw Snapchat tank in the pre-market to the tune of almost 17%. I think it was actually more than 17%, having recovered a lot of that sell-off in early trading. And my humble submission to you guys is that, the winds of change may be coming for the legal protections that these social media companies have had. They may not be able to rely on some of the statutory provisions that they were able to rely on historically to protect themselves from lawsuits. We did see that last week with the 9th Circuit Court of Appeals. In any event, Meta down bigly. Look at that opening print at 9:30. I don't know why this doesn't have my pre-market data here. Show yourself. Apply, okay. So that's the pre-market data. And then as soon as 9:30 came, the selling came, and WFF into 538. It is ripping down now. Does it hold 5? Flipping to the 5-second chart. There is a buyer at 475, aka the halt level. Be on the lookout here. This could lose trend below 475. It is showing a big buyer here, right around 5, continuing to watch. Let's see if we can kind of get above some of these levels. It didn't let me in. I tried to punch. It didn't let me in. There it goes into a higher high day. 580, 613 limit up. I tried to get in at 520. It didn't let me in, so that's kind of on me. But $6 now. HOD 613 limit up. Buyer possibly at 5.25, but it's not even close to that. I don't want to punch in at $6. I just won't do it. Right there, it goes into 620. 613 limit up. 613 limit. I don't know how it flashed 20s there on the time and sale or on the ask. 575, 10 EMA on the 5-second chart. Looking for a loss of 6. You're not getting a loss of 6, and there it goes into a higher high. 638. This is really going now, guys. This is really Rip City. Rip City. Man, I hate punching in at highs. Down into 6 it goes as it holds 6. Let's continue to watch here. I can give it to 88s possibly. 92, 88, 86, 83. No, it's losing trend. 5.25. 5.25 possibly incoming over here. Let's give this one the old college try. There we go. We'll take out some there. What do we have on? We have 48s. There it goes into 70s again, 80s again. Man, give me my money into 6s again. Rip City, Rip City. Here we go, man. Looking for a little bit more. Looking for the move above 6. 90s showing up. Don't want anything below my entry, though. Let's see. 548 has to hold the $0.50 out there. Let's see if it holds up the $0.50 or get right back in on this one. So 5.25, the prediction that I made ends up holding. There was a big seller there. It holds to the T on the 5-second chart, but this is a lower low. It's a 6 rejection. If it loses 5.25, it's trouble. If it loses 5.25, it's trouble. It's putting in a lower low on the 5-second chart, and if it breaches that 5.25, it'll be a lower high. It'll be a lower low here if it breaches 5.25. Continuing to watch. I want nothing to do with this one at the moment until we can get back above 6. So there's a buyer here at 5.25. There continues to be a buyer, but there's also an equally opportunistic seller who keeps selling on lower highs. That trend is breaking now. The trend is breaking to the high side. Let's see if we can get above 6. Continuing to watch on this one. Not quite ready to jump in on this one, nope. So we'll continue to watch this one.
Do you know what the short float on this one is, or?
I know the float. The float is large.
Yeah, the float. Yeah, that's what I meant.
It's large, but it's about 38.5 million shares.
Okay,
which
that's
is typically
not too
more
bad.
than
Yeah.
I like.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
It's not great.
It's small, but
Yeah.
it's not too small either.
It's
But,
not
and then
too
the next
small.
question I'd ask is, what's the short float on this thing?
Well, that's a great question. IB should be showing us that, but the great folks there at IB don't have that information for us.
Don't want to give too much away all in one place, right? That'd be too much value. You can't be giving away too much value in one place.
Oh, you know what's
Not everybody
funny?
can be Trader TV.
I told y'all, if it lost 5.25, it was trouble. It goes all the way down to 475. 5.25 was the level. It was a descending wedge pattern. I just want to make this clear. Let's bring in the 5-second chart because technical analysis is fractal. We often say that, and we don't say it just because we like the sounds of our own voice. Area high, lower high, lower high. All the while, that 5.25 kept acting as support. So you had a descending wedge pattern. Doesn't mean that you can't come out of it. It just means locally there was trouble here. So I don't get involved here on WFF unless and if it can get back up and stay above 6. Because that's going to be the break of the local area high. So I need the resumption of trend for me to jump in. So that's what I'm looking at there. You usually say this is going to 10. Look, I'll say it's going to 10 when we get in the 7s, and I feel a little bit more more positive about that. But not dead yet, says Rex Banner. It's not, brother. I mean, it's just it's on a bit of a downtrend.
Oh, we're just starting. We're just getting started. Come on.
Do you have that animation? Oh, you don't.
No,
I
don't.
Oh,
guys, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm still working on the login here. I don't know what it is with Joey's PC. I'm almost always 100% hit rate on totally messing up, and not my fault. I come here and sit down. The login hasn't changed in the past 3 or 4 years. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Right?
I'll do both.
I don't know. I don't know
It's not your
what's going
fault,
on,
brother.
but it is what it is. We're here to provide and entertain, and WFF definitely entertaining here. But yeah, I guess I can take a look at the chat on your screen and kind of give the people some love in here. So yeah, exactly.
Loving my boy.
Blame Joe because I don't know what he does on this PC in the after hours in the pre-market. No one's really around. I have no idea,
man.
But
I'm ready to blame Joseph if you're ready to blame him.
This PC's pretty sticky if I want to describe it here. But
which one are we doing first?
It keeps freezing, man. It keeps freezing. All right.
Should do the membership promo first?
Michael P. DeRuyter.
We're just going to do the membership promo quickly here. Oh, quick reminder, Trader TV Live members get Sharif's Mine daily morning research note every single trading day that I'm in the house, baby. We are talking, of course, about the big market stories, the key technical levels. How about the trade plans, what you're looking for to get in, what you're looking for to get out? How about the catalysts, the events that are going to move the stock that you want to trade? And what we're actually watching into the open. Guys, it is only $4.99 per month. That's like 20 pennies per day, as the Katina man has astutely pointed out. And you also get members-only videos. You get members-only posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. If you're interested in that kind of thing, hit join below this video right here on YouTube. $4.99 again per month. And thank you for everybody who's joined. And thank you for everybody who also donates memberships. There's a lot of you out there talking about you, woman, KC526. She did already? Casey already dropped 5 members. She just did right now. She just did right now. KC526 back with the profile picture, not on the other KC account that she has.
All right, so Joe got back to me. I got a login.
Well, he woke up, huh?
Yeah, I guess he woke up. So
for you to wake up.
Finally, I can log in and maybe look for a potential short on SpaceX, dude. I missed the opening drive.
My man.
So Sean got in 41s, 42s, absolute sniper there. I was looking at 145s. I was like, if we can slap 145s, I am going, something to the wall on this trade. And it definitely pushed up into the wall into 150s there on SpaceX. Interesting area, interesting consolidation, right? 135 IPO price, 150. 135 underwriter price, 150 IPO price.
Actually open,
right? Open price. Yeah. So, and we've been kind of just knocking around, buyers and sellers just fighting in between those levels here. We almost got to 100. Everybody and their dog was looking for 100 to come in on SpaceX. Guess what, buddy? You only get 105s and maybe some change underneath that, and then boom, buying steps right back in. 111. I mean, the long was nice. Talk about reversions. SpaceX, one of the top reversions.
It was beautiful, brother.
You get that I think it was a prior bar break was 111s or something like that. But yeah, there was reasons to buy. That same day when we bounced off of 105s, and then coming in the next day as well, and a couple following days as well. And I think a big thing from this as well was, this was kind of being talked about in the Traderverse as well. That Leopold guy.
Oh God, the Leopold low.
The dude gets liquidated, and Citadel and friends basically come in and they're like, hey, yeah, we'll buy out your whole portfolio. Guess what? That's gonna give the rest of Wall Street some relief. They're gonna be like, hey, big boy's willing to come in and pick it up. If they're willing to buy all of this up, why the hell shouldn't I?
Well put.
Guess what? Look at the market right now. Back to all-time highs. What fears? Sell for 4 weeks, bear market rally, what? Back up to highs within 3 or 4 days.
And to be honest with you, I kind of like him because he gave everybody an opportunity to buy everything on discount because he was getting margin called. And
there had a great trade.
Goes WFF again. We get in at 580, out at 660. This one is Rip City. Rip City. It's up 354%. The move above stopped 575. That was the reason I got in. It was very clear area of selling. It was a lower high trend on the 5. It was a very clear lower high trend on the 5-second chart, that is, guys. As soon as that lower high trend on the 5-second chart broke, your boy used the hotkeys. We're in. It's a 670 high. I think we've got more in the tank here. If we can get above 7, I'm going to start saying 10s. So right now, can't quite see what limit up is. It's 697. 7 something there because we're moving right above 6. I can't quite see what limit up is. So as soon as we get closer to that level, I'll keep you guys apprised of that. Assassino, I'm ready to go, sir. VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally. Guys, that is up a light and not so big of a deal. 96% year over year. And first half deliveries alone reached nearly 129,000 vehicles. Up 78%, and that reinforces the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. And by mid-year, guys, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both their 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets. That puts the company, guys, firmly on track across both their growth engines. Shout out to the great folks at VinFast. So good look there. We're still on WFF. I needn't trade anything else until this one has shown maybe the best trade is behind it as it dips back into 6. But, you know, for what and giggles, I just want to let you know that I'm also keeping a close eye here on WETO, WETO. This one looks like, you know, perhaps the best trade is behind it as it moves down into about the volume weighted average price at around 15.5. And then there was AXTX, a bit of a slower mover, but had a good day, at least initially on Friday, sold off a little bit in the afternoon, gapped up today, and then the opening bell brought the volume into this one, and it's beautifully holding trend. I mean, I have no complaints about how AXTX is trading. It is putting in higher lows, higher highs, finding support at the 10 EMA on the 5. So that is kind of what I'm looking at there. If I don't trade WFF, which is on the top side of your screen. But how can I forget about this beauty? OSRH ripping into the high. 49.75. Guys, I'll submit to you, this could be a flat top break through 50. Take a look at how many topping tail candles this monster has into the $0.50. Now, it is putting in higher lows, and there it goes into the high of the day. 50 pennies here on OSRH. It is up a pretty good 56%. This may not please everybody because of its price and the fact that it's trading below the dollar. A lot of people don't like these penny stocks, and more sympathetic I could not be. You don't have to trade it, but I'm going to talk about it. And there it goes into another high at day. 50.5 pennies here on OSRH. It's looking awfully good as Obe is getting set up. He's ready to go. Joey's responding. So we've got everything going on here, man. We'll be shouting out Joey.
I want to know. Start throwing it in the chat, guys. I'm going to start going over some of these tickers real quick here.
You're muted, Obe. You're muted, brother. Yep. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, no. Throw it up in the chat, guys. I'm curious to know while I get fully set up here. What have you guys been trading? There's been some great opportunities in the market. I kind of, I walked in a little bit late today. Haven't really looked at the market till, I was looking at some of it on the train, and I was just watching SpaceX kind of tick up higher and higher, and I was just like, damn, I just, what am I gonna do? Hopefully they get that P Pro on the cell phone soon enough, so I can just, slap those buys from wherever.
That's happening.
I mean, maybe.
It's happening. We know P Pro's coming to the cell phone.
No, I know. But eventually we'll see. I think it'd be much nicer. But hopefully they do it before all the edge is gone. So we'll wait and see when that will actually come into fruition. But yeah, SpaceX was absolutely beautiful here off of the open.
Limit
150 down. Coming in here. Limit down on
limit
that
down.
One.
Yeah,
crazy. Yeah, look, stair step up. Elevator down.
Yeah.
You see classic example.
How many times do we say
example.
that?
Boom,
Exactly.
boom, slap. Just straight into it. So, some crazy wild moves there on WFF. Haven't really. I know. I remember saying that I was going to indulge a little bit more on some of these small caps. I have been watching them, but some of these mid to large caps have been giving such great opportunity, and just some of my setups just keep showing up again. And I'm just like, I haven't really been putting the right amount of time for some of those small caps, but great opportunities here in small cap world. But let's find out what's going on in the rest of the world.
Do you know that Juan is a very, very, very big Arsenal fan, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's aces in my book. And Arsenal just beat the crap out of Manchester City yesterday, the Community Shield Cup, 3-0.
Okay.
It was embarrassing for them.
3-0. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, baby. Get it, Juan.
Let's go. Take it away,
I just had
guys.
to add that bit.
Wait until we get that P8 for the phone, but one thing we don't have to wait for right now is for one to go over the Europe segment because it's happening right now with European markets closing just 2 minutes ago. How did that 11:30 a.m. close look?
Not so great for the start of the week for the European markets, as a lot of sentiment really surrounding that of the Strait of Hormuz. Everything really in the red today. We see the stocks here 600 down, still consolidating near their highs, but the territory was nearly held by mining, beats being offset by that of some luxury drags. We take a look at Germany, the DAX down by 0.25%. A lot of tech optimism outweighing that of geopolitical worries in Germany, while investors basically are adjusting post-US economic data prints from last week. We see some standout gains from Rheinmetall and Deutsche Börse, up by about 2% each. AI-linked stocks also boosted by Anthropic's strong revenue. We had Siemens Energy up by 1.5%, as well as Infineon up by 0.4%, but still down for the day in Germany. Over in France, the main laggard for today, strengthening tech outweighing that of a drop in luxuries. We see ST Microelectronics rising more than 3.5%. While those luxury names such as Kering down by 4.4%, Louis Vuitton down by nearly 3%, L'Oreal down by 2.5%, Hermes also down by 2.5%. All that surrounding the Strait of Hormuz, as well as more tensions in the Middle East, of course. But focus will be turning to, of course, the ECB meeting accounts later this week, whether or not the rates will be, some clues on rates will be given for this month, since it was unchanged in July. Now, in the United Kingdom, also down to the day, down by 0.25%. A lot of rising copper prices lifted the names such as Antofagasta as well as Anglo American. They were up by nearly more than 2% each. Glencore gained about 2.4% today. Also, gold strength, rising gold prices boosted that of Fresnillo and Endeavour Mining by more than 2% each. We also had news from AstraZeneca up by about 1%. They had some updates on their clinical trials, despite continuing a phase 3 lung cancer trial. So that's some interesting things to take note of. Another interesting thing to take note of was Goldman Sachs. They raised a 12-month stocks Euro 600 target from 650 or 660 to 695. So corporate earnings resilience as well as steady growth was what cited that, but hopefully it will increase to more than that. And what to watch out for is, of course, the sovereign bond yields and central banks. We've got German 10-year bonds sitting near highs of 3.21, and US 10-year treasuries up now by about 4.67%. You know, all these are things to watch out for ahead of the European Central Bank's policy meeting later this week, as well as their minutes coming out later this week.
Yeah, and you have those US Central Bank minutes as well, of course, coming out on Wednesday. So central banks across the world in focus this weekend. Speaking of across the world, we'll be back here with one at 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian markets. In the meantime, it's back to Obi and Sharif.
Hey, yo. Thank you very much for that, Adara and Juan. I just want to look at this here. This is RCMT. This is for case KC526. RCM Technologies, $280 million give or take market cap. They the business that they're involved in is technology solutions through the deployment of specialty healthcare, engineering, life sci, IT, and data management solutions. Include specialty. Okay, I already mentioned that. So this is the daily. Let's start with the weekly. This is fantastic looking chart case. Most of these swings that you give me are pretty much, you know, they don't all look like this, but they're all like pretty bullish setups. So I think you already know what you're doing there. Look, woman, you're at a blue sky setup here. This is as good as it's ever been for RCMT. So there's nothing that we can speak about in terms of technicals other than to say, watch out for 50 resistance, because it ends up being somehow, some way, the $50, the $100 area are areas of support and resistance. But look, Case, I like this $35 area a lot. Sorry, $32.50 area a lot. If this $32.50 area comes in again, I'd be hitting the buy button. In fact, I want to go ahead and say between 30 to 32.5. This is the weekly on RCMT. That's an area high. It was challenged here in April, early May. It dropped, bled its own blood, right back down to the 200 exponential on the weekly, held like a glove, and then it was Rip City into that $40.18 all-time high that we put in this week. So it's a blue sky setup. You're looking for possible resistance at 50, but you should also be refreshing. I'm not telling you also. I would be refreshing, never financial advice, at 32.5 to 30. Those are the key technical levels on the weekly. If I look at the daily, I don't think I'll feel any differently. In fact, I don't. I'm more emboldened by that analysis looking on the daily. There's a lot of prints here. Look at all the defending at 32.5 to 33 in this area high for a period of weeks, mind you. And you saw that same kind of resistance back in January, February of 24. But that was all said and done once we rip. Look at the massive daily candles here that we have from 13, 14, 15. It's a clear breakout. I'd be looking for 50, but I'd be looking to wet the beak. To add more between 32.5 to 30. I hope that helps, Case.
Yes, sir. So, all right, guys, we are up and ready. There are charts on my screen, and there is a tape. I can taste the rainbow, almost. Or some of the colors from the rainbow. I like green, yellow, and red is how I like my tape here. But yeah, just looking at some of the names potentially setting up here. It's about lunchtime. Missed a lot of the opening drives, as I mentioned, but I'd love to know what you guys have traded in the opening drive there. Keep mentioning SpaceX, but there are other names as well that were on the docket today, and Cerebras, another one there with a very, very strong opening drive, all the way from 225s straight to 250, Sharif, $25 within the first 10 minutes there, and a nice little secondary push, an attempt at 260. Doesn't really get you too far as sellers step right back in. Nice little consolidation on top of that 250. So we'll see if that key level, I like to work in quarters. So that 250, a little bit of a chop and churn. Let's see where this range takes us, if it is going to break. But here, we got Rust with the super chat here. Thank you for the super chat. Stack.
I like saying that name, man.
Stack.
For like a small cap?
AK, yeah, because you want to stay stacking, right? Come on, you want to stay stacking on the wins, not the losses.
Yeah.
You don't want to stack the losses.
No.
Not too many. There's going to be losses.
There's going to be.
You don't want too many.
It's the way it works,
well,
Obe. Yeah.
Even if you have many, just make sure the winners outweigh your losses. That's the, I don't know.
Easy said. Yeah, much harder to do.
Yeah, exactly. Of course. Stack here, not really stacking up to my expectations as Sharif likes to say, it's done absolutely bupkis over the past couple of days. Maybe some relative volume here on Tuesday if you're still bagging from Tuesday, because it did, 7 to 10 times relative volume. We're still within that range, just above that $1.50. So I don't know. Like I said, not really doing too much for me. I call this, you guys see this chart? I call it crumble on the page, because it literally looks like cookie crumble and just not really fully formed candles. Like, these are baby candles. The cookie isn't fully there, so why should I want to take a bite? That's kind of how I see it. But cookie crumbles on this one. Maybe there's bigger picture stuff. Maybe you're accumulating for the next leg. Maybe you're looking for a potential liquidity trap. Possible. I see it. It's still sustaining levels above that 150. If we get a secondary push above that $2 level, maybe you have stragglers that are holding the bag on the shorts, get a little pushed out of the trade as well. But again, Tuesday, I got to go back and check. Like, whatever happened on Tuesday, this looks like maybe potentially earnings. I have no idea. I got to go back and check a different chart here on Stack. But Adara will look into that for us. Thank you very much. So Stack, good stuff there. There was another one, yes.
Would you believe me if I said nothing? But apparently it's in the energy sector. So.
Okay, a little bit of an energy sector bid there. Maybe some under the radar stuff happening here on Stack potentially. But let's take a quick look at a market map here. And
we're open, by the way, on WFF for
that halt down's finally open.
Yeah, it was that halt 15 down? Almost. Obe. It's holding volume weighted average price, guys. This could hold here, or if it loses, I think 450. We're probably going to head right to 350, which is another halt level. So, careful here with WFF. We know that, these ones, they can turn on you, right? So don't dollar cost average, for goodness sake, into an oblivion. Allow your position to stop out. And then if it resets and you like what you see and everything is jiving, get back in. My biggest losses always, almost exclusively, I was saying this to Neil last week, are when I have unplanned DCAs into a downtrending small cap. If I DCA into an uptrending small cap, I have an insane, believe it or not, win rate percentage, which ironically is the hardest thing for me to do. I can't square that circle. That's not the point. The point is to try to alleviate some trouble for you guys. Do not DCA into a losing small cap. That is, for me anyway, one of the worst scenarios that I encounter. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, this is a very, very inappropriate super chat here. Talking about some sort of popliteal growth. Don't do that. Inappropriate. Get out of here. All right. So back to these here markets. I wanted to look at a market map here to see what's really moving around. Give us a quick little scan, right? A lot of people talk about, hey, Obi, what's your scan? How do you find some of the stocks to trade in the morning? I know a lot of you don't see my blotter, but some of my trader friends and pod members definitely do. They're always like, hey, Obi, why are you always only trading 1 or 2 stocks? I look at their blotters, and they got like 15, 20 stocks that they've traded in and out of, and you know what? All the power to them. Yeah, all the power to them. But normally, I'm just like, hey, man, I don't have that much of an attention span in terms of width. Maybe. I mean, I do for short periods of time, but if I want to be trading all day long, I want to try to put all of my mental capital into the idea that I think is the best opportunity on the day.
There's my man.
Everything else, why should I diversify not only my mental capital, but my buying power as well? So, you know what I mean? I think, and liquidity, if the liquidity is there, then definitely I should be putting most of my eggs in a single basket. It doesn't make sense for me to diversify that much. But yeah, what's going on here?
So you know that Fabian, because he's just such a solid guy.
Oh yeah.
You know about this, right? So
yeah,
he is cutting his hair, which is awfully long, 28 inches, right? Yep. Last time we looked, and he's going to donate it to a child who's obviously going through chemo and who's losing their hair. So I think that's probably one of the most noble things an individual can do, and that is him right there. And that $69. Boom. Anonymous, thank you for the donation and for being the only person to donate today. Shout out to you. And for everybody, guys, I just wanted to point this out. We've raised $1,666 out of the $5,000 that we're aiming for, that Fabian is aiming for, of course. David, we see that on there, my man. David Treziak donated $278. Jenny, $139. Sherry Austin, $139. There's an anonymous here for $278. Leandra, Lele, I see you there, $69. I like that. Get it, Leandra. So guys, it would just be amazing if you could support this cause. Fabian is cutting his hair. He's going to donate it to, a child who is going through chemo. And, I think that this is one of the more noble things that somebody can do out there. So it would just be great if you guys could help out. Donate what you can, of course. We'd love to have that amount collected, Ob, by the 28th of August. So thanks for everybody.
That's in a couple of weeks, guys.
Couple of weeks.
Make sure you tune in as well to see. Fabian, are you going fully 100% bald? He's got
Are you going to go 100% bald, Fabian? What's your plan, brother? Oh no!
He was planning on it.
Yeah, he was planning on it because he was in a groom's party, but then you gotta
keep a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's gonna be interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Fabian with shorter hair. I think since I've known him, he's always had the longer hair. So it's gonna be interesting to see.
I got to cover this. WFF, I'm back in at 22s. Limit up, 84. We're in a halt parameter right now. Limit up into 84. I'm holding. Let's see if this ends up being a false halt. So a clean hold of the volume weighted average price, and now we're caught limit up, and now it's a 610 tap, 522 long. We're looking for more. We're back involved here in WFF. Let's see how this cookie ends up crumbling. I just love a breach of that 670 high a day. Keeping an eye on this one. This trade is going okay. It's not great. It's holding the 50 penny area. I'm talking about OSRH. So I'm involved here at 52. In fact, I'm ahead of 52. I got 51 and change, but it just rounds up on the position board. So if it loses 50, it loses me as a trader. The reason I say that is there was a lot of topping till candles into 50. It ripped up through 50 like it should have because that was a clear area of resistance. So, and there's also the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart now. That is overlapping with the 50 penny area. So if this doesn't hold 50, I want nothing to do with it. That's kind of a long-winded way of saying I'll stop out below 50. 56.98 high, that's essentially 57 pennies minus, 0.2 tenths of a penny. Here we go. We're moving back into 54. I'm waiting next at 55. So let's see if we can get a liquidity grab above there. There's 54.5, 54.9. Looking for a bigger move into 55, and then possibly a hive daybreak. There it goes. Here we go again. So the other ones halted. The degens, including myself, I don't mean to dog anybody, got to trade something. So when WFF is halted, they all rush to OSRH. Now we're waiting at 56. In fact, I'm taking off that 56. We're going to wait here at 57. And the reason I do that is because that's a high of the daybreak, right? So what's the point in me trying to take it out below high of day? So that's what I'm looking for there. Shout out to my man Blicky. He's looking at IVF. He says it's ripping off faces. Shout out to my man. Tyler, what do you think of a RPGL? Say less.
Oh, I just looked at that one.
You just looked at it. What were your thoughts?
I'm curious to know what you might have to say or not say about this.
What's the volume on
There's
this?
nothing on. There's nothing happening.
959,000. We still haven't done a million shares, but it's a trade de novo. So it just popped off here.
Yeah.
So with these ones, they can go two ways. They can actually hold structure, or it's going to be a V-shaped retracement immediately right back down, right down to 195 or 2, right? Yeah. So I'll wait on this one. RPGL, good call out by Obe. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. If it continues to hold up, we'll get involved. But we still have to let everybody know about the tap. So it's a $6 tap now on WFF. Halt time Obe, 11:46:45. Current time, 11:49:28, meaning we will be open at the earliest, 11:51:45. Let's pack the patience. See what we get. Won't get upset.
Yeah, a couple minutes here. Yeah. I want to shout out to one of my boys, one of my friends. So you guys might know him, Wayner kind of pointed out where SpaceX is right now. I kind of just logged into Discord. I was like, what are the boys up to? What's the pod saying? 150. Not earnings. A lot of my anchored VWAPs go on earnings, so I have a habit of saying earnings. But IPO anchored VWAP on SpaceX right here. That is this light blue line, right? Boom, right there, light blue line. Guys, this is the first time since we've gotten back below, and we got back below on the 18th, just a few days after the IPO. The backside has been absolutely beautiful. We're coming into the reversion as well, right? Bit of a this is the double bottom that I was talking about, that 105 when it was just like boom, boom, nope. Right here, aggressive buying, consolidation, push higher. A lot of people definitely playing this bounce on SpaceX, retail, and I guess institutions together. And take a look at this. I really, really like this flag. I know I don't really talk about, gimmicky trade patterns that much. But when they're nuanced and confluenced with the right places at the right times, those patterns can mean a lot of things. So right here, that 150, we know that that's been a bit of a struggle over the past week or so. We got all the way up to 149.60s, pulled back all the way back down to 136s. Guess what? That's the underwriter price. 135s, bounce, aggressive bid all day today. Nice little flag, higher highs, a little bit, not really. Flat top, more like it, but higher lows for sure, building up into that 150. So if this can really get going, guys, take a look at this daily chart, take a look at this weekly chart. This thing is potentially poised for an aggressive move. I think that if we can get back above this anchored VWAP, which is also the open right here, this is a daily chart, I think we got some extension all the way up to the prior support and resistance level, which is 172s and some change, right? I know. I don't know if you've told them about some of your portfolio holdings on SpaceX. So like, So Sharif told me earlier that he's in a little bit of SpaceX. I know a lot of people who are definitely playing this bounce, is what I'm saying, and it's a really good one to say the least. The break of trend, the reversion, the expanding volume into the bounce. It's everything that you could have asked for a potential quick little reversion trade. Let's see if he can actually give us a back through 150. That's what I'm waiting for. Honestly, if there's one trade I take today, it's probably going to be the 150 push on SpaceX, because I should have been in 141s, 145s, 147s as well, consolidation as well. It is what it is. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. What can I do right now to make sure, you know, I do grasp the rest of the opportunity, which is potentially still on the table here? But yeah, 150, that hold, pretty solid as of right now. So I think I want to throw up an alert here, 150s, if we can get through. I don't want to rush into it either, Sharif. I don't know if you've been watching SpaceX very closely, but the price action is pretty predatory. Like if I'm putting in stops in obvious places, best believe that the probability of that stop getting hit is extremely high. Just based off of, you know, just the wiki choppiness right here. It might, you know, it might just like, whatever, dislocate for a couple of seconds and then snap right back up and reclaim. You know, it balances itself out. But if you get caught up in that madness, you know, you get caught in the crossfire as well. So I'm keeping that in mind, and that's why I haven't really been taking. I think in the open, it's a little bit less forgiving, because it's more directional. Because if it's going, it's just going to go. So it's not really going to chop around, mess around too much. But times like right now, where if I'm like, okay, I'm trying to get into this consolidation, if I'm giving it not to here, I'm giving it prior lows, likely get chopped out. Like, look here, you get a little chopped, you get the prior highs getting violated as well if you're building into a short. Regardless, it's choppy. So I think I want to see it push past that 150.
That's looking like a flat top break. Of
course. Yeah. And I want to see it pull back in, and I want to see those buyers defend that 150 with some sort of, you know, some sort of like valid hold.
Couldn't agree more.
Give me that confidence. Show me. Because guess what? That's the trade up here. If I'm already long from here, best believe I'm accumulating in this. I'm building a position. My average probably going to be down here, 144s, because I don't really care about, you know, getting stopped out at here.
That's the choppy part of the trade.
Very choppy. But like, look,
either
we're pushing up into the high.
Or you had to been earlier. I couldn't agree more with you on that, man. I couldn't agree more on that. Yeah, look, it's gonna be interesting here. Can you go to the daily on that? Yeah. Because that's a clear structure hold.
Yeah, look,
if it rejects the 150, you know, we could be back at 120, right? Because that will be a structure rejection. If it gets above that 150, that was the mother of all flat bottom breaks. Look, we dipped into 150. We popped back up into the mid 180s, and then down goes Fraser through that 150 area. Let's see if it can get back above. My money is on, you know, 150 just being kind of like in the rear view here. Given what this dude is saying, he's talking about a billion, 100 billion ARR, annual recurring revenue by the end of the year. By the end of the freaking year. There's only a few more months left. So if you believe that, and he does have his way, of course, and he has an affinity for hyperbole. We know that, right? His timelines are not always on act. Fine. But I don't really...
It gets things done eventually.
Exactly. I'm not going to bet against the dude. That's just...
His timelines are always off. But I think... I think we've kind of had a conversation on this before, too. By the way, there's about, I think, what was that, 5 million shares on 150? Excuse me. Sorry, come back again. No, sorry. I was incorrect. I think there's about 1.2.
1 minute.
1.2 there on 150 as we pull up into it.
Nvidia's
here on SpaceX. Yeah, Nvidia's kind of
Nvidia's going. Yeah, it's at the high of the day.
Well, but yeah. Anyways, what was I saying?
Go ahead.
Lost my train.
Talking about SpaceX, the 150 area.
Yeah, the 150. So I think one of the best trades this year, if you were talking about swing trades, I'm going to straight up say it's going to be the SpaceX swing short, right? Whether you had it at 220s, whether you had it at 175s, or whether you were really patient and actually took the 150 breakdown, all of those great opportunities on the swing short. One of the top swing trades of the year, I would say. But maybe we're coming on to the next one here, which could be that bounce, right? The 100 bounce on
10 seconds to resumption, guys.
Lee loves to go against the flow, saying "hangry wife." Hey, you know, sometimes I like to be contrarian.
I like that.
I kind of go against the grain a little bit. Yeah, you know, someone's got to do it. Someone's got to provide the liquidity when you know, everyone else is wrong.
And there it goes. There it goes. OB dropping hot lines. WFF is not dropping anything. It's a rocket ship. 729 high of the day. We got out near 7, excuse me. It's Rip City. Rip City. This one's not Rip City though. I'm flattening out my trade here. Should I? On OSRH. I'm going to hold this. If it loses 50, that's fine. Continuing to watch here, looking for a hold of 6. If 6 doesn't hold, I'm looking for 580. Halt level is right around 580. Current bar low on the 5 is 613 on the dot. Bar high is the high of the day, 729. 5-second chart is distorted. A lot of lower highs, a lot of lower lows as well. If we lose 613, we could be moving down into a limit down, because I want to show you exactly what I'm seeing here on the 5-second chart. So it's area high, lower high, and then there seems to be possibly a flat top break that could be brewing at 670, 675. So there's 2 ways this can go. We can get above 675, take out the sellers that are there, 670, 675, or we could lose the 613 area low, in which case it's probably going to go down lower. Here comes 670, and it rejects again. 78, 85, we broken trend. Look for resumption of 7. This is all over the map in a good way, though. It's not really breaking down structure. Looking for a hold here of 680. Want to get back in. Don't have anything on at the moment. Looking at getting in more. Prior area high, the highest we've been locally here is 687. So we're showing 673, 670. Yeah, it feels like it might break trend here. Right back up into the high. Wow. Believe in the trend, baby. Right back above 7 it goes. It's got higher lows, guys, on the 5-second chart here. So this is what I'm looking at. So the trend is intact locally. You can use that as sort of your area to get back in. For example, there's support at 680 to 675. If it loses that, it could be trouble. Here's 686 here. Looking for a hold. 685 dropping. I could get in here and give it to like 670. It doesn't even give me an opportunity. Here comes the high of the day, man. 729. It just popped off again though into the high 7s and doesn't have the juice to continue. So interesting. Let's get in here. I'm going to give it to 669, 650. We're not going to give it much in the way of room at all, okay? So I don't want to give back too much here. Let's go ahead, post those areas. There's a big buyer at 85. It feels like it's going to fail though, to be quite honest with you. I don't know if this is one's going to go quite yet. Let's see if it can get a big price spike up into the 70s. Keeping my finger on the flatten key. It's going to fail here. There's a buyer at 70. I'm out. No, I got that one wrong. No, it's trending to the downside. I'm not getting in here. It's trending to the downside. So the 5-second is showing a downtrend. Got to ride with the trend. I'm not going to buck the trend here. So even if I get this one wrong, that's fine. I just have to go with my instincts. Yeah, so it is resuming trend a little bit back into 7. So I got that one wrong. Well, did I really though? It's not really, resuming aggressively above 7. So that could change all in like seconds, because it doesn't take much at all for this one to move. So yeah, I'll keep my eye on this one. Oh, what do you got over there on your side?
I'm taking a look at some of these chip names. Also, I am borrowing some of SpaceX right now. I'm just like, all right, I got to have some inventory on the docket just in case that 150 fails, right? Just in case, I don't know. Willing to go both ways there. I think we got a super chat from Adara LePage here. Is that actually her? I think it's just someone.
It's a donation for Adara LePage.
Oh, okay. But isn't that someone's
Guys, we're going to limit. I can't believe this. I screwed up big time.
Thank you very much for the super chat. Another halt up. Yeah, man.
Limit up,
they were saying $10. You know what I like to use? I like to use quarters. If it can push past 250 and hold above 250, then we can see 5. If we can push past 5 and hold above 5, which is exactly what it did, let's see 7 halves. And if it can blast through 7 halves, 10's on the horizon. Just like to break it down into quarters, work in quarters, and let it stack up some of that. But yeah, no, great scalps there, great trading. Nice little push
I got that last
5 as
part
well.
wrong though, but it's okay.
I like that. I like your long on top of the 5, probably the best, because
That's so good,
you see the slap halt down.
Exactly.
Right. First halt down that's that aggressive.
And it holds.
And it holds, and it opens up and just churns 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And if anybody and everybody was expecting it to go lower and it doesn't,
that's the thing.
And it goes sideways, guess what? We only have one direction left to go, Sharif, and that's straight up.
Straight up.
So into another halt there. All right, so I got my SpaceX shorts there, so that's good. Ready for that one as we creep up into that 150. We'll see if we can break that 150 as well. But Skynix SK Hynix. I like to call it Skynix. Easy. Let's keep it easy.
No,
Yeah,
that's
Skynix.
crazy. Skynet. That's too close,
to Skynet.
man.
I know it's close to Skynet.
That's too close to Skynet. Oh.
Listen, the shortest possible name for a stock I will use, right? You know, Apple, I'm not going to say AAPL. I'm not going to say SKHY. I'm not going to say SK Hynix. Skynix. Skynix works. So Skynix here. I was watching some of these memory names because of the aggressive gap up that we did get here. So you can see here, Skynix gapping up all the way to about $10 right there in the 170s. Nice little continuation. Micron as well. Nice little gap up into the $1,000 mark. If you took that $1,000 push today, that was pretty aggressive as well, all the way up to 1036s on Micron, and then SNDK as well here. SNDK. We can just get there. Boom.
Boom.
Much cleaner on the uptrend, held pretty well as well. So we're seeing some memory names sustain that bid on the gap up. But right now, I think we got a little bit of Dara and Neil, guys. So take us away.
Let's take a look here at the S&P 500 right now, trying to bounce off of these lows. We got some comments here from senior Iranian officials. So we certainly do have, I think, Iran and U.S. conflict that's going to be in focus here when it comes to the overall market. But I do want to talk about one series of comments here in particular from President Trump. So this morning, I think it was probably around 7:30, 7:45 or so, you start seeing this report that in an interview, President Trump said that he will be bombing Iran if it gets in the way of the U.S. Also saying bombing Oman if it gets in the way of the U.S. So just to repeat that here, President Trump saying in an interview that they will bomb Oman should Oman get in the way of the U.S.'s goals in Iran. They're also saying here that Iran should, quote, put up a white flag. So USO strength in focus here as, again, the SPY falling. Take a look at the Nasdaq here as well, QQQ. Nasdaq still holding up better than the SPY. So last week what we had was this really interesting divergence where the SPY was outperforming the Nasdaq. Now Nasdaq outperforming, or at least not performing as badly, is what we're seeing with the S&P 500. Let's take a look here at SPCX. I know this name has been discussed to death, but I do think it's worth discussing again because 13F filings came out and this name mentioned in so many. SPCX holding here, AMD, Google, NVIDIA, they're all holding this stock. You also had Harvard, Citadel, holding SPCX, so tons of different firms and even publicly traded companies holding SPCX according to their 13F forms. We also had here Cerebras benefiting from a lot of 13F action. The aforementioned Citadel and AMD also claiming holdings in CBRS. Now, again, if you want more info on 13Fs, please check out Exit TV Research over the next few days. I have a whole bunch of 13F infographics, including, but not limited to, the Google position from Berkshire. We've got SoftBank. We have AMD as well, currently working on some for NVIDIA and for Peter Thiel. So please keep an eye on that space. Also, keep an eye on MSTR because MSTR, or Strategy, actually just kicked off a Q&A webinar online with Fong Lei, CEO and Chairman, the notorious Michael Saylor. So keep an eye on this stock and maybe the overall crypto space as that Q&A webinar unfolds. It began at 12 p.m., so we're about 5 minutes in. But we're 0 minutes in to Neil's lesson of the day that's going to kick off right now. So thank you, Neil, for what I'm sure will be an exciting lesson of the day and a lot more smoothly handled than how I just handled that transition.
Oh, the transition was just fine, Derek. Don't hate. I think it was absolutely fine. And the lesson of the day, this one, it's like the day you don't look at something that you basically trade every single day. It seems like it's always something that you're going to have missed out on. But it's really more about the pattern that emerged here, why I wanted to talk about IBIT, because last week this was probably the easiest short every single day. Like, it failed the top, and we talked about this ad nauseum. 2% drop, lower high, 2% drop. Literally does the same thing 2 days in a row, like the same short 2 days in a row you can take. The following day, lower high drop. You're able to just write on the note, hey, where's the obvious resistance? Short that. Where's the obvious resistance? Short that. And you're getting topping tail wicks both times. But it's what happened the following day at the bottom. Because if you remember on Friday, I was long it for the first time when it consolidated lower, but then when the market was at the lows, it was breaking out. All of a sudden, it had relative strength. So when I come in and it's gapped higher, what should we be thinking about? Hey, it was a reversal play on Friday after being down 4 days in a row, and then it's gapped up. Should we be looking long? Well, I don't have to think that, but if you look at it right here, immediately at 9:30. What does it do? Small trend down in the pre-market, and then it breaks that trend. Then it consolidates and does what? Consolidates higher with a bottoming tail and then breaks it out. It's not a complicated setup. 4 days in a row short, starts the morning on Friday short, reverses into a long. It gaps up on the Monday and absolutely gives you like it's even on the 3-minute chart, it's even more embarrassing because there's a trend break at the open. Then it's just a VWAP hold into another trend break. I mean, I like trend breaks. I like VWAP. Absolutely ridiculous to have not been looking at it when we're traded it 5 days out of 5 and had the long the one day it was a long and the short every other day that was a short. But then when it was a continuation long, we're not trading it. This is why when we talk about stay in your lane or stick to what works, this is kind of what I'm getting at. Like this one it's not necessarily A+ in terms of how much it moves in a percentage gain, but in terms of ease of trade, you're not going to find, if this is in your wheelhouse, too many things easier than this. Either the breakout at VWAP where you're long it in here off 36.05, or potentially if you were simply playing it long after this reversal, then you're playing it off of the VWAP support level multiple times, and then you're adding in here and then getting your big move. Now all of a sudden all I can wait for, because I've done nothing in the trade, is simply look at this. Like now I'm staring down, well, I've missed out on the long. I can watch it go into this prior resistance and simply take a trend break short because that's the next available trade. So I'm not going to FOMO it by trying to chase this. But the point of the matter is, if a stock is showing you, it'll just go 3-4 days in a row, making it obvious in one direction. And then it puts in a reversal, a clean reversal on the 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day, or whatever. That next day, well, maybe look for a continuation of that reversal. Why not? If it was this simple as doing the same thing 3 or 4 days in a row, when it flips in the other direction, have a look. Because maybe that's just what it wants to do, be obvious and easy. So I didn't get it. Obviously, I should have had it. I'll be a little bit disappointed that I didn't even look at IBIT this morning. And you could make some of the same arguments that silver was a missed long. But I thought IBIT was a much more just easy setup that we love to see. I'm going to imagine WFF is opened up. That stock,
1071 high, Neil.
This stock is insane. WFF, it's Rip City. It is pulling back a little bit, but good luck to all small cap traders trading this one. It has gone absolutely ham. So glad there's some people that have gotten it. We had this pork belly lunch with the noodles. It was effectively just 90% fat with little tiny bits of meat. So I'm still a little bit hungry. I'll grab one of my little protein snacks that I keep in the fridge because I'm going to need it because Neil ain't full. Hold on. After that. You got protein snacks in the fridge? No, it's like the midday snack thing. It's like a little mini peanut butter. No, but it's like a little tiny, what do they call, like midday squares. It's like a little mini frozen peanut butter sandwich or whatever, but it's not going to be enough. So I'm going to be hungry because that lunch was not really doing it. Vegetables okay, salad okay, but you got to have a little more protein in that bad boy. Let's throw it back over to the midday boys. Go get them, WFF.
Yeah, Neil had me there at more protein. Like, I mean, there's never going to be a situation where I cannot support that. But, there goes OSRH. We're still holding on to that one. We're looking for 60 pennies now, 59 penny high day on OSRH. But that's not what you want to know about. You guys want to know about WFF. 1071 high. It's holding trend. Local area low. Watch out for the loss of 877. So 8 3/4. If it loses 8 3/4, it loses a local area low on the 5-second chart. And there goes OSCH. I'm waiting for 60. 59.50 showing up. Come on, bro. Just give me the print, man. How long do I got to wait for? Now, continuing to watch. We're in a very tight range here on WFF on the 5. So this is the 5-second chart. Look at this. 975 local area high. You have about 915, 925. Hard to read. Local area low. So I don't know how this cookie crumbles, but I know it'll crumble if we lose local area low at 877. We just held it. The bottom of this candle is 890 low. So continue to watch that. There's a lot in play right now, guys. There is a lot in play. And, executing here smartly Sorry about that, Assassino. I wasn't plugged in, brother. I do apologize. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You were quick with that button, weren't you, Fabian? Huh? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Was it actually? Okay. I thought it was perfect because like I wasn't plugged in, right? All right. Continuing to watch WFF. It is still in a range, guys. So if your platform allows you, my suggestion is you throw in a 5-second chart on. You spot local areas of support and resistance. You figure out what the structure on the bad boy is, and you work around that. Now, your platform may not allow you to do that, in which case I would suggest you pay for an upgraded membership on TradingView. They do have 5 seconds and 10 seconds on TradingView. Yeah,
they do.
Right, Ob? Yeah.
Yep. They got 1 second and everything.
They got 1 second and everything. So you got the gauntlet there. Get it, Bovin. Bovin's in the house. All right, now it's about to get very real. My man Bovin is in the house. Bovin, take a look at this, Bovin. This is what we were doing while you were gone. Yeah, Bovin's the small cap OG over here. We were long all over this monster, Bovin. Now, we did screw up over here. So I did make a mistake at 7. It ended up ripping into a halt. I flattened out early. I shouldn't have done that. That was my only mistake, I think, right now on WFF. There's still time for me to make more mistakes. Don't worry. I'm kidding. So now, you know, we're looking for that breach at 10. We got it, 1071. Limit down now is 770. It's bleeding. It lost 877, the level that I was speaking about. So you need to be careful with this one. But there goes OSH. Just give me the print. I'm waiting at 60. I just refuse to use the flatten button here. It's going to have to give me the print. Boom on OSH as it rips up into 63, 61. OSRH, excuse me, on its horse here, and now it is up 98%. It's done 160 million shares into the high of the day. It's looking for more into 64. That rhymes, I get it, but we're going to be looking for 75 now, and guess what? We clear 75, I'm looking for the dollar. OSRH looking pretty good here, even though, Ob, it is one of those, you know, penny stocks that some people don't really like trading.
Yes, sir. So I think we got some housekeeping.
Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely.
As of right now. So I am ready to do some of that. So guys, VinFast reported a strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally. That's up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both of its 2026 four-wheel and two-wheel delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growing engines. So pretty solid stuff from VinFast there. Apparently they're growing. They're growing pretty nicely. So we'll wait and see what they have to offer.
At a time where a lot of EVs are not really growing, to be quite honest with you. Like,
I'm hearing
some drop, like Lucid, for example.
For sure.
Polestar,
when it comes to like Lucid and Polestar, I think you're looking at more of like I don't know if Polestar is pushing luxury, but like Lucid's definitely trying to go for that.
Yeah.
The luxury top end kind of EV. Like, you know, we're seeing that kind of spending slow down across all different sectors, right? It's not just automotive as well. Luxury spending is down across the board. But when it comes to EVs, what I'm hearing is that these Chinese EVs are really giving some of their competitors a run for their money in Europe.
Oh God!
Right? So like these Chinese EVs are taking over Europe. So I think something interesting. We haven't really seen that wave really come to this side of the pond. But maybe we'll see. We'll have to wait and see if they even let them in. But you know,
they are. Remember that deal? Your Prime Minister, I almost called him President Carney there. Prime Minister Carney struck with the Chinese. We're going to get 49,000 electric vehicles per year, Chinese made. Now, the majority of those ones are being taken up by Tesla, at least initially. So of course, they make the Model 3 and the Model Y in Shanghai. They use a different battery there, but already we're seeing price discounts, substantial price discounts on the base Model 3, as well as the premium Model 3, markedly lower than the ones that were coming from Fairmont and the other North American-made vehicles. Now, we could probably have problems with that, in that we're championing Chinese-made vehicles over American. We are caught in a bit of a trade war with y'all, aren't we? So perhaps that's leverage, because God knows we don't have a lot of leverage. All right, continuing to watch here. We just took more here on OSRH, back in at 64, just wet the beak at 66. Ozan, I'm looking for 69, brother. And then we're looking for 75. And I don't think this is going to be a beeline into that level. I'm looking also for a refresher either at 60 pennies or 57.5. The flat top break, in my humble submission, comes between 57 and 57.5. But of course, the whole penny level at 60, the 10 penny level at 60 could act as an area of support. So we're going to watch for that, and we'll see if we can get back in there. Now, let's bring it back to WFF. Right back into $7 it goes. Current candle low on the 5-minute chart on WFF is 721, which jives with the prior structure as well as local area support. The 10 EMA on the 5 is also pointing at 7, so looking for local area support there. I don't want to punch in into WFF at the moment because it is on a downtrend, so it has to break trend. I really want to stress to you guys, my biggest losers far and away are when I'm adding into a downtrending small cap. I'm complaining to Neil about this, and I'm going to continue to complain to him about this, but this is where my biggest losers come to. Unless it's like a micro pullback on the 5, but if it's downtrending on the 5-minute, let it reverse trend. Yes, by definition, you get a crappier price, but you get the security of a proper setup, of the right setup, in my humble submission. So just be careful with that, okay? That's all. I'm going to keep saying that. I don't care if I sound like a broken record, because if I'm experiencing it over and over and over again, then there's probably viewers who are, suffering from that same affliction as well. Now, I've said very little about AXTX, but I'm awfully interested, man. This one, it gave you, I guess, the only opportunity on the day to pick it up on the 20 moving average on the 5, exponential always, right around 15, holds 15 to the T, does it? Yep, $15 on the dot, the 1150 bar low, 1574 high, showing 1555 now. So this one could be of interest to the ones who don't want to trade the more volatile names like OSRH and WFF. And here comes OSRH into another area high, 68, 69, Ozan. We get the print, OSRH. Here comes 70. We're looking for more here. We're looking for a 75 print here on OSRH. I'm expecting resistance at 70, of course. It's a 10 penny level. We're not getting even anything above that level. So 69.98 HOD on OSRH. There it goes. It's a 71 penny high a day, 72 penny high a day. Limit up is 80. I'm going to go ahead, wait here at 75. Let's see if we can get $0.75, and then we'll set up if it is warranted at a little bit lower of a level should it pull back. Fluffy, I am with you. Same affliction. Isn't that funny how that works, eh, Fluffsters? Traders have kind of the same, I don't want to say bad habits, because I'm not implying that you have a bad habit or anything, but like it just seems to, those are where the tough trades come in. Can I ask you a personal question? And if you don't want to answer,
I don't want to answer.
Okay, well then I'm not going to ask it then.
It's too personal.
No, but seriously. And I know you don't like to give up the secret sauce, and I get that, right? The secret sauce is hard to come up with, so it shouldn't be easy to give away. What situations cause your biggest losers? Is there one situation that you can point the finger at and be like, when I do this, I screw up?
Yeah, and I think it's very similar. And I think I do want to speak on something that you just mentioned as well. It's like traders kind of suffer from similar kind of ailments when it comes to like losing in specific ways.
Yes.
That's always been interesting to me because the market is predatory towards humans who make the same kind of mistakes.
Well said.
Because it's like if the market's just like, okay, there's obviously something that's happening here over and over again. People tend to do certain things over and over again, and they lose in similar ways. I think it's something definitely that's worth studying. But for me, it's adding to a loser. Straight up adding to a loser. Unplanned trade. So my worst trades, I'll tell you right now, the worst trades, they all look, at this point, they all look pretty much exactly the same. Unplanned trade, which is an easy problem to solve because you're like, hey, look, this is a big, you tackle one part of the problem, but there's obviously more nuances to it.
Sure,
but
emotions.
Getting into a position where let's say I didn't plan on really taking the trade. So that's usually one initial sign.
Very well put.
And then the trade kind of goes against me, and I'm relatively small in it, so I can be like, okay, I can take some volatility because I'm not heavily sized into it. Maybe I'm not even risking one proper risk unit or two proper risk units or whatever. I'm not even giving it the appropriate risk. I'm just kind of dabbling into it. I kind of size into it, build into it. It goes against me, and I'm like, oh, it's going to come back. Maybe I take a little bit more, add some more onto it. It's got to come back. It's going too far. Add a little bit more. All of a sudden, you find yourself 3-4 decisions down the line. You're in a little too aggressively you're a little too aggressively sized. Now you're in a real position. Maybe you're pushed. Maybe you were taking a little. Now you're in B+ size, but the trade is a C trade.
What?
Right?
I love how you
you're
put that.
You're in a B+ size, but you're in C. You're in a C trade, which you shouldn't even be putting on a full like more than one risk unit, right? That's for me, a risk unit is 10% of my daily shutdown. So if I'm risking on a whatever idea, if I think this is a C idea, they come around often, they don't really work that well. It's not really, it doesn't have all the factors. It's a C trade, and then I'm putting on B size. What's going to happen, right? Long term, that's not sustainable at all. But some of my worst trades happen when a lot of those things kind of stack against each other, and then boom, all of a sudden, you're in a huge loser. That's like maybe $2-3 out of the money on some serious size, and then you're just like, well, damn. If I'm not already shut down on the day, I'm definitely running the clock. So
exactly.
That's usually what some of my biggest losers look like. But as of recently, some of my best winners
I'd love to hear
are the ones where, I get in somewhat similarly. It's a planned trade. And I'm like, I want to be, for example, I'll be like, okay, well, I'm looking for this to trend lower.
Sure.
I want to get into a short. That's the trade is a short of the opening range or whatever, right? Now, what's the execution set? How do I get into a short? You can use opening range low, you can use VWAP, you can use short on pops, so many different sets of executions that you can get yourself positioned for the trade, which is the short, right? Sure. So it's like, so I start off initially, maybe 20%, 30% of the position. If it's not everything has lined up yet.
Right.
Things are lining up. I'm kind of almost in anticipation. I'm like, we're about to hit some other parameters as well. All the confluence.
I have a feeling you're going to say you're
like,
adding into your winners.
So I'm adding into the winners.
What a shock!
And pyramiding. So I came on like a few months ago, and I was like, I'm going to try to work on pyramiding, and that skill has been getting better and better as some of the opportunities show themselves. So when the stock kind of starts to step down, I'm taking more, and I'm not really adding that aggressively. I'm still maintaining a relative risk trail, which is still well away from where the current price is. So I'm not really getting too aggressive, right? Now, what I'm looking for is that extension away from VWAP. I'm looking for that directionality in the direction that I'm looking for. So, building into it slowly, eventually, you flip the script. Now I'm holding some of the most size in a trade that's actually working for me.
Yeah, funny how that works.
And it's like that. That's the beautiful thing about effective pyramiding is like you're going to be in the smallest size when things don't work, and you're going to be in the biggest size when things are working for you. So if you can figure out that piece of the game and execution set in some of the trades that you're taking, I think that's definitely helped me as well over the past year as well. But it's a work in progress. And now I look at a stock and I see it trend, and I see you see charts differently. You start to see charts a little bit differently in terms of opportunity, where I'm leaving a lot of stuff on the table because I'm just like, I might catch a little piece of that, but like I need to preserve some capital, like mental capital for this trade or a potential trade that actually shows up. That's my playbook trade, and they're showing up maybe 2 times a week, 3 times a week, not nothing crazy. And most of the time they're just like Bs. And every now and then it shows up as an A trade, and then I guess the difference between taking the B and the A is like real time. It's the same trade, right? Real time understanding that this is no longer a B trade, this is an A trade, and now sizing aggressively on that. That's like,
and being able to make that decision on the fly too, and having the emotional clarity to be able to do that, I think is quite tough. But great point there. Let's just get some supers if we can. Thank you very much, Zen Zombie, for the $5 super. My biggest losers. I learned from poker chasing losses while on tilt. That's a great question. You're describing your emotional situation there. What's the actual trading scenario, though, that you typically find yourself in? So when I'm adding into my losers, I'm adding because I'm out of the money, and my desire is to be back in the money by buying at a lower area. But I'm doing it because I'm not thinking clearly because I'm on tilt. See what I'm saying? So it all kind of just ends up working together. But what is the actual mechanism, Zen Zombie? And you don't need to super, again, just tag myself or Obi, that you find yourself doing. That's your emotional state of mind there. I want to know what you're actually doing mechanically that's causing some of these biggest losers. So tag me there. But thank you very much for that super, and thank you for chiming in. Obi, we got a Tame Panda, one of my faves in the chat there. $5 super.
Yeah.
Want to read that out? For sure, yeah.
Tampanetta, I totally relate. Look, dude, I'll tell you right now, I've been blown up a couple times, right? A couple times easily, right? So saying, Tampanetta, thank you again for the super chat. Yeah. What you said there about casually DCA against yourself is exactly how I got obliterated on shorting small caps back in 2020. Me too, man. Me too. What was one of them? I think it was SPI, if you guys remember SPI. I blew up on that one. I got margin called on that one. Pretty aggressive. Yeah, another kind of one where I kind of just kind of added. Is a short squeeze. What happens when you add into a short squeeze? You get absolutely slapped. But I guess tuition was paid, and now I recognize if something's setting up for a squeeze. Oh boy. I know. Well, one, I kind of maybe know not to short it too aggressively. I might still take a little bit of a dabble, but don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. If it's starting to squeeze, that's a big thing that I learned. And I learned a lot about liquidity traps, getting squeezed out of positions, getting margin called. So
those are tough. Yeah, those are some of the tough. Adira, I saw you chiming in the chat there. Is there something you want to kind of give us with respect to your observations about biggest losers, et cetera? Anything that you can shed light on?
Thank you for bringing me in here. Yeah, I think one thing that I've noticed even today, I was running into that where I tried some Micron because I was like, oh, this chart looks so good, but I knew I was tired. And so I tried it and it didn't work. And I think, I tried the long and I tried the short, and I had reasons for both and just neither worked. And so I just put myself in trade jail for the day, where I just, even if I'm not shut down, which in this case I wasn't, I was down 3 out of 10 risk units, so I had a lot of risk to play with, but I just know I was not at the mental capacity to be able to use that well. So why would I waste mental capital or physical capital if I don't have the mental capital to deal with it? So that's how I deal with situations. Yeah. I think honestly my biggest losses are just when I'm too tired to trade and I'm not willing to accept that. So yeah, I think my biggest advice would just be real with yourself and be honest with yourself and hold yourself accountable. And that I think helped me a lot.
Well said. Thank you for chiming in there, Dara.
Yeah. You got to respect yourself.
100%. Yeah.
Big thing, right?
And but what I did like what she said there is that she's self-aware. Yeah. Right? On the days where she's not 100%, but she's insisting on being 100%, I think that's where you get in some trouble. I think that, it just comes down to, that emotional setup that you have to be ready for in the same way that you're in the technical setup. So they're both important here. All right, guys. Yes, sir. Let's get right back down to some levels over here. Yeah, Fluffy, I see what you're saying as well. She kind of chime in with what Dara says, being tired, not getting enough of sleep, hungry. Yeah.
We all know about sleep, right? Like, tracking your sleep is huge. That, man? I don't trade. I literally, if I'm on less than 3 or 4 or 5 hours of sleep, I just don't trade the open. I'm just like, yeah, whatever, next opportunity. Like I've done there, been there, done there so many times where it's like there can be a B+ or an A trade. Maybe because it's an A+, I get forgiven for making mistakes. That's totally
situational. That could be just lucky.
But over time, if I continue to do that, if I traded every single time I was on lack of sleep, that is not a positive EV journey. It's not a positive EV trade long term at all. So it's just not, just better not to trade. Who cares? Like what? SpaceX is going to go to 200 on a 150 break, $50 in an intraday push. Great. Who cares? Take the next trade, right? It's just. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
All right, we're getting a super chat beef here. Okay, all for love, Frenchie, 5905. Thank you for the 2 super. Northern Lakes Media. Stop spamming. He's talking about VELO. Yeah, I looked at this. What are you talking about, man? Look, I don't want crap on your trade or anything, but this is VELO.
Crap on it.
Well, it had a good day. I'd say on the 11th, it ripped in the aftermarket there. A bit of a ziggy-zaggy day on the 12th, popped off again early on the 13th, but it's been just kind of holding that 16.5 resistance level for a while. This is VELO. Nothing that I'll have anything to do with on the day, but people are yelling about a new breakout here. So we have to cover this. Let's bring it in. Everybody, AGRZ. Okay, let's have a look there. Ooh. AGRZ, what do we got there? Because I don't have eyes on this one. Oh, baby. This one was a mover in the pre-745. It did the Christmas tree retracement. Got all the way up. This bar high, 56 pennies. Current bar high, 53 pennies. This is the 1 minute chart. We're breaking out on volume. You can see the volume really coming in at 12.29. It wasn't really doing much, 12.28. At the highest here, we've had about 1.7 million shares of volume on the 1 minute chart. On the 5, we're looking at well over 3. In fact, it's almost 4 million shares of volume currently on this 5 minute or this 5 minute candle, ARGZ or Z, depending on, which side of the border you fall on. But there it is. So this is obviously going to be on the side chart here because a lot of the names we were keeping an eye on in the pre and earlier in the show have sort of broken down. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on this one because I don't want to punch in here. It has to prove itself as a trade. And right now it's about 5 or like 7 pennies off that daily high. Let's throw it up on a trading screen here so we can get a better look at the spread and how it's trading. ARGZ on the NQ, is it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so 45 million shares of vol. It's coming back in though. It just lost 45. So I want to flip to the 5-second chart on this one. All right, where are the buyers stepping in? Well, you've got the volume weighted average price at 40 pennies. You've got a downtrend right now from that 55 area high. It hasn't broken the downtrend quite yet on the 5-second chart. It defended 42.5. Now it's catching a bit of a bid into 48. Let's see if it can clear 50. There it goes, 48.9. If it rejects 50 and loses 42.5, this is trouble, okay? Because the rejection of the 50 makes a lower high on the 5, and a loss of 42.5 makes a lower low. It hasn't done that quite yet. I'm just saying, look out for that. A rejection of 50 pennies and a loss of 42.5 sends this one probably further down. How deep, I don't know. But we're going to pack the patience. We're going to keep a close eye here, Joe. Obi, I keep calling you Joey. I apologize. Worries. That was you selling at 49, Case?
Oh, boy.
Blocked. Immediately blocked. No, I'm kidding. We can't block the OG. Right? She's the OG, right? KC 526. Get it, girl.
Almost a top tick right there. Almost. It's about seven pennies away. 7 pennies.
I want to read this one here. It's a good one here.
Yeah. So XKR2, thank you very much for the super chat. Going back to the topic we were talking about a little bit earlier, my weakness is being fixated on target and then adding more leverage to lower average cost, but it's more forgiving as they do monthly expiry calls on the QQQs. Yeah, man. It's averaging up and averaging down a little bit of a balancing act, right? And I think that the more I guess I sit on this seat, I kind of start to realize it's like, yes, more often than not, you for sure should not be averaging down at all, right? But there exist some opportunities in the market where you kind of have to break some of your rules, not really break them totally, but loosen them up a little bit. When things get aggressive, like when volatility steps into the market, when you have breaking news trades, when you have blow off tops and capitulatory action, the probability of you sniping that turn or sniping that perfect price is almost never, it's difficult.
Really hard.
Right?
Yeah,
but if you kind of be like, all right, we're starting to slow down, we're starting to maybe potentially look like we're going the other way here, then yeah, dabbling into some of those on the front side definitely worth it. But again, it's a balancing act. I wouldn't really, all the best trades, you don't need to do that.
No,
you don't need to do that.
How funny
is
that?
Thing. All the best trades, you don't need to do that. You get in, it goes. It probably doesn't even give you another opportunity to add sometimes.
Consistently hear this from traders. Their best trades are the ones that they do the least work on.
What do you mean?
Okay, so
like when the trade is happening. Yeah, when the trade is happening.
I'm not talking about pre-prep, right? You got to do the prep, right?
You probably exactly. Yeah.
But if you're having to dollar cost average and you're looking for this level and you're scalping, those end up being the toughest trades. Funny how some of the easiest trades are the most or the most profitable trades, sorry, are some of the easiest trades from an actual intra-trade perspective, not from a pre-trade perspective where you have to do your homework, cross your T's and dot your I's, right? That's not kind of what I mean there, but I really like how you put that, Ope.
Yeah.
All right, we're dropping here pretty aggressively on ARGZ. It's into 40 pennies. I'll have nothing to do with this one at the moment. We'll see if it can hold up here. Zen Zombie, PFSA, possible curl up. Let's have a look.
PFSA. Is that PaySafe? PaySafe, right? Yeah.
I have no idea.
PaySafe.
Profusa. I don't know what this Profusa is, though.
What is PaySafe then?
PFSA. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Zen Zombie, but you know how I feel about these, brother, right? Like 677 high, drops into 375. It's the volume profile is declining down and to the right. You have volume, price action divergence, volume bars dropping, price curling up. It's trading below the volume weighted average price. Yeah, I'll have nothing to do with this one until it can resume trend. But PFSA did pop up beautifully. Like, there's nothing to complain about there. Right at 930, really did make a big move up. But this is what we call a Christmas tree retracement. Green on one side, red on the other, as it gives back the majority of the big move up. So not really my cup of tea, but we'll keep eyes on that. I just want to mention I'm keeping an eye here on OSRH because that's two candles now on the 5-minute chart that it's defended 52.5 pennies. That is the volume weighted average price. It has two bottoming tail candles right into 52.5. So if I start seeing a curl up here and a breaking of trend, I'm going to get back in to OSRH. Fluffy, Sharif, best trades when I fat finger on my stream deck and I go bigger than meant to. No way. So your best trades are accidental, but isn't that?
I mean, we know someone like that.
Hold on, but isn't that more reflective of perhaps not knowing how good she is? Because she's quite good, and in the sense that the trade ends up making money, but she didn't have enough conviction behind it to put in the big size. Because she's like, I know you're not on the show every day, but she's cleaning up.
Okay.
Fluffy Hippo has been absolutely cleaning up lately.
Okay.
Like, we're talking, 4 to 5 figure weeks.
Nice.
Right?
Nice.
Yeah.
Well done,
It's been good,
Okay.
very good for her, and more happy for her we couldn't be. So
No,
clearly you're a very good trader.
I like that. I mean, I think that I do believe that some of our best trades, more often than not, we are undersized in some of our best trades. I find that, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like I'm in a really good trade, and almost always I'm just like, yeah, I definitely could have had more. I wish I had more. Definitely should be pushing more into the best trades. I think that's something that comes over time. And if you find that sometimes you're getting these outlier winners on, say, like a fat finger, really delve into the trades, right? Be like, really start to kind of grade them. Be like, all right, I'll use reversions as an example because that's kind of what I like to do. You map out. I'll map out all of the reversion trades that I took last month, right? All the good ones and all the bad ones. What do they look like? Can I compartmentalize them in different categories? Can I kind of parse them out? These guys are similar. These guys are similar. Kind of this, and then within those, can I be like, all right, out of these different iterations of reversions, which ones are the best? When it's this one, which one, like, is it an A, B, or a C? If it's this one, is it an A, B, or a C? And then you can work towards, okay, if it's an A, then I should be like, all right, well, this is, you can call it something. Maybe call it the fat finger trade. I don't know. Be like, that's the fat finger trade. That's the one I should be really pushing into, right? It's like kind of like that. It's like, you got to study yourself a little bit to study your own trading. Right. And more often than not, yeah, I do believe that some of our best trades, more often than not, we are definitely very undersized, not giving the trade the true size that it deserves. So that does happen very frequently. But you see the flip side as well, right? I suffer from this every now and then where I'm giving not the trade, something that isn't the trade, something that is really bad, more size than it needs to. Right, so it's always going to be a little bit of a balancing act there when it comes to properly positioning and sizing into the best opportunities. But yeah, no, it's a work in progress. It's good to hear that some of our viewers are making those leaps and bounds.
Oh yeah.
So shout out to Fluffy Hippo.
Yeah. We've got Lele as well. Needless to say, obviously Casey's been on that for a while. Shout out to Bovin, Grunfeld, TT Mass. A lot of you guys have been killing it. Shout out to my man Mike P.D. Ryder as well. Trader forever. He's been there. There's been a lot of, and obviously, I'm just only mentioning the small cap traders here. Goodness gracious. We've got a list of great traders in the chat. Shout out to my man, of course, Zion Lala. We got Gorev. There's a bunch of Brian. So many of you guys, man. You guys have been doing great. And, you know, it's honestly a pleasure to be on the other side of the screen and hear shout outs that you guys call out. It really does make things a lot easier, man. So we really appreciate you guys. All right, I'm back in over here. OSRH. It held VWAP. I'm thinking it's going to have trouble with 60. I'm in at 56. I've actually got better than 56. I've got 55 and change, but it says 56 over here. Now I'm looking for 59 initially. 58 penny high. We're showing 57 3/4 right now. So I'm looking for 59. Then I'm looking for 64s. So let's see exactly how this cookie crumbles. I stop out below prior bar low, which is 52 1/5. So 52.20 prior bar low. That gets me out of the trade. Simple as that. I won't be DCing into this one. Positive on OSRH, but more positive on WFF. Lele, I love the show. You're the best. No, you're the best. Shout out to Lele, man. She's obviously made fantastic strides as well. Just don't call her Leanna, because it's Leandra. I'm always going to say that. Okay. Right?
All right.
I know, right? She's like, careful. All right. So that is what I'm involved in right now.
Did you hear about this this deal here? I was looking at this stock. Someone brought it back to my attention from a couple days ago. Workday. Workday.
Yeah. Apparently, it's going private.
Absolutely crazy. Potentially one of the biggest buyouts in history. By I think just to read a little blurb here, $50 billion plus potential to take private from Silver Lake. And yeah, it would be one of the biggest software buyouts ever. Which is interesting because it's this kind of buyout's coming in at a time of kind of fear, AI, some of the software names getting sold, and these guys are like, boom, we wanna buy in to Workday, which is very, very interesting because they're making kind of like the opposite bet of the market.
Well, exactly.
In a sense, right?
Exactly.
So I think it's interesting, but that move on that initial push,
it's a bet.
Absolutely wild. I know a couple of traders that made hundreds of thousands of dollars intraday within 5-10 minutes on this move.
Are you kidding?
Yeah. Because think about it. You had look, I'll go down to a 1 minute chart, Sharif. You had a long time to, one, figure out the news, and then two, bid into it. Like, look, right here is no news, 176, halts up at 186. That's two whole minutes. This is at 2:33, right? You have 2 whole minutes. Now you have 5 minutes to figure out what the hell is going on with Workday. You figure it out. Silver Lake buying for one of the most potentially biggest buyout deals. Now you've had 7 minutes since the
digest that, right? Yeah, you can punch in there.
8, 9, 2 more minutes where you halt up once again into 200.
Exactly.
And then the open where you kind of get that 220 open back into like 225. So you had a long time, and if you slapped up some options pretty aggressively and you figured out that, hey, this is some solid news, yeah, you definitely made some solid risk to reward. But take a look at the reversion that's been happening after that craziness comes into the market. It's all speculation, right? Nothing's hard set in stone. We made a high of 227s. We're back down below 200s today, consolidating, chopping around 190s. But I think the opening drives on some of these, prior trading day, Friday, you can see that right there, back through 200. Boom. Another day where we're trading a little bit lower here. So Workday, an interesting, I guess, a vehicle here that had some recent news, pulling back pretty decently. But the question becomes, are they going to find a bid? Is this deal really going to go through? Like I said, a little bit of a troubling time to kind of place a bid for one of the biggest bids in the software industry for a buyout there. So.
Yeah, look, I don't think they're going to encounter much problems from the regulator, but they are taking a bit of a risk. I mean, I think they think that this thing is on sale after Software-mageddon, SaaS-mageddon, whatever you want to call it, and the bet the market has taken that AI is fundamentally disruptive to these software as a service names because you're going to be able to bring it in-house, whether you're going to do that with your own open weight model or whatever structure you decide to follow. I think that's the bet the market took against Workday. And I think maybe Silver Lake is looking at that, and they're like, all right, well, we'll take the other side of that. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. So let's, in fact, see how this cookie crumbles. All right, couple of positions here to bring your attention to. Let's start with OSRH. We don't get any prints here. but I'm still watching this one trade above the volume weighted average price. I don't know how to feel about this one, so be careful with OSRH. If it loses 52.5, I'm really out of this one. I'm starting an entry level position here on ARGZ just because it got right back above the volume weighted average price. I'm not going to give it much in the way of room. So if it doesn't go, I'm really out. I'm starting with a small position. We'll add to this one if it can clear 50. I think that's where I'll feel a lot more, rest easy. Yeah, this one's cleared some technical hurdles. Otherwise than that, I think we may be in some trouble here. People keep talking about WETO, and it's not of interest to me unless it breaks this trend. So I'm just loading. I don't know what happened to the price action here.
Yeah, my charts are doing some weird stuff right now too.
That's all right. Let's take a quick look over here. We'll bring in this side chart. WETO. What's the price that it's currently showing me? 17 and a quarter. Yeah, look, I was telling Case in the chat, it could very well go. To me, though, it's one of those ones where it's breaking the downtrend, and those are usually, in my humble submission, bull traps. So I'm not going to jump into WETO, but hey, have at it, man. Whoever wants to print on that, I hope you guys print up storms. I hope I'm wrong, honestly. I hope I'm wrong. I hope this thing goes to 20, but I'm just not going to trade it. It doesn't work with kind of my risk appetite at the moment. I got stopped out of ARGZ, did lose 40, even though it's resuming trend. So I'm going to have to see if this can clear 45. If it can clear 45, I kept my stop too tight there. That was a mistake. Yeah, I should have put it below the volume weighted average price. I put it below 40. So that's why I got stopped out of there quick as you like. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a breach of 45 here on ARGZ. If I can get into that, then we'll be looking for a move into 50 here.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people in the chat talking about Tesla as well. So a couple Tesla messages here. I say, T, what's up, yo? Asking me, what's your take on SPY, flat bottom 775? Will it give up or bounce to space? So we'll take a look at a couple of those names. Tesla, not really on my radar today. It definitely was on Friday. I don't know if you guys saw this. Aggressive selling pretty much for a few hours. 10 a.m. the seller kind of steps in, breaks down that trend, breaks down below VWAP, and we get about a 4.5% straight trend. Just algos were turned on, and then boom, sell, 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 pretty much in a straight line for an hour and 20 minutes on Tesla. So I definitely was watching this. There, a beautiful reversion on that. But coming into today, nothing too crazy, a little consolidative. Where is it with respect to kind of where it's been as of recent? You can see we've been bouncing, Sharif, a little bit. We got that daily breakout. If you guys have been watching Tesla, we gapped down below that 350, nice little flush down, 300 bounce, and we've been kind of trending right back up. So this daily breakout came in on Friday there, and we got a push all the way up to 350, a nice little test. So I really like this. I was looking for a potential fill of this gap. I know a lot of people talk about gap fills, 370s. I don't think it's going to be a clean and straight path all the way back up there if we do kind of plan on pushing right back up into that bottom of the range. But Tesla, 350 reject off of Friday. Still kind of waiting and watching on this one. Not really doing anything too crazy, guys, today. It's only up, it's only down 0.63%. So just pretty much flat on the day, sideways chop. And with your question on the spider, T, what's up, yo? 775 flat bottom. So I guess I think you mean on the intraday. So here's the thing, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
I know you like your flat bottoms and your flat tops. Now, usually when you see those, don't you want to see the action kind of build into the flat? Right? You want to see those higher lows.
So you're talking about an ascending wedge?
Higher lows into the flat top.
Ascending wedge.
Lower highs into the flat bottom, right? So you kind of position yourself to get into those flats, and that's what you kind of want to see. But here, if you're talking about SPY, flat bottom, I don't really see a flat bottom, man. Like 775, yeah, I see the 775, right? That's been a bit of an area here from Thursday, and then once again on Friday, and today we're just chopping it up. So is it a flat bottom? Is that what you mean? This bigger picture? Maybe you mean on the hourly? I could be wrong, but I don't really see too much of a flat bottom here. Just sideways consolidation.
Absolutely.
We attempt to push some of these highs.
It's a bull flag.
Yeah, it's a flag. Don't forget, we're at all-time highs. Yeah. We're right there. So we're consolidating just underneath all-time highs. So intraday 775, I don't know, man. There's too much chop. You're pretty much kind of in no man's land here when you look at the bigger picture chop that we've been doing over the past couple of weeks. So nothing too crazy. Like when I woke up today, when I woke up today, first of all, I saw Joey's text. He's like, bro, I know it's late, but
he wouldn't have shown up if I did that, by the way.
What's that?
Because I'll message him in the morning sometimes. And you know what he said to me? He's like, I pick up on patterns, not just chart patterns.
Oh, me. Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, he's like, I notice when you go out the day before Sharif, I typically get a message from you the day subsequent. I pick up on life patterns as I pick up on chart patterns.
I did say that to him.
I'm not lying to you. Like, I just died laughing on the other side of the phone because it was so accurate, right? Like, I was tired and I'm literally feeling under the weather. But this guy, bro, he does pick up on patterns.
So he did message me, like, I think it was Friday, Saturday. He said Monday's a maybe. That's what he said. He said Monday's a maybe. I was like, fine, let me know.
Yeah.
And then he let me know this morning. I'm like, bro, come on. I'm gonna talk to him when I see him and be like, bro, you gotta let me know the day before, because I'm waking up. My phone was dead this morning. First of all, I was up to like 2 a.m. Didn't really trade BL, but I was watching the BL session. Nothing crazy. Kind of dead. But when I woke up this morning, other than seeing Joe's text, kind of looked at the market. I was like, nothing's really happening. Nothing's really going on. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
We have some residual news from last week, but when it comes to earnings, we don't have anything crazy on the docket. I did see some of the small caps running in the morning session. Didn't really look into them too much, but SpaceX was on watch today. SPY not really. I know we had some oil related news over the weekend, but nothing crazy. If you look at USO today, not really doing any sort of significant relative volume. It's kind of chill. So
even though President Trump was threatening Oman as well today too, that didn't seem to move the needle. Adira brought us that headline in the morning, so.
It's always interesting to see what actually moves the needle and what doesn't.
So true, huh? Especially like things that moved the needle before that no longer move it.
Yeah, because the market's like, hey, we're fed up with your come on.
It's
like the first. It's like kind of like the boy who called wolf. You can only call wolf so many times before the market's like, all right, whatever. We've priced that in already.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's discounted. It's like the market's taken it in, it's absorbed it, and it's no longer going to be kind of the market moving event it was prior. Yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. I'm not liking anything right now. Texas Jet fan, shout out to my man. Look at this guy, man. He's dropping his kid off in college. I love it. Tuning in from DC, dropping off son to college. Say hi to the old boy, Obi. There you go. You're getting love from Texas
what's
Jet
up?
fan. I met up with him in Houston, man. We had breakfast before the Canada-Morocco game.
Okay.
Sick dude. He does a lot of business association loans. And he's cleaning up doing that. And then obviously he funnels that money into the market and he's hanging out with us, man. I'm proud of the guy. He's honestly a hell of a guy. He's got a hell of a family. You should see this guy's kids and how ambitious they are. Like they're already out there hustling. Like the kid's 13. He goes and he cuts grass. He power washes.
Nice.
He generates his own money. You know what I mean? And he's got a great mentor too.
I mean,
so shout out to the man.
I always love that. It's absolutely solid. I think you gotta develop that business acumen very early on in life. I think it's a life skill to have. Definitely good parenting there.
Yeah, it is, man. It is, and like that kind of stuff stands out to me. I really do care.
And like, what better place to do it than the land of opportunity? Starting a small business in America is absolutely solid. It's
plenty of
like you compare that to here in Canada. It's just there's so many more hurdles I feel that you got to get through, and just
especially in business.
It's just better and easier to make money in the States.
There's a lot more money ready to be given out and ready to be kind of awarded through private means pretty readily. Here, there's just so many barriers. But anyway, I don't crap on Canada at the moment. Here we go. So, unlike Obi, I share trade secrets.
Oh yeah, who's saying that?
Taking shots at you, Bo.
Who's saying that?
That's Texas Jet fan.
Oh, okay, all right.
Hey
man, listen. You know what? We're gonna have a little bit of a read along right now, but I'm gonna read a snippet on that about sharing trades and like what I really think about that. But I'll find the snippet. I'll find the snippet. But yeah, just I'll get back to you on that.
Cheyenne, Sharif, what's your profit level on OSRH? Well, we just went the beak there at 60 because it did pop up into 60, so I took profits. I'm waiting for 64, then I'm waiting for a high day breach. Okay, it's holding VWAP, it's holding structure. To me, there's no reason to get out above anything above 52 pennies. You got to give it to 52. It's held VWAP on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now 6 candle basis. You got to give it room. Otherwise, I don't think you're doing the trade, justice here. Now, if you end up losing money, that is part and parcel of the business. So if you give it to 52 and you end up being wrong, that's just kind of how it goes, and you move on to the next trade. Zion, Obi, Sharif.
Yes.
We miss you, oh boy.
Oh boy.
You know y'all get a lot of love from Texas, including Bovin and from I in H-Town. Shout out to my man Zion, man. We know you're from H-Town. Shout out, and Adara loves Texas as well. She's giving you the round of applause there. I know she loves Texas rap. Fluffy
I
Hippo.
love Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas.
Bro,
so I've heard.
Tell you, man. I got to tell you that I was very impressed.
Yeah, how was your trip?
It was fantastic, brother. It was fantastic. I mean, everything went well, man. I stayed in Fort Worth. I didn't go to Dallas at all.
Yeah.
Fort Worth was a dream. Like, it's really clean, dude. And I was told I used Claude to make my travel plans.
Yeah. Solid, yeah.
And it was like, yo, if you want something nice, stay in Fort Worth. Fort Worth night is nice. So I ended up staying in Fort Worth, went to Arlington, which is kind of in between Texas and Fort Worth. It's kind of like in the center. That's where the game was at AT&T Stadium. It's called Dallas Stadium, of course, for the World Cup, because nobody can make money unless FIFA makes money. And then I drove to Houston for the Canada-Morocco game, which was cool. I had to get up super early because it was the 4th of July, and I was worried I was going to run into so much traffic.
Yeah, how was that?
Let me tell you, man, these Texas back roads, they're like our main roads. They're huge, and they're slick as hell. There's no bumps, and it's green as hell, too. That's what took me off guard. Green. Although there's no large bodies of water.
Huh.
None. Where the hell is all the water coming from? I'm assuming precipitation, right? Because there was just no large bodies of water anywhere to be had. And I drove almost 4 hours between Dallas and Houston, right? So it's great.
Yeah, nice. Good.
Fluffy.
Good trip, man.
It was really good. I definitely want to go back to Texas again. I got to do it again. If I could bet on you saying I don't like anything, I would have a lot of money. Well, what do you want from my life, man? If I don't like it, I'm not gonna trade it.
He's a selective guy. Come on.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
There you go.
You got to be selective with opportunities, and not even in the stock market, and in anything in life, in business.
You gotta be.
I mean,
man.
you have to be selective.
You
don't want to throw your money at just anything and everything.
No.
Right.
No.
It's gotta provide some sort of real value in terms of whether it's a 5-minute opportunity, a 10-minute opportunity, a couple of weeks overnight. You know what I mean?
I can be a celebrity overnight. OSRH. Thank you.
That's
remember that, man?
Hold on.
Be a celebrity overnight.
Twista.
Yes. Oh.
Twista. Yes.
Thank you very much, Cheyenne. $5 Canadian super chat. And he says I support Arsenal. So thank you very much for that. White House confirms President Xi of China will visit on the 24th of September. That's a month and a week away exactly. So get ready, man. Here we go. President Trump visited President Xi. It was a good meeting by all accounts. Let's see how it goes around this time. Now that President Trump has put the ban on the drones, has put the ban on the robotics. Let's see how President Xi likes that, or what kind of mood or kind of relationship the two leaders are going to have now that that sort of has developed. I'm very interested to see how this ends up going. Dan the Maniac, Obi, Sharif, that's no longer true. I have started many small businesses and one large one, and America sucks now for business. I only had one successful idea, heavily taxed in California. I just asked my sister. And the funny part about it was I never really understood her thinking about moving to Orange County. Okay. Number one, dentists make less money in the United States than they do in Canada.
Yes.
It's more of a volume game than a margin game here. They don't even have to have that many patients. They make so much money per patient. You know the banks throw money at the dentist here, like they throw money at nobody. So that's one. Two, it's like an equally taxed jurisdiction, dude. You know, like California is not that much better than Canada. It's better. It is better. I think like 10 or 15% cumulatively total, but it wasn't like a huge difference. I think it's actually less than that, to be fair to you. So I never really understood like why she wanted to go other than the quality of life. She lived in Wasaga Beach, right? And she worked in Collingwood. And
I was going to say the beaches.
Beach,
yeah,
bro,
exactly.
right? Yeah. Wasaga Beach is just, you know, it's.
Yeah, you can't compare that to some of the beaches in
oh boy.
In Cali or.
Right, I don't understand, but it was her decision to go. And she had to upend her family, man. Like, you have to understand, her kids never took U.S. history. They didn't know a thing about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Right, and they're going in grade, what was it? I think he went 9th grade and she was in 7th grade. So they weren't exactly that young, right? So there's a lot of stuff that they didn't know that they had kind of had to start over again on, but it's a little bit there. California is beautiful, man. You're not going to hear me complaining, but California, Orange County is one of the nicest places in the world that I've been anyway, man. It's just, everything is always sunny. It's clean as hell. I'm talking about Orange County. I'm not talking about LA County. Go ahead, Adair.
Also set, the setting of one of the best teen dramas of all time, which I know
OC,
you're also a fan of
course.
California, here we come.
There you go. And it was filmed in, of course, what's it called? What's that? It's Orange County. It's Laguna Beach, Newport Beach. One of the nicest beaches I've ever been to. I love Newport Beach, Balboa Beach as well, man. All right, we're going off on a little bit of a tangent right now. All right, let's get right down to work. We just took some profits there on OSRH. It did break above 60. It still hasn't hit 64 where I'm waiting next, but I want to bring your attention to the one that I brought to you earlier because it is doing good things here into the high of the day. AXTX, there it goes, 1595 high. This one's going on the way to 16. It's up 32.5%. It's a much slower mover than some of the ones we've been trading today, but it's him. Into the high it goes. Now, I do really want to stress to everybody, please, trading Wedo, be on the lookout for the bull trap, okay? Into 18 it goes, right? If it loses trend here, and by trend I'm talking about $16, if Wedo loses $16, this is trouble. It's held it, 11 o'clock it held it. It held it 11:25. It did it again here, 12:05, 12 o'clock, and again, 12:20, 12:25. If it loses it this time around, just be on the lookout here because this is the higher, that's the bull trap into 18. I'm not saying this is going to be a bull trap, but this is how I see it. And then if it loses 16, well, then you know the bull trap is completed there. So we'll keep you guys apprised of that. So I'm still holding OSRH and really nothing to report on there. Dana Point, Mopar, that's where my parents stay when they visit her. So Dana Point is just south of Laguna Beach. I'm talking just a little north of Laguna Beach, which is Newport, of course. And then above Newport is Huntington Beach, a beach I really like, but it's just really big and long. So you got to be willing kind of just to schlep from where you are on the water all the way to the stores. What I like about Newport Beach is the actual size of the beach and the walkway that kind of goes along with the beach much shorter. So it's a lot more, it's a lot nicer. I just like Newport a lot better. I don't like Laguna Beach because it's too dang small. It's like everybody is kind of condensed in that one area down the hill because like it just all the different sides funnel downhill into the one beach area. It's impossible to find parking. Dana Point is kind of more, I don't know, like seniors. And then San Clemente, I'm not a big fan of San Clemente here. There's a lot of other activities that go on in San Clemente. I could be wrong about that, but I like Newport, man. Yeah, well, Rudy, you don't have to live in Newport, brother. You can just go to Newport, right? Like my sister doesn't live there, and we go there all the time. It's like a 15-minute drive on PCH, right? So, yeah, one of my favorite areas, man.
Yeah, no, I think some good intel on some of those areas. Long Beach, underrated. Yeah, interesting. A lot of places I haven't visited, so maybe one day
California, man. I wouldn't live there,
but we used to live in Cali when I was a kid. Overland Trail. Sorry, no.
You lived in Cali?
Overland Trail Park. I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Crazy.
Overland Trail Park. or was that in Kansas? I don't know. I don't remember. We lived in the States, in a few different states.
Were you really young at the time?
Yeah, I was really young. Yeah. No, but I do remember going to San Diego Zoo.
So good.
That was definitely core memories.
La Jolla in San Diego was a really nice area. And it's like the first area you come in. So if you're driving south from LA on PCA or however you go to San Diego, it's like the first city you kind of come into. And there's isn't there an area called Seal Beach or something like that there, guys, where like surprisingly a lot of seals are.
Huh.
Right?
Okay.
And like they smell. So it sounds very cool, but they're very noisy. They don't smell that good, brother. No. Like, you know. Yeah, but Seal Beach, everybody say,
There's probably a lot of fish there.
Yeah.
Definitely. They hang out around there for sure.
Pungent smell, brother. Pungent.
So I found the quote that I was that I was mentioning earlier. So this is from a recent book that came out from I think right this time there's two authors for the new Market Wizards book. There's George Coyle and Jack Schwager, of course, and it's just a snippet from one of the traders in there. Now, this is chapter 3, I think. Simon Rousseau, right? Simon Rousseau. I think I'm sorry if I butcher that. There. Now, this is just a small snippet. I kind of saved it. It was interesting to me, and take it however you will. I'm just going to read this off. So he was asked, if hundreds of thousands of people read this interview, do you think it might impact the strategy's efficacy? So he replies, when I had a trading partner, he was paranoid about my discussing my trading strategies with anyone. I have the opposite attitude, he says. If I were to share my exact strategy with 100 people, 95 would either not understand it or have no interest in it. True. 4 of the remaining 5 who would attempt to use the strategy will not have the appropriate temperament. Key. I think that sentence is absolute key right there. And then as for the one person who does, good for them, they deserve it. So I think that kind of, in a nutshell, kind of summarizes that piece there. Now, of course, it's not going to be true for every single strategy. When you're at a prop firm, there's certain proprietary strategies that can be very sensitive, right? You're talking about them on a show with thousands of people all around the world watching, and if I'm like, okay, if I start giving away trade secrets of like, oh, this trade makes this much, this trade percent probability this much, or we do this kind of trading over time, any other person at any other prop firm who has similar market access could potentially, replicate that process, essentially taking away market share from the traders at our firm. So that's why there's a whole reason, there's a good reason why some strategies are just not given out. Right? But if you're just like, okay, if I'm going to be generalizing and I'm just like, okay, well, I like reversion, and I sit here and I take a couple reversion trades, sure, some people might be able to, reverse engineer that, figure out what I'm doing over time. But guess what? I bet you don't have 5,000 iterations of the trade from the past couple of years. Right? So it's like building all of those different nuances and things makes a big difference, and it's not going to be the same kind of trade. I can give you everything. I can be like, okay, enter like this, exit like this. This is interesting. This kind of reminds me of that experiment that those two friends did back in the day. I'm always forgetting their name. But the turtle traders, the turtle traders were kind of based on this. 2 friends basically made a bet talking about nature versus nurture argument of trading skill. One of them was like, no, trading is a natural skill. It can't be taught. And the other friend was, no, it can be taught. And the turtle traders were kind of born through that. So if you guys know the story.
I never heard about this. It's really interesting.
Yeah, so you look into the turtle traders. Definitely worth looking into. A couple books written by the turtle traders. Dang. Almost all of them went on to be like pretty big wigs in the finance world.
Seriously, yeah. I'll look into that. All right, there's breaking news, so we have to head to Adara.
Put it on the screen, but because USO made a new high, I wanted to mention it here as well. Comments coming from Chris Wright, the U.S. Secretary of Energy. He said that, quote, we are not fully back to the full oil flow in the Middle East. So basically just as we kind of expected here, oil flow still a struggle in the Middle East. We did get a new high on USO, high of the day on that, so I wanted to mention, but just keep an eye out. We could get more comments potentially from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright here as well.
Thank you for that.
Sean Hodig in the chat saying, we don't need much. just a strategy that works 100% of the time and is easy. Of course. I'll give you one. And it's one of the first ones.
Watch how sarcastic
it always works. It always works. You got to buy low and then sell high. But here's the kicker.
You were going to do that.
Here's the kicker. Here's a different one, though.
Yeah.
Buy high and sell even higher.
That's amazing. I never thought about that. I mean, like, who does stuff like that, man?
You can also revert it if you're a contrarian. You can sell high, buy low.
I love this guy.
Or you can sell low and buy even lower.
Get it, oh.
There's just so many different ways to make money in this market. Come on, why isn't everybody doing it? Come on, guys.
Come on, man. I mean, like, you're not going to get the secret sauce from this guy, bro. If you want the secret sauce, you're going to have to watch. You're going to have to discern what he's doing. He's not going to tell you. Guys, Reto, R-E-T-O is Rip City here. Into 192 we go. The bid is on right now on Reto, but you're going to have to be careful because this is a trade de novo, right? Which means it's a new trade, and it means it doesn't really have established levels with volume. So oftentimes what we do see with these ones, especially when they're a little spready like this one is it can be green on one side, up and to the right, and then red on the other, down and to the right. So just be careful with this one. Stick to your levels. VWAP is at $1.65. Current bar low, if you want, you can look at the multi-time frame over here, RETO. Look at this multi-time frame. I know you'd be proud of this one because you got the 1 up here, the 5 over here, the 15, and the 4. I know you're about that life, oh.
Oh, yeah. You want to see like a lot of, it prevents the, what do you call?
Being myopic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go. 175, I would say. 165 to 175 support. I say that for a couple of reasons. Flat top break on the 1 at 175. VWAP, 166, 165. RETO, the ticker, looking good here midday. Doesn't mean that this one is him, but it means that you need to be on the lookout here if you're a small cap trader because this is the one that's breaking out now. Now, as that one broke out, I took profits here. On OSRH at 64.5. It's dropping back into 61, and now I'm presented with the opportunity to add into 60. I like the structure that this one's holding up, but it's failing already decidedly below 60 into 58 and 2/3. Like, what the hell is going on over here? Like 60 not a real level. So long as this one holds the volume weighted average price, I'll probably stay involved with this one. But look at this is, every time I see this, I just wonder why you are not all over this. This is your cup of tea right here, bro.
I'll explain.
This is all you.
I'll explain.
Yeah.
I'll explain. You know what? You are 100% correct. Yeah. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. Headline here, Canada's PM Carney expect to speak to Trump before the August 19th. Tariffs, cool,
That's
good luck,
Wednesday,
bro.
Yeah, I know. Good luck, bro.
Yeah, good luck, bro. All right, so 1070s was the high. Yeah, here. Okay, so here's the thing. Couple different things. I asked you first thing when you pulled this thing up. I was like, what is the float? And then I think you mentioned sub 50. Yeah, 13 million float. And then I asked, what's the short float? We didn't know that right there. So let's just go Finviz WFF. Real quick, and should be the first link right there. Boom, right there. Short ratio, 0.2% short flow. So it's actually not even shorted that much. No. But don't forget, these short reports are, these short figures are usually 3 to 4 weeks delayed. Well and this thing did have a bit of a squeeze, some sort of shenanigan, something happening on August the 7th. So if there were recent shorts, the short float was moved around significantly on August the 7th, that number is not reflective of those shorts. Okay. So that's something to keep in mind.
Good point.
But yeah, dude, Sharif, look at right away.
Right into the high.
Right into the high. I mean, sellers step right in.
Yeah.
And I think that if I'm looking for something potentially to trade this off of, I like 3 minutes, but let's just go delve down to the 1 minute here. Where can I potentially take this reversion? Because this is an absolutely beautiful reversion. It's great that you brought this up so we can now talk about it. How many times did the trend look like it was broken here, Sharif? Multiple times. Like here, I would argue that here looked like it was broken, potentially here, but this really flipped the script. That $5 hold.
It did, yeah.
This flipped the script. So I think that $5 instantly becomes extremely key. So right away, if I am potentially trading this, right away $5.
You're thinking
boom,
5.
Throw that line on there. I don't know what's happening. Look, we haven't seen this part of the chart yet. Say we've only seen this part. So okay, $5, hold. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Break of trend, sellers stepping in. Is this the top? I don't know. It's done this before. Like if we're right here, I don't know. We've pulled back this much before. $10 down to $9, not that big. boom, another step down.
I have to ask you a question.
Somewhere.
I have to ask you a question here, just before you continue.
Yes.
So Luis Barbado, he constantly shorts these guys. And one of his entry techniques, is to get short near the high of the day with a view to getting short very close to his stop out area so that if it prints a new area high, he's almost out
right
immediately.
Away. Of course. No, 100%. And you know, different execution methods. Now, I don't know how.
He would have been stopped out there, clearly.
Exactly. So so right away, I understand that, you know, players play like that. And the question I ask next is like, how is this chart behaving? Right? If I want to get short and I look at the past couple of opportunities that may have presented with a short, okay, stop out there, maybe stop out there, not stopped out. Okay, so I like that, but it has kind of somewhat of a predatory action on the way up.
Absolutely.
I think right here, again, I wasn't watching it. I don't know. This is me just talking in hindsight, in retrospect. I don't know what was going on the tape. I don't know what, like, if you were watching this buying happen, and then you suddenly started seeing aggressive sellers step in, that could be distinctly different. That could be your reason to start pushing into the sell, because the sellers here looked and felt and did their business differently than sellers here.
But pause for a second, zoom out to show that area.
That prior level.
There you go.
So right there. So you already saw that sellers are very much doing their business right at 10 halves. So the question would be, all right, if we're gonna blow off and kind of blow up to the upside, do we go past that $11 mark? We couldn't. So that's your first check in favor for the short. We can't. Sellers are stepping in at a place where sellers were before. Break of trend, I think I can definitely see, if I'm really focused on this myself, getting in on the $9 back through, maybe even on a 10 back through, especially if we're aggressive.
Right.
But really, what really spikes my interest is when we start to consolidate
That's
here.
What I'm talking about.
We push up. Look at those wicks on the 1 minute. Push, push, push. In essence, this is kind of a head and shoulders. There's your left shoulder. There's your head. There's your right shoulder. It's the same kind of, you know, I guess, price action. We talk about price action being fractal in a sense. That's your head and shoulders. It's a rejection of an area after an attempt at pushing it. That's head and shoulders. Now you break down 7. Now we can be like, all right, looks like we're potentially on the backside. Let's look at dollar levels. $7, $6 reject. That $5 coming in. Guess what? Sharif,
yes, sir.
That $5 breakdown was absolutely pretty money.
Yeah,
right?
Money.
You had to risk what, 10 pennies for the $5 breakdown right there. Maybe you're risking to this kind of push here. So, you know, getting involved with that $5 or this prior low right here, looking for that continuation, that gave you about $2, $3 as well. So that's about another 30% to the downside. So I think you don't necessarily have to snipe the turn. You don't have to snipe the tops. But when the reversions are good and when the trend actually holds on, and when participants are like, okay, buyers are done, we're actually going to be selling now, the stock itself, the chart itself is going to show you multiple entry points, multiple opportunities to get in, and it'll be good enough that, like, this looks like a chase if I'm not seeing any of that side of the chart.
Well, exactly, right? And that's the thing.
It's because I see what's happened here in the past that this becomes more important to me, right? So that's where that confluence kind of steps in. So I like this kind of you know, retrospect trade talk through bar by bar on WFF backside short. So Danger Carlene, thank you very much. Danger Carlene 69, thank you very much for the super chat. Obi, great to see you. Great to see you as well. But yeah, nice opportunity. I mean, yeah, when I see stuff like that, I'm just like, yeah, I could have definitely, if I was sitting there, if I had.
It's not that I'm trying to point this one out, but like when I see these revert, they're almost like textbook reversions.
Yeah, everyone's
and I know that like if you kind of really made this your niche, it would probably be something interesting because you're so like acutely aware of like the reversion setup. That is kind of your moat. And these ones, I think they are statistically probable.
Oh, for sure.
To revert. 80-something% close red. Luis
shorting
was
small
giving
caps
us
has a serious edge.
Yeah.
Shorting small caps has an absolutely serious edge. Very much so. I definitely should be looking closer into it.
The locates are annoying because sometimes they're a little expensive, especially when things have made such a move. Like WFF, what was it? Left like 400%, 300%. And the more high or the higher it goes, the more the locates get expensive, right? And so I completely see that area of it there. Bhavin, Obi, any news on AIFU? Why is it down? 17. AIFU, taking a quick look.
Well, there might not be that many buyers. I'll tell you that one right off the bat.
No, I don't see it.
Doing nothing.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's down 50%.
Yeah.
I don't have, here we go. I see something in the morning here. Received resignation of Huang as chief financial officer, and they appointed Shanhu Chang as CFO immediately. That comes in via the SEC. That came in at 8:07 and 8:14 this morning. Okay, I just want to make that very clear. That is the only thing I'm seeing. The price action started dropping pretty aggressively at around, what was it there, like 9 in the morning. So that's all I'm seeing right there. AIFU announces appointment of Shanyu Shang as CFO immediately. By the same token, they received the resignation of Huang as CFO. There it is there, Bhavin. I hope that that does help there, brother. Go ahead.
Seeing an interesting name here. So yeah, I kind of looked into just looking at some of the runners and some of the stuff that was potentially in play last week as well, right? So NBIS. I don't know if you guys have been watching this one on the daily, but almost back to all-time highs here, Sharif.
Yes,
300, just shy of 300, 299.86 was the all-time high on, or is the all-time high on NBIS. You can see here a little breakout. I was watching this daily breakout here, Sharif, that 230 level.
Yeah.
We got that last Wednesday. Yeah, continuation on Thursday, Friday. We're getting some more push on the day today, but bigger picture, I am kind of watching this NBIS for a potential 300 push, only about $25 away. And I really like that we broke out of this triple top here on those 226s. So nice little continuation swing pattern kind of coming in here on NBIS off of a little bit of a gap up that they did a couple of days ago. And I think it might have been news, or it might have been it might have been earnings. Yeah, it was earnings. Yes. So last Wednesday, that was an earnings gap up there, and we're getting continuation off of an earnings gap up. So that's always good, right?
Yeah.
When you have a gap on earnings, and then especially it's not necessarily lower priced either. It's not a low cap either. 75 billion market cap, and we're seeing that software bid kind of come in as
a little bit, right? Yeah.
Seeing that software bid come in. We have people like Silver Lake being like, all right, we're willing to bet on stuff like Workday as well, right? I kind of like this look on some of these potential software stories here, pushing back towards their highs. So not too far away here on NBIS. Another name that was kind of on watch last week was CoreWeave on its gap up. Oh boy, look at all these. Look at all the spaghetti I got going on.
I was telling Joey,
flying spaghetti monster potential sightings here on CoreWeave. But
spaghetti.
What were you telling Joey?
Because you were gonna cover for me on Thursday starting. Yeah. So he was talking about how none of his charts had any indicators. He had like one line or something like that. Yeah. And you say, I'm like, wait till Obi gets here next week, bro. Exactly. Then we're gonna see some. We're gonna see some stuff.
Definitely. We're gonna see some chart art.
Chart art. I like that. I like that. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So CoreWeave was another name last week that we got that gap up on some pretty decent report. Right. It's been sustaining the bid, but not as good. Look at the distinct difference on the daily chart here, compared to NBIS. This one's kind of just holding on. The $100 push was interesting. I did kind of it did pique my interest for an intraday push, but that didn't really come in. But maybe setting up for something bigger here. But CoreWeave, I do kind of like this story here. All right, this one. Betson.
Yo, Redo's ripping. VDA. Redo's ripping. Here we go, guys. It's Rip City. Rip City into RETO. High a day 208. What do we have here? We have 190, 210. Looking for more. Limit up 224, 213, 215 high a day. Looking for a possible limit up. Big aggressive bid here on RETO. Seller at 10. Big seller at 10. Can't shake him. He's set up there at 10. Watch for a flush below 2. Support at 195. Okay. 10 seller again. They killed him. Into 14 we You missed.
Yes,
yeah, bro.
Yes.
That's my thing now. That's my
thing.
Yeah.
Let's make this
215
PvP.
high day.
You see the dude on the book? Take him out.
Kill him. Let's go.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Well,
I say take him out.
Figuratively, of course.
Increase your probability. Push the book around a little bit. Get aggressive.
Push the book, baby.
Tackle some players.
That's what I want to hear. This guy's getting all
Give me the right kind of buying power and daily risk to do this.
Here we go, man. We're setting up at 224. There it is into another high, day 216. But every time this is met with highs, it aggressively sells. Watch for a loss of 2. I'm waiting at the $0.25 or thereabouts. I'm also going to stop out here of OSRH. It's breaking trend. That'll have nothing to do with that. I just removed the level 2 on this screen, so I have to wait until this computer takes its sweet time. There we go. Good job, computer. Looking for a breach at 216. We're not getting anything above 216 right now, so I have to pack the patience here, okay? KC 520 frickin' 6. She does it again and again and again because she is that magnanimous. Shout out to Casey. She dropped 5 Trader TV Live memberships, premium memberships for those who are in the chat. Real King, you got one. Sean, Stamuli, Desicat, Sohaib, T. Wasupio. No, T. Wasupio already had it. Tech Fast. All you guys got a free Trader TV Live memberships. Yeah, I'm losing it here. Thanks to the very lovely lady known as KC526 in the chat and Assassino. I would be remiss, of course, if I didn't show them where they could get my morning note every single morning. Now that you guys are premium members of Trader TV, mosey on over to the Trader TV Live homepage on YouTube. Just like that, you're going to see a series of tabs at the top. Click posts. It'll take you down to a members only post right there. You'll get the green badge. There's the link right there. NVIDIA, OpenAI financing backstop cut sharply. Yeah, anybody. Altman's a sinking ship, man. Altman is a sinking ship, and I'll have nothing to do with him or his company. In any event, this is the morning note today. Get all the technical levels, support resistance, 15-minute chart, 4-hour chart. You get 15-minute structure, 4-hour structure. You get a bias. You get an intraday setup, a swing setup, and the execution mindset. So you know exactly kind of how to approach this whole situation. Thank you very much for everybody who has signed up, and thank you, Case, for gifting the Trader TV Live members. All right, Redo back into 2, seller at 199, buyer at 2 here. Sorry. Let's see if this ends up moving back up. It's a 216 high, but I'm still, interested in adding here more at 2. Let's see if we can get possibly into 2. I can give it to 188, but that would mean I give back if I'm wrong here. So that's what we're going to set up to do. We'll set up some profit takers into the highs over here, and we'll stop out below the area low, which is 20. No, that's not right. The low on this candle is 189. So we go 188, 187, stop out there. We'll see kind of what we get. Hopefully we won't get stopped out. All right, man.
Shout out to T. Wasupio. Just recently he was talking about, hey guys, what about that 775 flat bottom breakdown? I was like, it didn't really look like a flat bottom. That's what I was kind of talking about. But the breakdown definitely coming in now. So good push there. And they were talking about they took it from above. So attacking from above, absolutely solid there. 777s rejected in the pre-market right there. And then 775 right here, pulling right back into some interesting levels from last week. So great little scalp there on the Spider as it trades a little bit lower here. Let's take a quick look at some of the mags here, see what they're up to. Are we seeing any sort of distinct action? So, something right away, Sharif, that kind of pops up. Along with the Mag 7 nowadays, I've been putting up USO. So USO as well, catching a bit of a bid, so distinctly different, opposite direction of the market. You can see SPY as well. We just talked about that 775. Nice little breakdown of structure. Softy's also doing that as well. But interestingly enough, Softy rejected that VWAP quite nicely. So a nice little continuation selling off of VWAP on Microsoft in the later half of the day here.
We're getting a big move here in oil.
Selling as well. Yeah, oil catching a bit of a bid there, but Apple is the one that is looking distinctly different here. Yes, selling off on the day, a little bit down on the day, but you can see it's not a straight line down like some of the other names we've been looking at here. Even Tesla, the one you guys were talking about earlier, Tesla is also trying to contest its opening range lows after making a bit of a triple top stair step down here, just shy of that 343s, 342s, now below VWAP here, pushing below 340s on Tesla. So if the market's going to come in,
Weddle just ripped. Yep.
maybe me looking for that to opening a range low, but I do want to be a little bit wary here. This action on Friday, like I mentioned before, I think was very, very interesting. No idea why this selling starts to step into the market, doing relative volume pretty much all day, and that seller persists for an hour and a half before stepping off and giving the market some relief. Today, coming in, guess what? It cannot get it's still kind of struggling at some of those areas where sellers were dominant on Friday on Tesla. So that's also interesting to see alongside this, the selling that we're seeing here on the market. Let's just quickly take a look at Meta. Wow. Oh boy. Yeah, no, Meta.
Heard about so they had, there's an interview coming up, but we're just going to get to this super quick here, Assassino. So I don't know if you saw the headline.
What was it?
Did you see Snapchat's price action this morning?
Oh yeah, it was.
Did you hear about it?
I saw the action.
Look at that. That's real, dude. When we started at 8 a.m., it had done almost 22 million shares of volume just on that move. Now it had started bouncing, to be fair.
Right.
Now we don't not entirely sure, but what we think it is for the Meta headline last week with the removal of Section 230. So these social media companies, Meta included, have historically used the Section 30 to protect them from lawsuits bringing in by people that, that they're not responsible for the stuff that's put on their platform. They're simply the provider. And they tried to use that for the youth addiction lawsuit last week, which they lost. The judge there says, look, Section 230 is there. But you can use it as a defense in trial. You can't use it to prevent the trial from being brought in the first place. So with that kind of expansion, or so one would say contraction, actually, of the 230 protections, a lot of people are thinking, there's going to be some bad news coming for some of these social media companies. And I'm assuming Snap probably caught a little bit of somebody trying to unwind in the pre-market there. It's hard to know exactly what was going on, but
yeah. So okay, that's interesting. I did see the action. I didn't really delve into the news, and I saw that it had recovered pretty much all of the movement.
Exactly, which is funny how that works, right?
I mean, all I'm seeing here intraday, not really that much of an opportunity. I think the biggest opportunity, if you had caught some of this sell-off there, but even then, like you said, we don't know. It was speculation, it was rumors, it was whatever. If we're looking from purely technical, you can see here, after it got back above this 480, maybe there. So the best opportunity I'm seeing was in the pre-market, whether short or long. That's all I'm saying on Snapchat. Afterwards, not really anything crazy. But yeah, maybe related to that Meta news. Meta definitely getting slapped.
Well, look at that. I mean, Meta.
Look at the opening. Look at the opening candle.
Yeah.
Look at the opening candle.
Yeah, it was immediately a sell. Yeah. Immediately.
The first 3-minute opening candle does 1.5% to the downside.
Let's pause for a second, because we do have an interview, so we have to send it up to Adara. Take it over.
Indeed, and we're very excited to have here with us Michael Brown, CEO of Team Shares, fresh off a strong Q2 2026 report. Good afternoon, Michael. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. Actually, the chance to read through your guys' report and your conference call, so I have a lot of questions, but let's just get started. For the uninitiated, how would you describe your company and what it is you do? Because you guys have a very unique business model.
Sure. Yeah, it's unique, but I think it's also pretty simple. So Team Shares is the market leader in buying businesses from retiring owners. So think of businesses that are, 1 to 5 million of operating profit, 30 years old in business across a range of industries. So we now have 93 of those companies. We acquire the businesses from retiring owners and continue to reinvest cash flow into more acquisitions.
So let's go through those Q2 results that I alluded to a couple seconds ago in your company's first ever earnings report since going public. You guys had sharp year-over-year improvements in revenue, net income, and adjusted EBITDA. So with all that in mind, what do you think are the main things that investors should focus on from this report?
Yeah, I think the main thing that investors were focused on, just given it was such a short time frame from the time we completed our listing on the Nasdaq on June 23rd. And so it was the 38th day of trading when we did earnings. It was like, okay, this is a very short time period. What can we learn? And the way that we communicate our growth plan, so we have our main sort of North Star metric is basically run rate EBITDA, which is formally called pro forma adjusted EBITDA. So that last year was 19 million, and we have a forecast to get to 60 million this year. So tripling it, right? Predominantly through acquisitions, through acquiring 40 million. And what we showed up with was a disclosure that we were both reaffirming our guidance to acquire 40 million this year, and that we have 30 million of EBITDA under LOI, meaning so there are business owners who have agreed to terms and we're in the process of closing. And further, that the amount of other opportunities that we're currently evaluating is like far exceeds the rest of the gap. So I think that was a big sort of focus area. And then also we were able to make commentary that since going public, that our access to capital is rapidly improving, and that was part of our longstanding thesis about going public.
Yeah, I kind of want to build off of that a little bit here. So because during your earnings call, you did mention that TeamShares was actually founded back in, I believe, 2019 with the intention of going public. Right. So beyond what you just mentioned here, can you explain, I guess, why that is and what your vision was and still is for this new listing? Now you guys are, I guess, in your 40th or so day of trading post going public.
Yeah. So the origin story, the quick origin story of the business is that 3 founders met in investment banking. Kevin went off to become a software engineer. Alex and I left and used our own money to go start buying and running small businesses. And it was through that experience that we really thought that the sort of Berkshire Hathaway style permanent ownership was a better model than private equity. And then we learned about employee stock ownership through one of our customers. We sort of merged those concepts in 2019 and started TeamShares, went out and started raising venture capital in order to build a public company. And the thesis just is that when you go public, you have then access to the deepest capital pools in the world, and it really simplifies the business. And if your intention is to be a permanent ownership, then the permanent equity that you have in the stock market and the long-term, ultra long-term duration that you have from bonds, which will be our future plan to earn our way into issuing bonds, is the right sort of setup. So you could think of financing as the raw material. Day to day, we're an operating company, right? And we build software and we operate companies and partner with all these subsidiaries. But the raw material for growth is financing. And so therefore, being a public company, if that is your raw material, increases the availability of the raw material, and ultimately over time, we think lowers its cost.
And I like that Berkshire Hathaway comparison as well. I think that's a really apt way to describe this model. Now, I was reading you guys have already closed some acquisitions so far this year. So first, congratulations on that. And B,
thank you.
Can you take us through some of these deals just briefly and how you believe these acquisitions are going to add value to your company overall?
Yeah, so all of the businesses we target, so businesses that are in a retirement sale context. So the owners, so generally, I think our businesses are on average 35 years old. They have 1 to 5 million of operating profit with really high free cash flow conversion. So usually $1 of EBITDA converts to 80 cents of free cash flow. And they have 20 to 100 employees, depending on sort of the business model. One thing that's very different about us is that we are deliberately diversified across industries. Most acquisition strategies tend to focus on 1 to 3 particular industries. Our strategy is to be diversified across the economy, both so that we can have the highest surface area of addressable market and that we can de-risk sort of single industry shocks. And so all of these businesses are durable businesses that have been around through multiple economic cycles, high free cash flow conversion, strong manager teams. And then if an external president is needed, which is the case about half the time or more, we will hire and train a leader. And then afterwards, all the business's financials then fold into a really high reporting standard of public company financials. So it increases the visibility and quality of the financial information.
So last but not least here, thank you so much for going over all this information from Q2. But that was, again, as you said, 38 days into publicly trading. So if you're looking a year down the line, what do you think investors should expect from TMS, like 365 days from now?
Yeah. So we put out a forecast to go from that $19 million pro forma adjusted EBITDA or run rate EBITDA figure last year to 60 this year, and then a forecast for 100 million by the end of next year, predominantly through acquisitions and modest kind of 3% organic growth. But I think even over the long term, our aspiration is to go way deeper than that. We are at 93 companies today. There are 4.5 million small businesses owned by retirement age owners in the US alone, tens of millions globally. We've already entered a few other markets. And our plan is to be a home for thousands of the very best of them. And so our plan is a real long-term growth story that we think we can continue compounding cash flow and aim to to appreciate our earnings for decades to come.
Thank you so much for all of this information, Michael Brown, CEO of Team Shares, and best of luck with your company going forward. Congrats again on the earnings report and the new
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chris.
Thank you very much to Michael Brown and Adara. Great interview, great information, guys. TMS trading on the Nasdaq, guys, up at $9. Good look for them. Make sure you're keeping an eye on Team Shares, guys. Tech-enabled acquirer of small to medium-sized enterprises. They're engaged in acquiring small businesses from retiring owners. They got a great moat there. Thank you for the information and a great interview by Adara.
Pretty interesting business.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the chart here. Yeah, recent.
Oh, you're mute? Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
Yeah, recent IPO. I think interesting business model is what I said.
Absolutely,
there for that recent IPO, like Mr. Brown definitely said there. $9. Yeah. Interesting. So we'll have to wait and see.
It looks like a rounded bottom there. Oh,
we'll have to wait and see what these guys
there.
do going into the rest of the year. But
look at the buy signal there from your friends at TradingView. It's a strong buy, huh?
Analyst rating.
Yeah, strong buy.
I would like to know who these analysts are.
All right, guys.
Sign me up.
Guys, Wedo is making the move into 20. You need to be careful with this one, though. Number one, it's spready. Number two, it is, in my humble submission, a bull trap candidate south of 20. I think if it decidedly takes out that $20 level, I mean on both the bid and the ask, and closes above 20 on the 5, we could see 25. We have a 23.73 high a day. I was not touching this one, and I still insist on not touching it because I've seen too much with these ones that have extremely prolonged downtrends. Just give you an example, because you can't see the price action over here. It had a very, very aggressive move up. 930, all hell broke loose. Essentially from the 930 bottom print to the top print, we were up 133% in about an hour. And then we sold off for equally as long. Now, we didn't get all the way down. Basically, from there into the area low, we've given back about 30%. And now we're starting to stair step back up, right? What keeps me kind of wishy-washy about this and not, saying, oh, yeah, well, this is definitely a bull trap. Usually the bull traps happen a lot quicker, right? It's 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 candles on the 5-minute that break the downtrend, lure you in, typically on volume, and then drop back down pretty aggressively. Now, you didn't get the volume part here. What you did get was the trend break and then a stair step, higher high, higher low. So I guess that's possibly what differentiates Wedo from the typical, prolonged downtrend break into a bull trap, into a loss of an area low. Maybe that is the more steady state, higher low, higher high nature of the price action bottom there at 16.5. That's WETO. I hope you guys print on that. I haven't touched it all day. OSRH, somebody was asking me about this one again in the chat. This one was a good one for us today. It's a bit of a compression pattern. We have now 2 lower highs in a row. It's a 72.29 high of day, and then we get it into about 64 pennies we reject. Last time around, we could do no better than 63. So it's area high, lower high, lower high. All the while, you're putting in higher lows, so you have a compression pattern. That's what I was talking about there. So the individual in the chat, I was telling, look for a break above 65. That likely opens up the gap between 65 to 73. And then if it breaches 73, you can always hold a piece for the dream. As Wedo drops, Redo tanks. Redo, down goes Frazier. Or we're going to change it up, man. Down goes Foreman. We saw him go down because he was fatigued. It was the rumble in the jungle. No, it wasn't a rumble. Yeah, it was a rumble in the jungle, right? It was. Yeah, in Zaire. Do you remember, Neil? Do you remember that the what's it called? The chant that they had? Ali Boombaye, Ali Boombaye. Yeah, I think that means Ali kill him, right? So you can tell who they were going for there. So anyway, RETO, down goes RETO. And a couple of more pennies, this thing's going to go negative, man. $1.28 is where it closed out on Friday. It's barely above that right now at $1.35. So be on the lookout for that. But this one, AXTX, what a beauty, man. We were looking at this one at 15, 15 and a quarter, 16, 69 area high. It's showing 63s now. AXTX looks fantastic. A little resistance there at 15 3/4, and then it really took off pretty aggressively. So that is one you can also have a look at there. And, you know, really not much else for me to look at here. Those are the ones that we've been keeping an eye on. I probably don't touch anything for the last 15 minutes, but, you know, let's take this opportunity to look at some charts for some people. So whether they're small caps, large caps, whatever type of cap you want, man, throw it in the chat. Let's have a look at it for you, myself and Obi. Just tag us so that we do see the tags there, and we'll have, we'll absolutely help you. We'll look at that for you. Shout out to my man, Eclectic. Can you do a quick check on Trug, T-R-U-G? All right, let's start with that one, Obi. I'm going to look at Trug for Eclectic Passions. Let's put it up. Pull up. Trug. Okay, so nice breakout there. So this is an intraday chart.
What's that golf name? Yeah,
it's golf, eh?
True Golf. True Golf Holdings.
All right. Breakout in the aftermarket on Friday. Bizarre aftermarket breakout. So what was that? 19:05. So that's about 7:05. Looks like it broke out at around 7 o'clock p.m. on Friday. And from the closing print to the high, we gained about 51%, 53% in the aftermarket. And, you know, no different this morning. 4 a.m. comes, boom, into the actual day high. It's not the official high because the pre-market doesn't count, but that's a 204 area high on TRUG. Let me just throw in the ticker. Sorry for those who are following along or not able to follow along. And then that's the problem though. We do this sideways dance, right? We don't give up the level, so we don't lose that kind of consolidation area that we put in on Friday in the aftermarket, but we also don't have that attempt to take out that pre-market high. So it becomes one of those ones that's sideways all day. And you know what? These can be equally as dangerous as ones that break out or break down, excuse me. And the reason is I say that because you size in expecting the level to get taken up because it's not breaking down, right? So you're watching it trade sideways. You're like, oh, wow, it's making higher lows. It's making higher highs. Here comes the break of two. And then, you know, it drops below VWAP, and then you're got a ton of shares at the volume weighted average price, and all of a sudden you're 20 pennies lower. So those are the ones that I like staying away from. These are range trades. If you want to trade them as a range, have at it. But for me, you know, it's not trending. And as a result of the lack of trend, I stay away over.
Yeah. No, I think I see that Betson in the chat spamming NVIDIA. Long last call, NVIDIA. Hey, man, I'm watching NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA's not doing anything. So the thing is, what long last call? Are you trying to pump NVIDIA by typing out NVIDIA in the chat? I think that's, I don't know if that's a great strategy there as well. But you can see NVIDIA not really doing too much while the market continues to consolidate near its lows. Hey, man, listen, I'm looking for a potential bounce too. Right? I'm watching maybe not NVIDIA, but I am watching Amazon here, especially watching Meta because it's just down in a straight line. Whenever this participant, this people, whoever, I don't know, these sellers are done with the market, especially Meta, I want to be involved. I want to take a look at this. So I'm going to be patient. I'm going to sit on my hands, not really get involved with every uptick that I see and being like, oh, this is the bottom, this is the bottom, this is the bottom. Really wait and see if it can actually catch a bid. If sellers are very aggressive and they continue to be aggressive into the close, then I don't want to be caught red-handed in a trade that's obviously going against me, right? So I'm going to be patient, wait for it to actually break this trend with any sort of meaningful kind of a bid here. Maybe we sustain a little bit higher, that 565. I don't know if we're going to get to 550 today. That's about $15 lower, but 560 is just about $5 away. Let's see if that can potentially come in as well. But a market bounce would definitely help the case. But at the same time, you guys can see I'm sitting here short on SpaceX because it couldn't really get above that 150. I would love the long on the 150 break.
Absolutely.
But it
didn't come in.
It's not coming in. Guess what? I know a lot of people are looking for that break. The price action speaking for itself. Exactly. Buyers continue to hold it up. And if it's going to be there, that's fine. I'm more than willing to stop out and then push into that long if and when it does come in. But
nothing preventing you from doing that.
Yeah, nothing. Absolutely not. As of right now, what has the chart shown me? Buyers were there in the morning. Buyers have slowed down. A little bit of price acceptance on top of VWAP. That's all. That's really, in essence, like like if we don't want to delve into nitty gritty, just basic raw kind of what we're seeing on the chart. That's exactly what we're seeing. So we had the push. The push kind of stalls, and we're pulling back into VWAP now, heavy market as well. If market bounces and we get a VWAP bounce, then yeah, sure, I think that's fine.
Bang.
Right? That's a place to look for buyers. But
yes.
if 147 doesn't have buyers, and if sellers show up on the retest of 147, then the short is on, right?
Bang.
So I think there's a lot of different things to watch out for. Right now, just because I was in the middle of the chop, you can see my entry right there. Just kind of $1, almost $1 right there down, but VWAP's on 47 flat. So I want to be more patient. I want to see here. Sure, I could have taken a little bit more here, but if we sustain below 147s, maybe I take that as a potential quick little scalp reversion below VWAP. Maybe catch some intraday longs offside if we can trade below VWAP. Yeah. The market doesn't look like it's stopping the selling anytime soon as of right now. Maybe we get a bit. Look, I don't know.
We're flat on the Qs. We're down a little bit more than half on the SPY. So it is a bit of a sideways market. Adara, are you able to see any news headlines here on Mercado Libre? Somebody asking in the chat. I couldn't see anything. All right, Adara's gonna check, and if there's anything, brother, I'll let you know. Shout out to Benjamin Samuel 9022. MELI is the ticker for anybody who's interested looking for Mercado Libre there, but I couldn't see anything. Shout out to West Palm Beach Trades, man. $5 super chat. Sharif, would love to catch up when you are in Florida next time. Brother, I haven't been to Florida since my cousin got married in August or September of 2015. So Miami, which I've never done. I flew into Fort Lauderdale, so it was never really a full Miami trip. That trip still eluded me. So absolutely would love to meet you if I'm down in Miami, hopefully maybe in January. We're going to go to Adara. She's got news.
Yeah, I have something on Mercado Libre, actually. Also, Trump's talking. He's not saying too much of note here. But yeah, Mercado Libre actually got dumped by Duquesne. So Duquesne's is the firm run by Stanley Druckenmiller. Druckenmiller dumped his MELI shares. He also dumped his Cloudflare shares as well, NET. Not too much of a move here. It looks like this 13F came out after the bell on Friday. So that's the deal here with Mercado Libre. Duquesne and Stanley Druckenmiller saying bye-bye. Back to you.
300 for like when you're.
That's it, eh?
Yeah, no.
Thank you very much.
Maybe I'll come. Maybe we have a boys trip to Miami.
I would love that, bro. And then we could visit SMB as well. Tell them what they're missing out on.
Hey, what's up, guys? Well, I don't know about that. Let's slow our roll.
Yeah. Well, we gotta champion our cause over here. That's what I'm saying. Yes, you're welcome, Benjamin. No problem there. And thank you to Adara for that information. All right, guys. About 7 minutes left on the show over here. We're hanging out. There's nothing that I like personally other than WETO, which is still south of 20. I'm not going to execute on it. It has to be decidedly above 20, both the bid, the ask. It has to close the 5-minute candle above the 20. And here comes 20, 1975. The what's it called? The tape is picking up now as we get close into that critical area of resistance. I'll submit to you. It's at $20 area. We haven't been above 20, in fact, since we lost it at around 10:40 this morning. So here, watch out for this one here. Now it can beeline. Here comes 20.99 limit up. The tape's picking up. There's a seller at 70.8. They killed him. 94, 20. Big seller at 20 here. Can't shake the seller at 20. This is as best as we've done on the day since that 10:30, 10:40 time slot on WETO. 20 again. Boom. 2020, 1995. There we go. The big breakout coming in right now on WETO. Be on the lookout for the reversion, guys. If it loses the 20 on the, I know you're looking.
Somebody say the reversion.
Somebody said the reversion. It was me. Anyway, 2020, still that same area of technical resistance, but we are above 20 on both sides right now. 2035 incoming. The volume picking up. We're closing in on 21 million shares. I'm going to have to flip to the 5-second chart on this one. But WETO, man, if you were small cap inclined, this could be it. But down it goes again, man, right into 1950. So you're going to have to ride trend on this one. You're going to have to be willing to take 70 penny hits, whatever the reversion is, or the pullback. I don't want to say reversion because that's not fair. The pullback here into 19 2/3, but be on the lookout for that. Shout out to Corey, man. Corey, B77. You sound like a World War II airplane there, man. Shout out to the B. the B29 and the B52 is not World War II. But thank you, TMS. Printed super quick. Gonna hold 20 shares since they were free. Thank you, fam. Absolutely, man. We thank you. You don't thank us, man. We thank you for the super chat and for viewing us and for watching and for being an active participant in the chat. Thank you, Corey. We hope you print up multiple storms on your side of the screen over there, and that TMS ends up being a very fruitful investment for you, brother. So continue to hang with us. Bovin's here, Zion. You know, he's in the house. I think he's trading. So sometimes he gets a little quiet. Guys, Wedo is really, it's holding up pretty well here. So you're going to have to be on the lookout because it dipped down below 20 momentarily, and there it goes into 20 and a half. We could see a $21 print here as soon as you like. But you could also see a $19 print, so you're going to have to be careful. 21.63 limit up. Keep your eye out on that one, guys. We're having a great day today. It's been me. It's been the Obe. He is the frickin' one Kenobe. And Obi will be back on Thursday. It's going to be him and Joe, as I will be Gonzino on Wednesday night. So we're very pumped about that.
I'm just sending Fabian a video here. But yeah, no, I'm definitely looking forward to spending a week, roughly a week, about 5 days.
Thursday to Thursday.
With you guys starting at the end of this week, right? So yeah, it should be interesting. Should be fun there as well. Looking forward to spending that with all of you guys. I'm just waiting for this video. I sent it to Fabian. I'm gonna put it up.
It's a video.
Just like whenever anybody says reversion, this is kind of how I feel. You know, I'll let
send him the video right now, eh?
Yeah, it's still uploading. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's a very fast
on my
computer.
Well,
you know,
okay, so yeah,
fast,
here we go.
Of course.
Let me if I can open this in.
You should be able to. There it is.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Let me
nobody
move
can
this.
see anything if you
Before
here. Yeah, there you go.
Maximize it right there.
There you go.
Okay, so
What do
when
we got
anybody
here,
says
bro?
reversion, this is me. So this right here,
Okay.
this is someone saying reversion right here.
Okay. What is that?
Hold
Is
on.
that a frisbee?
It's a frisbee?
Beaten up frisbee. There's a dog.
That's me right there in the corner. That's me right there. I'm ready. I was born ready. Give me the reversion right now.
I love it. I love it.
All the other dogs are
It's a
just
border
chilling.
collie,
They don't
right?
care.
Is that border
Yeah, I
collie?
think so,
They're
yeah.
like such hyper
Dude.
animals.
Oh,
man,
yeah,
but
he's
they're
ready.
So smart.
Buddy's ready to get it right there. So yeah, exactly. So when I see when anybody mentions a reversion or potential
you
setup,
write that.
that's just me right there. I'm just
It is,
waiting. I'm
bro.
just waiting, being patient, not doing anything else, trying to sniff out some of my playbook opportunities. But yeah, no.
See this? Bovin, did you approve Sharif's vacation? Bovin, denied. What the hell is going on over there?
Yeah,
with
you
guys
gotta-
in the chat, man.
What's going on?
I don't know. I got denied a vacation. I thought Brenda was the one that was supposed to approve it. Apparently, it's Casey and Bovin who are going to approve my vacations from now on.
What did he do wrong?
I don't
That's the
know. I
question.
guess, man. I don't know. It's not like they need me to trade these small caps, bro. They're trading circles around me. Those two these days, man. Get it? We need you here, brother. I'm gonna be doing the segment with Luis Barbado from the Barcelona office of Real Trading. It will be on Tuesday though.
That's
So
sick.
we're not going to do it on the Wednesday because typically Luis comes in Wednesday at around 1.
Okay.
And we're going to do it Tuesday around 1 because I leave Wednesday. So
Nice.
we're going to be doing it from there. So we'll trade together on Wednesday. But honestly, you want to hear the truth? I'm not going to, other than just like my long-term positions, because I have the trading view widgets up, right? I just like to,
watch
keep
the
my eye on the
portfolio. Yeah, of
positions and
course.
stuff like that. That's it. That's the only time I'm going to be opening up the market. I don't really. I need to. You need to take mental health breaks
Of
from
course,
this
yeah.
kind of stuff. You know.
No, dude. I find myself taking them maybe a little bit more often as of recent. Just like, I'll wake up. I'll probably be do my scans, still kind of do the same routine, but kind of just sit on my hands because the opportunity is not really there. Like if it's not really there,
discerning.
then I'm just gonna go do something else, right? It's not really.
Nothing wrong with that.
You don't really have to trade every single day, especially when you're building specific playbooks, right? They're not gonna show up every day.
What the hell?
Doesn't mean you're not in front of the screen or kind of like still putting in reps in other aspects of your trading, but
Well said, man.
definitely one for taking a break
No,
and
like,
just
I
chilling
think
out.
probably get more discerning as you become a better and a more skilled trader. You know exactly when you need to be sitting on your hands and when the opportunities lie. And I don't think
I'm
there's
trying
anything wrong with that.
to build that level of awareness for sure. Yeah.
All right,
Work in
guys.
progress.
I have to cover this. Wedo is going here, guys. Here's a $21 area. 22 incoming. It's going to limit up 22.29. Wedo is ripping. It's a 23.73 high. There's limit up 22.29. We need to stay at this level here for 10 seconds. What a move up here. Good on you guys for sticking with your guns on Wedo. There it goes. Very happy for everybody because you guys were all over this. I refused to trade it. It just didn't meet my parameters. And now they have a 23.46 tap. Oh, baby.
Nice.
Someone's going to print up. Yeah, Casey's
crazy.
already yelling the booms. Bovin is yelling booms. Wedo break 24 has room to 32, according to the OG Bovin. Shout out to Arun Warrior. Shout out to who else, man? Lele, I'm up on Wedo. Get it, Lele. We hope you print up multiple storms on your side of the screen there, but we are overtime.
Yes, it is 1 o'clock.
Send them off.
All right, guys. I'll be seeing you guys later on this week, so stick around. You'll see Joe's back on the midday tomorrow as well, so you see Joe and Sharif there. But yeah, off to Neil and Sean. Take it away, boys.
Take care, guys.
These charts are going to work.
All right, it's back over to us. We're sitting here relaxing. Hope everyone enjoyed the midday show. Some good talk there. I see Obi was looking for that reversion once again as we saw that dog, get that dog in you over there. So we're, I'm short SpaceX. That's about it right now. We're just short here at 147 3/4. So, well, I mean, look, I just took something off at 35 there. I was waiting for 15s, and then we'll see if we can break through VWAP. You know, that's basically going to be the play. I tried it right when we left. Well, not when we left, but at 11:30. I tried it against these levels, and that didn't work. It didn't even pop that much. It just popped into 150, but I put the stop in, gets executed. So kind of glad that it did. But then there's that 150 retrace again from the top on SpaceX. So yeah, welcome back, everybody. We'll be talking about this, man, that WETO. I heard Sharif just talking about that there. There's RETO, WETO, Wedo and Reto moving around here.
Reto.
Oh, we just got the Bronx in the building, just got halted here as well.
BX Connect.
Yeah, BRNX over here just got halted up a little bit there as well. So we'll have to wait to see what Bronx Tales is up to. The other one was I don't know which one Sharif was talking about, RE or WE?
I think it was WE.
WE, okay, because yeah, RETO just opened up and is ripping right now up to 150. Yeah, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening with all of these plays. Okay, there it is. We did get that trade, so there it is, man. It's a banger right there for me, anyways. There on SpaceX. I mean, I wanted to go longer into this trade, so let's wait to see. Once we give up this 147, I'm bidding 146, 55s, and then 146 flat. Let's see if we actually get a VWAP break for the first time today here on SpaceX. It's the first time we tested it. And we're going to wait to see. I mean, it bounced off VWAP right there. There's 147. Not worried about that size at all. It's 86 million shares on the day. So let's wait to see if we could take it out. We could take the profit right here, but let's keep going on this one. We had almost a unit, and now we have 7/10 of a unit. So we'll take out roughly 20 to 25% of our positions right here. And now we just wait to see if VWAP is a thing or not. If it is, we can get out, right? If VWAP retrace back into the 200 period is never a good sign. So 148.50 or so out if we break upside right now. We'll give it a go. We're short right now on SpaceX. So that's about it for me over here. Oh, you got Battle.
Well,
I saw USO going hard.
Yeah, so first things first, I'm going to let you guys know there's a bit of it's like a chart data issue. So if it's like anything that's new that you try to pull up that maybe that you're pulling up for the first time, for myself here, like my black charts, which have had USO up all day, no problem. And then some of the charts that I'll be showing you guys, like these charts, they're okay on the 15-minute. So any stock that we were looking at all day long should be okay when I show my 15. But I tried to pull up Battle, and the issue is this one is not showing any data because I just threw it up there. But it's basically playing off of USO. Right? Like it spiked to the high, USO just put in another top and pulled back. So I just jumped in on a bit of a reversion idea for BATL. But keep in mind, a bunch of some charts are better than others. But just understand, like a few things that I'm going to pull up, like SpaceX, I think some are fine and some are better than others, but some are going to be a complete mess. But you know what? What is not going to be a problem at all, ever, is seeing updates from OGEN. That's Orogenics on the NYSE American. They've activated their phase 2A clinical trial in Australia and have their first site fully operational, and patient dosing is now expected next. They're developing ONP-002. That's an intranasal treatment that targets concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. This is an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Shout out to Orogenics, ticker OGEN. You can find them, like we said, on the NYSE American. I was asked why I got out of Beyond Meat, because this candle tricked me out. And if it goes higher, and this is another one of these charts, so right around here we started having issues. It looks like everything from 10:30 on some of these charts. But there was a volume spike at the low, almost the biggest one of the day, that I immediately put a trail in the second. It was like seemed like it was a low of the day type volume, but it is bouncing off 1150. If it pops back to VWAP, I do want to try to get short this name again. And Volcan with a super chat. Volcan, it was a Volcan Cichik? Cichik? Let's call him Volcan.
Volcan, you know what? I can't remember. You see, did I buy any memory stocks lately? But I can't remember if I did. It's too highbrow for everybody. I get it.
I got it.
I know you did. Right there, but okay. What I do, I'm going to answer that in a second. What I remember is writing down 78 for the TQQs. And then I just came in now and I was like, let's just see what the top was on the TQQs today. 77.90s. Yeah, 11.10. All right, thankfully though, we get our fill on SpaceX, so we're still in 65% of that. No, I did not buy anything in the memory space. The latest thing I did was, and I don't know if this is going to be a good move or not, I got out of some AMD there around that. The average price was around that 520 or so. So it's kind of got some out at 495. I got some out at 540. And we did that all in front of you guys as well. So, but that was anyways, and bought some more Intel. I bought some Intel at $98. So INTC. Nothing, and I don't know if that's going to be a good trade or not. Nothing in the memory space though yet that I can remember. But I do think Micron is a great buy, honestly. You know, with its PE still super, it's under 10, but it's always a low PE on Micron. Oh yeah, my chart's now doing the same thing there. So it's just on the daily, there still is room to run on Micron. And it doesn't seem like the supply glut is actually a glut at all. There's not enough supply of the memory chips. So I think that's a good safe bet there. And I was actually thinking today, and I didn't realize SKHY when we brought it up this morning was a huge, had this run over the last, I don't know, 5 days. I was thinking that down in this area, it was probably something decent because a name that's, relatively unknown. I mean, everybody in the know knows about it, but a name that's just come to market, it's kind of like SpaceX. Like it figures out what its range is going to be, and then it just proceeds to regularly scheduled programming, right? And with the memory names, that's an upside play. If I was going to give any recommendations about anything there, I would say if you like the space, just get into it with DRAM because then you're not suffering from, the chart's going to be on anything that we really haven't called up. I think we discussed that a little bit already there. But I think DRAM does have a chance to be a good buy at this level with an upside take. I don't know if we're going to go all the way back there, but you're trying to take out the 50-period moving average. So kind of like that play overall. I think the safest play in the book right now would be NVIDIA. And I know that's not a memory name, but in the whole space, like you're seeing MRVL up or down 6 or 7% almost every day, it seems like. And NVIDIA, although it's been, trying to shy away a little bit from its all-time high, but you're $10 away from that. And, you can add $4 or $5 to this thing tomorrow, and then all of a sudden you're right back into that space. And very good hold of the 200-period moving average that's happened over the last couple months there twice. So upside, I believe in NVIDIA as an upside move there. So Yeah, unfortunately, I never. Kind of sucks. I never got in. I mean, this company here, Palantir, is a different story, but we never got into anything memory related. So there it is. Yeah, we're over 1,800, wasn't it?
I saw 17.6. So thank you, Corey Burke. We're now up to 1,764.
I still think it needs to be reloaded. I thought it was higher, but maybe it's right.
Well, we're 35% of the way.
Yeah,
We've broken 35% of the way to the goal. And if you're wondering what are we talking about? It's Chop for Charity. Scan the QR code right in front of you. Fabian, who's on our production team, and there's a picture of the hair. He's going to chop it off, well, cut it off, and donate to charity Angel Hair for Kids. We're doing it August 28th live on the show, so thank you, Corey, for that donation. Yes, you can. The link is also in the description. You'll see it pinned in the chat as well. So we'll have a little bit of fun with it, but it's all for a great cause, and I need to refresh it every single time because there you go. There's that 1768 or 64. Well, it's better if I do the Fetty Wap though. So one of the solutions for the charts this afternoon is anything I've already called up. My 15 minutes good, and my 3-minute is usually crap. So I'm going to try to rely on those just so visually you guys can get a better sense of what we're looking at. I'll just go with the chart that's working. SMCI, this was the one that got me this morning. And the worst part about it is the thesis short under the prior low was right. It just wicked out and did not jump back in while we're playing other names. But now that you're off the low, 38.2 is this local high. I want to short pops into 38.2. Been trend down. And this was a name that's been weak all day. It was down 2% when the market, like this morning when the market opened up. And most of the chip names were gapped higher, and this one was a little bit lower. And this is coming off. Look, they blew it out, and we're actually running pretty strongly on earnings or post their earnings. Just seems like it ran into a bit of a top at that 40 level. So I want to try to short the pop if we can here. And yes, I know Manning Vision. It's 1738, but what do you want me to do? It was 1764, so I said 1768. Hey, because Fetty Wap that's an old song too.
I think so.
But for some reason, there's something about it, like it's coming back because
is it?
My daughter was saying, she's 9 years old, and she was saying 1738 at the dinner table the other day. I'm like, you don't even know that song, and there's no chance I want you, like, listening to Fetty Wap. They don't even know what that song is about.
Neither do I. I don't. What is 1738?
So it's just something that gets said in Trap Queen. It's like I think it's the name of their like clique.
Oh, okay.
Or whatever, but that entire song.
I know this. I just didn't know what it meant. Like I don't know. This WETO. I don't know, man. My kids listen to everything. WETO, $25. Good open. It looks like for them. It's trying to take out the highs. High of 25.62. Now open and trying to go again. It hasn't really been too aggressive on this last open. I mean, I guess when we opened up, it was like 24.50, so you're kind of right there still. Bounced up to 25.50, down to 20. I guess almost halted down, gap fill right there. Like I'm not smart enough to know like if we open up below this gap, do we continue? But to me, that would make a lot of sense if you fill this gap, and then everybody that's sort of bag holding through this whole move would potentially, and you guys tell me, I mean, some of you, I guess, have been bag holders in these kind of names. Where is the get out here? I think if you take out this, then you start to worry about this $17, $18 level. So that seems like this break right now of $23, which is, I don't know, I say it's inevitable, but it could be happening sooner rather than later. If and when that breaks, that's going to create another halt. So if you're long on WETO, that's WeChat, then you want to make sure you get out on that one. All right, there's Warner Brothers.
Heidi ho. Can you explain why you went long WBD? Here, this chart actually is semi-working, so it's missing in the middle, but it's got all the stuff from yesterday. And when I say yesterday, I mean Friday, obviously. So if you look at this, so the bigger story is that they got a bunch of approvals required to close the deal. So there's just a few regulatory hurdles left. It's like 31 in cash, but the last couple of sessions, it's been strong. And if you look at where this resistance to support turned in, it was about this 27.7. And then all day on Friday, just held that low. And then there were some big spikes in the afternoon, like spiked up, and then a spike up at the close on volume. So once I saw it drift down, bounce, it's like a reversion play, scalp out to VWAP. I'd like to reload off the absolute bottom. And then if it does some kind of an afternoon churn like it did on Friday, I'm already sitting in it off of the low. So just a pretty simple, if it breaks the low, I can just get out of it. But it's already gone to VWAP for the scalp. But after seeing what happened on Friday, like it was able to do like a late 1% move. So I want to see if it can pull that again, with pretty low risk. The other thing I said, I was looking at SMCI, and yeah, ooh, yes, this chart. But at least the good news is the wick that I want to get it into is showing up on the chart from 38.2. So it's not breaking through 38 just yet, but once it gets up there, I want to look to be able to fade it if we can. I have the scanners up, but nothing crazy is popping off on volume. It's a relatively low volume day. One name that might be in play this afternoon off of the low is Intel. So it bounced 102 to 103, 103 to 104, and then when it went 104 to 106, I was already out of it. But this one looks like it's holding on to the low. Let me just double check, because I don't see this chart's complete. Yeah, so I want to make some of my charts are complete. Just going to double check. It is trending down, so I'd like to see it maybe put another bottoming tail off the 102 before trying to get too involved in this. But it's getting close to support here on Intel. That was a good long off the open. And the story with Intel this morning was Lip Bhutan, the CEO, popping 10 million shares. Or, sorry, 10 million. Was it $10 million worth of shares?
Yeah.
Yeah, $10 million worth of shares, I believe, of Intel.
Total holdings 1.3 million, if I remember correctly.
There you go. So, and it's a stock that didn't have a lot of insider buying to begin with. There's been a lot of shakeup in the stock. So the CEO picking up shares.
Imagine owning 1.3 million shares of a stock that's $105. I mean, these CEOs, we just talk about them these guys are absolutely filthy rich, loaded. I mean, that Lip Bhutan is a $100 million position.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. Yeah, just looking, trying to figure out basically what to do with this space. So now SpaceX is $1.50. I'm bidding here at 12s. I don't really, just ahead of 10 basically. And I was just looking at it like going short off the 200 period moving average. I mean, that was a good one. Like I'm trying to feel everything out so I can just do better next time. I mean, I still feel like this is a pretty, good look. I mean, we can get out right now for $1.50, but it's like, do I hold it? Do we really think that we are, dipping down more than this? We've seen SpaceX obviously go on some nice runs in the afternoon. We've also seen it go the other way. So it's just kind of a risk. And now I was just trying to think like, where now would our outs be, on this kind of a move down, because we don't necessarily want to be in this because it could just go against, I'm talking to myself. I'll put bid of 39, maybe I get some fills. Just don't necessarily want this to go all the way back up and I have to make a decision, and I still have right now like 70% of this trade. So we'll put another bid out, just bid 39s to see if we get hit. Remember, this is like not retail trading, so we're on a prop floor. So every trade, I'm bidding 39, so I'm in this group somewhere here. So if I get hit there, they're gonna pay me. It's gonna be small amounts. I'm not sitting here with 1,000 shares or anything. And it's only $2 per 1,000 or so that you get paid. But at least it's a rebate, so it does help you. There it is. So it does help you with your day-to-day fee management. So, I'd rather kind of sit there most of the time and take those fills rather than punching in and punching out, because often I will punch in and punch out. It's just trying to save a little bit of those fees on a play like that. Okay, now it's coming back in, so I'm still bidding that 12. And if that gets filled, then we'll have about, I would say about 40% left, and then we'll let it run, right? Okay, there it is. Did we just get it? No. What did we just bounce off of? Oh my God, that printed 13s. 12 was just on the bid there and I missed it again. All right, well, here we go. See, this is what always happens. And then I get mad and I bid like 20s and then I get filled and then it tanks. But we'll just wait for 12s, whatever. Good look there on the stock. So that is SpaceX. And, why did we go short on it? I felt like VWAP was going to get tested. And if we were wrong, we were going to get out. I can tell you right now, my stop is 148.60s. So there was a little bit of risk in this trade, right? I was giving it 60, 70 cents. And I was looking for a little bit more as well to see if we could get a little bit. But so a little bit risky. So it's only $1.50 in the money right now. But all right, come on, just swipe one more time down. I'll just prove to everybody that I'm bidding 12s right now. But okay, hopefully that comes back in. That's SpaceX right now, trying to get a little lower. So, other than that, man, that WEDO does not halt again, so that would be something else to look for. Neil's still in WBD and Battle. We just sort of talked about those two names a little bit. NVIDIA. What else do you guys want to talk? Cerebras was going off this morning, so we can have a quick look there. That SpaceX just bounced off 20, so I'm just going to put my bid now. See, I told you I would wind up doing this. Let's go to 26s now on SpaceX, because that's a pretty nice bounce, right? And again, depending on how many shares you're taking, like that sucks. Because all of a sudden, like you're moments away from getting that fill and relieving some of the pressure and putting some of that money in your pocket, only to see it now bounce back up 40, 50 cents. So that part, It's like, I don't know how we nailed, like that went to, like I'm showing 12.5 there. So I think it probably did break and then ran right into me. So we'll wait. Hopefully it comes back down in, but there it is, man. Nice downside trade for SpaceX. That's now starting to catch a little bit of a bid. Not reloading this one.
Not a lot of volume.
Until we get back up to 148.20 or so.
There's not a lot of volume on that bounce though. That's the thing. Like nothing is happening crazy on volume. But okay, that's fine. We had a question. I'll get to this AXTI in a second. But Cheese in a Chair with the super chat. Appreciate you. Vincent Daniel recently talked about NVIDIA's financing cooperative with BN, KKR, BlackRock, and others. It's worth watching. Private equity is going to bring a ton of cash to the AI build-out. Well, that is true, and they're turning compute into a commodity, which is a very interesting development. So I don't think anybody, I don't know who knows exactly how that is going to play out. I feel like initially when you commoditize it, you might be opening up a little bit of a can of worms when compute starts getting bet on by the markets. I think it's fantastic for trading, for excitement. It remains to be seen how that ends up playing out for all the stakeholders. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It doesn't help the narrative that everything is seeming frothy and you're getting the circular and everyone's concerned about how to raise the next dollar. It's not going to quell any of those concerns whatsoever. But right now, the printers keep printing. And even if you think that there's going to be a crash, like there aren't the signs yet that it's happening. That's sort of the thing. Like there isn't really anything that's showing you that it's imminent. Like it could be another year before things swing around. Before we go to Adair at the screen, there was a question about AXTI. So the wafer companies have been fantastic, and this one with a good continuation. Sorry, this one is again missing a little bit of data. Yeah, I'll just put up the daily chart. That's better. But a clean breakaway here on the daily for AXTI. Psychologically, $100 is out there, but there's about 110 area that has some resistance on it. As far as today, what I wanted to say is it's kind of rolling over. I can't show you a trend break, but it is starting to lose that top and lose contain for a little bit of a rollover on AXTI, but a fantastic day, 18% to the upside, clean break on the daily chart. Has pretty much everything you need. And Adara's got everything you need at the big screen. Well, I should be saying from the window to the wall, because she's at the wall, not the big screen.
It's time for another update of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. Now, I could have gone with a whole bunch. I've got a whole bunch of 13F infographics going. Could have talked about those. Could have talked about Snapchat, but it's me, so why not talk about a really obscure story I haven't seen anybody mention all day? It's L3 Harris. I want to talk about this. The stock was down last time I checked a couple hours ago, roughly 4% on the day. I haven't posted this visual yet. It's going to get posted, I think, early tomorrow afternoon around 12:30 or so. But this story is really interesting. So L3 Harris, guys, in case you missed it, announced, first it was reported, then it was later confirmed and announced this morning, their CEO, Chris Kubasik, is stepping down from the company due to an internal investigation. Later reports suggest he had an affair with a subordinate. But regardless here, he's being replaced by a man named Sam Mehta. Now, I looked into Sam Mehta. He's only been with L3 Harris for 3 years, which for someone to become a CEO after only 3 years internal in the company is not like a lot of time. So I don't know. I found this whole story really interesting. I suspect we might hear more about Mr. Kubasik and his ouster in the coming days and weeks. But either way here, I wanted to look at L3 Harris's revenue with this in mind. Now, if you're thinking, wow, that revenue is flat, that's what I was thinking too. We really don't have much variance here on a quarter-over-quarter basis. The smallest amount of revenue I found here, Q1 2025, this is $5.1 billion. The largest, to be fair, the most recent quarter, Q2 2026, coming in at $5.9 billion. But like, hey, L3 Harris, maybe you can crack that $6 billion revenue area. The other thing that's interesting here with L3 Harris is their relationship with Palantir. Now, I first heard of Chris Kubasik, the now ousted CEO of L3 Harris, because he did an interview with Alex Karp, CEO of Palantir, I want to say going back to May 2025 on CNBC, during which, Alex Karp got a lot of attention for saying things like they should change the Department of Defense, the Department of Offense, and Chris Kubasik was just kind of there. So anyways, it's an interesting look here. This infographic can be found, as I mentioned, on XFTV Research tomorrow, early afternoon, late morning. So you can get a little bit more information then if you're curious. But yeah, just a story that I didn't see discussed too much that I thought might be interesting to look at, and maybe a day two trade tomorrow. Back to you.
Well, steady revenues, but not really growing.
Yeah.
Very, very steady. We got a gift. Thank you, Ralph from the BDA. Thank you for the donation.
Wow, there we go.
Ralph Frampton, I should say.
Yeah, he's not from Brampton.
I know. I see the Brampton. I'm like, Ralph Frampton, another $50 donation. So that is all going to a great charity. Chop for charity, Angel Hair for Kids. Shout out to Fabian for doing this. But we thank you for all the donations. That gets us over the 1,800 mark.
Ooh, yeah.
So 1,800, cha-ching. I could hit the.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It means a lot.
So we're good to go. We're locked in. I want to see us get to that 2,000 by tomorrow. Crack that 2,000 mark, and then we can get geared up for the big push. Because we only have a couple of weeks.
Same thing. It's actually
11 days.
It's a little more than 50%. Your next trade will be a winner if you do make that donation.
57%.
57. Oh, I didn't dig that deep.
Well, it's been creeping up.
Wow,
it's been getting a little bit better.
That's a big one. I donate some of my hair to that cause, but that wouldn't lead to $5,000 over there. Yeah, okay. So
25 cents for me.
Thanks, Fabian, for doing all that. I mean, that's great. And I know that's sort of been a plan of his for a while. So 28 inches of hair this gentleman has, and it's crazy. I think it took him 3 to 4 years to go, and we'll chop it off, donate it, and start the cycle all over again. But Fabian, are you going to buzz the whole thing, or are you just going to leave like a little bit? Like, are you planning on a style or anything like that? You just go like straight to the. Yeah. I just mean like, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, at 2. Yeah, that's pretty.
A 2?
That's a pretty good buzz cut right there at 2, I would say.
Well, I mean, going from what he's
that'd just be nice and short. Like,
for sure.
I also have a feeling like you should step on the scale before and after. Like, see if you just lost 5 pounds right there of hair.
Over a pound of hair, he said.
Yeah. I was just joking. Obviously, it's not gonna be 5 pounds of hair. But yeah, check that out. And then I also guarantee that it's gonna feel like air conditioner just hit this guy, because running around outside in the summer when we're talking about how humid it is around here, and all of a sudden it's just like bye hair. I think it's gonna be a nice little relief.
Wait till if you keep it short in the winter, you'll see why brothers be wearing toques.
Yeah.
When it gets even like a little bit cold, you gotta do something to warm the dome. Like all the heat just gone.
Yeah, you're gonna experience that for the first time, which is very soon. So SpaceX coming back up.
Bitcoin.
Now, it's not that it's coming back up into VWAP, it's coming back up into the 50-period moving average right here. So I'm going to try a short. I'm going to tighten this up. I'm going to tighten it up to a 200-period moving average break, which will give me, it's close enough to sort of what I was dealing with. I was going to go I told you 148.50. So now we'll just tighten it up just a little bit, like 148.31s there. See, remember I told you like I wasn't feeling that great about it? Like the fact that it bounced off of like basically my order makes me feel, I don't like it. So now it's like something about that. So 148.31, stop orders now in. I think we'll take a little bit more at 148, like where we took this trade, and then just give it. And if it breaks, man. Not much we could do. We took profit on this, but we still are holding. We've added back. So now we have about 60% or so of what we had initially, but we did cover some. So it's going to be a winning trade as of now, but potentially turning against us here, SpaceX. So I'm happy with it. There's the average in. We just took it right now at 32, so it's flat on that average. It does get as high as 60s. I don't have any other offers because I wasn't really planning on it coming back up, but we'll put one around 148 and get a little bit there, and then see if there is a downside push after that. But yeah, not really, setting the world on fire here with anything. Like my scanner looks like this.
The volumes are
Broadcom, this is from 213. So these are different. I heard Obi mention looking for things that are developing into a possible trade, right? There's really nothing to even zoom in on here, Fabian, but I do appreciate that. It's just Broadcom, JP Morgan, Broadcom, NVIDIA. And I just want to show you the times all into here. Like this goes to 1250. There, it's probably that TQQ trade up there at 78. But there's not much. It's all the same names. There's just not a whole heck of a lot going on right now in the market. So we'll continue to look at SpaceX and any other kind of name that you guys want. That Weedo has not done anything since we last talked about it.
Weedo or Rito, both little small cappers.
Yeah,
But throw questions at us if you want.
Nothing.
We got another one. Joshua M. Mania.
Yeah.
Hey, let's
go. The amount you donate doesn't matter. We're going to call you out.
Whatever you can.
Yeah, it's like whatever you're comfortable doing. It is a great cause there. Wigs for kids there. So it reminds me of that song, 1877. Is that right? Cars for Kids. Donate your cars today.
Cars for
Yeah,
Kids.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, if you want to donate your cars, do that as well. But
you know when you listen to CNBC,
is that what's all the time on there?
So if you listen to the series broadcast, the podcast version, that's like one of the main sponsors. So if you're listening, like whatever, it just comes on all the time.
That's also the song. It's
something
Ted
else.
Danson. The song. Oh, what's it called? The Other Place or something with Ted Danson where they're dead, but they're anyways. I don't want to ruin it for anybody else, but there's something about it's a Netflix show, and that song's in there.
Netflix show with Ted Danson.
Yeah, he's a bunch of. He's the star. There's 2 seasons of it. The Other Place.
Why do I not know this? I don't know. I
Man in the Middle.
Man on the Inside.
Man on the Inside.
Man
on the Inside. Yeah, it's a good one. So he kind of goes, but no, that's a different one. That's not the one I'm talking about. But that is a good show, Man on the Inside.
The Good Place.
The Good Place.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Okay, that one I've heard of.
Yeah, but Man on the Inside, you could actually, I think you could probably watch that one with Aaron, actually. Man on the Inside. It's like a guy. Oh, Guido just halted right there, upside through 26 right here as it continues to go higher. $26, bless you there on Guido. You sneeze and this stock halts right there. So a nice upside move. Randy?
My bad.
Randy, I think the supervision's done on the other side. So I think Randy's gone.
I was supposed to take a picture for
but there it goes there. 26 breaking higher there on WETO. The halt spot 20. It's changing as we speak, but 26.32 was where it went out at. I just saw the tap at 26.50. It's now at 26.32. So it's like the same thing, same price right now. We'll look for some price discovery on that one. And of course, it can't be a SpaceX trade without some stress. And, it comes right back up to those levels. I'm not going to, honestly, man, I had like 10% sitting down here. So I would either be losing just on a little bit less than what I have right now. So it's not that. It just would have been nice to get that fill. And it's always funny when I think it bounced off my order there. So that kind of sucks. But we'll get going on that one now. And hopefully some downside action coming through now on SpaceX. I am waiting at 148 just to get a little bit more. And then we'll adjust it from there and just try to add to one full unit. So we'll take like another. I only have 6/10 right now, 60%. So we'll put some offers there at 147.90 to get us that full, and then we'll go off of that. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. Again, I'm going to refresh my e-signal because I feel like there's actually more happening.
No, probably not. Just I did get into that SMCI I was mentioning off of 38, but I'll show you why I'm using a 15-minute chart. SMCI is one of these stocks where I have almost no data. So you're not seeing most of the day, but I want to be able to show that, see how it clearly is trending down. Like that's about as clear as it gets. From the pre-market, it's trend down. So this 38.10, that last wick, if it breaks that, it's breaking the trend line, which makes it an easy out. So short as close to 38 as possible. The low of the day sits 37.6. I just got some underneath the 37, like 37.80 something or whatever. And I was asked in chat, it's like, oh, you're always looking at IBIT. Why not today? I made it the lesson of the day today that I should have been continuation long on IBIT. It was a mistake. It was 4 days in a row short, and then it did a good bounce and then a reversal in the morning on Friday into a long, which was only okay, but the better long was today. Gapped up, pulled back, held a prior day high, and then just was a breakout trade. I had one scalp short, which I think it did exactly to me what happened to you, where my first bid did not get hit. Mm-hmm. And well, I mean, whatever. I got wicked out, but my first bid did not get hit a 1-to-1. And then right after I wicked out, it probably would have been a winning trade, but it doesn't really make a difference. This stock should have been a long today. It was 4 days in a row short, and then Friday was a reversal day. The first thought should have been going long on IBIT, but it wasn't. I wasn't really thinking about IBIT today for whatever reason, which I think was a bit of a mistake. Is this chart working now?
No, I did refresh.
I'm sorry. Like I'd love to show you. Okay, actually, my black chart's not that bad.
Yeah, don't you log into e-signal?
But here I can show you on Battle. I'm missing less data here. So this is the high from Friday on Battle at 140. It wicked it by a cent 3 times. So I just shorted 40 evens. And if it breaks the high, it's an easy out. And here's what's happening in USO. So USO is coming back. So I'm just getting out all the way back to where Battle was before. It's like risk a penny to make 4 kind of deal. But you can't even. This chart's probably not going to show anything, and it's just one of those symbols. So again, let us know what you guys are watching. Chef Joe is saying CoreWeave. Ooh, what was CoreWeave? CoreWeave had such a good move last week.
Yeah, those two moves back and forth.
Like it was two massive ones. It was on Monday. It was Tuesday. Right at the close, and then the gap up, and then the breakout there on Wednesday. Ooh, I like that reversal. Hey, this looks pretty strong. That's not so bad, CoreWeave. It's not so bad at all, but with WBD making that, see, it's doing that thing. Remember I was telling you that WBD did this random, anyways, it holds the level, and then on Friday, like right off of this support level, it just starts randomly blasting into the highs. So it's like, if that kind of nonsense happens again, I just want to be sitting in the long off of the low, risking a couple of pennies and playing into the high. And lo and behold, the same thing happens. So I'm just going to get on the offer there, and we'll go back to CoreWeave. Yeah, this is breaking out. Why is CoreWeave breaking right now? It's one of the only things going. So, hey, if you were able to find that one, it's powering up for you. And I have Mario on the mind because ever since Mario Galaxy came to Amazon Prime, it's the only thing my daughter wants to watch. So
that new one? I didn't really like the new one. I know we went to see that in the theater.
I thought the first one was so much better than the second movie. But Erin is in love with the second one. She thinks it's like the greatest thing since sliced bread. No, but this is a pretty clean breakaway here on CoreWeave. Just remember, it topped out at 110. This is a legitimate wick at the open on Friday. 110 resistance, and it's getting very, very close to the 110 level for sure. So just watch out for it. No news or anything as to why it's going. But pure ecstasy are Apple and Rivian good buys in the super chat.
Yeah, I saw it.
I'm not the person to ask about Rivian. I remember I read something about a positive story with regards to their automated driving. I don't know what their version is called, right? But I read a good story. I read a story of how that's progressing, and they're still behind Tesla, but they're trying to catch up, and they're seeing some positivity there.
We just touched $29 on WETO.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Apple, I always like Apple. Maybe a little bit further back, if it gets to the 200 period, would be fantastic on Apple. But Rivian, I can't really say. Like, I was in it for a while and got a couple of decent bounces, one of which I took advantage of. The second one was like 50% bounce the first time. And the second time, I took nothing and then ended up getting out flat. And it's right back. I could probably buy some of the same prices in a week or two, but I'll stay away. Apple, I like the 300 level, but I think the 200 period is where it makes a little bit of sense to me, as it's trending back off of the high. So maybe I just like the 200 period moving average, speaking for myself on a stock like Apple.
Yeah, I think Apple, I think you can buy Apple. I mean, I think that Apple, a little bit of China worry there, but I think with that foldable that's coming through and, more talk about Apple, some of the components, I don't know if they'll have to go to China for it or not. But a lot of the fear in Apple, I think, is built into what their pricing is going to look like, and I think it's going to be fine. I just don't think that they're going to pass it on. It's going to, the consumer is going to take that. But at the end of the day, I think for Apple, they will pay. And also, the other thing about Apple, too, is that they're going to get subsidies from the carriers, right? So the Verizons of the world and whatnot are going to help subsidize all those phones. And you did hear even today, Sharif's like, I'm buying the Fold or whatever it was. So we'll see if that can take off. I do believe if anyone can get it right, Apple will get it right. And especially after there's been Samsung and Google and all that going through it. So they'll just like reverse engineer and figure that out. And just like they always do, that's part of what they do best. So I believe in Apple anyways at those levels. Okay, we reloaded it and I'm sitting at 05 right now. I'm part of that stack. So hopefully we get filled. There it is. Okay. So we got filled there at 05. So it didn't happen to us again. So that was good there on SpaceX. So just there's that reload that we kind of did right there. It's not even that huge. It was at 32. We'll take a little bit now out at VWAP. Again, too bad. We were waiting at 147.90, but whatever. Maybe it comes back up. We missed that by 5 cents. That would have put us into 1 unit. We still have half a unit or so left. We did have 6 tenths. Now we have 5 tenths, 50% left of a unit right now. So we'll see if we can get back a little bit lower there on SpaceX. That's too bad. We almost got a little bit more up there. It wouldn't have been the end of the world, but that would have been nice to take on that one. Okay, so that WDO opened back up, and just because this is doing the most volume, it's hitting all the scanners. And by the way, I did refresh, and I think that must have been stuck because it immediately told me that SOXL was that VWAP there. So we had that question about memory. I mean, this is SOXL, right? This is a triple levered ETF, or is it double? It's triple. And look what it's doing right now. This is a daily semiconductor triple levered ETF, and it can't even move right now. So, not much going on there. If you did want to look to see, AMD something similar. Like I don't really know a trade right there unless we can get back upside. Nothing really setting up for me. It shows MU at VWAP as well, so we can have a quick little look here on Micron. But
the problem is,
yeah, no, we don't have the chart, but whatever. The E-signal's at VWAP, so this is fine. So that's at VWAP there too. And then it has. Okay, here's a name that maybe we haven't talked about in a minute. We did lose the bid on SoFi. SoFi is still up stock for me today. The only red stock that we're going to have is a Palantir today, which was fine. You know, we can give some money back on Palantir, believe me, but I still don't like to have a loss. Yeah, and there it is at VWAP. So maybe there's something coming on here. Okay, SpaceX just tumbled a bit. Yeah, that's good. So just broke through 147, and now we're trying to hold it. All right, just the net change there, so I had to want to go back over and have a quick look. There goes Robinhood, bouncing off VWAP right there. So again, I like this stock. Maybe I like it more than SoFi. I don't know. I'm only in SoFi. I'm not in Robinhood. Robinhood still has a minute to go before its 200 period moving average. Where is that thing right now? Might even be, yeah, okay. So it's actually right at it right now. This is a pretty good inflection point right now for Robinhood. You know, good level there at 101 and change, trying to bounce off 95. We'll see if one of these levels winds up holding, but right now you're stuck in the middle. It doesn't look like a great trading opportunity here from an investing standpoint, but Robinhood right now trying to get it all figured out. I like the total addressable market. I think Robinhood is a winner there at some point, and then you're in battle, but I'll just gonna check on oil.
USO's pulling back.
Is it? Okay, well, yeah, all right. Well, it's been on a nice run.
Something up with MBIS here.
Fill up your gas car, or fill up whatever car you have immediately. My car's full. They love your lessons from Lele Cove Cuckoo. What does that say? You are liking the lesson, so that is great. We appreciate that. That's at 12 p.m. every day. There's a lesson of the day, and then
NBIS
isn't that near the highs?
Well, no, something's. I don't know. I was saying something might be happening with NBIS because we saw. I haven't seen anything, but we saw CoreWeave start breaking out and NBIS break down, which I find ironic because one of these companies has less than 1 to. I mean, look, NBIS debt to equity ratio was under 1, and CoreWeave's is like 10 to 1. Like they're just so different attitudes when it comes to debt, but it doesn't really make a difference for whatever reason. This one's headed to the downside. I have not seen or heard anything. And Dara, any news?
People on social media, though, keep in mind, I think these people are very much like the pro Nebius people. They're like, oh, they're just shorts trying to get in because they want to take Nebius down. Like that's really the vibe I'm getting on social media. There is a couple people talking here about this Vineland meeting. I need to look more into that, but then most people are saying that any concerns about this Vineland meeting are overblown. I'm going to look into this Vineland thing.
Okay, well, for now, you know, the price action is what it is. It is worth mentioning, you know, like it did sort of fail Friday's high a couple of times. Like in the morning, it was kind of gapped above and then failed at the open, and then you had a turn. Sorry, again, I'm missing a little bit of data. But it failed this 280 break, which was that high. So there's some, I guess, technical weakness, I suppose, for MBIS, but it doesn't really make a difference. All right, we got a bit of a reload there in SMCI. Oh, and I should mention, WD, that first spike. So at this point now, I'm just holding for the high. Here, I'll show this chart's, I think, working fine. Yeah, well, better. It's not perfect. But I'm just holding the last for the high. If this gets back underneath VWAP, then it's an easy out. So I'm just gonna move the stop from the LOD. Like we're only at 75s and the stop was at 73. Just only risking a couple of pennies. Like I said, risk a couple of pennies to make 10, 15. But VWAP breaks and I wanna be out of this. So that'll be down at like 80, down underneath 82. So we're gonna jump away from that. Just go back over to SMC and try to figure out what's going on with this NBIS and CoreWeave. Because they're moving. Oh, now CoreWeave's coming off as well. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. CoreWeave is now falling with NBIS, and it goes right into that 110 level. Yeah, CoreWeave might be an opportunity to jump into the short here. If it can settle down at 109. I like this one coming back.
All right, here we go, finally. All right, man, there goes SpaceX. Nice downside move right there. I mean, if you're with me, you're with me. There's the reload there, 147.30s. See ya. You know, obviously we get our. I was bidding 26s. Remember, I was like, we're not going to get 12s. Yeah, okay. And there it goes right there. And it just cranked lower. And I just took that bid at 147, 145.80. So hopefully we do get a little bit of a break right there, man. SpaceX is definitely paying the bills here today. But, you know, good move down there for SPCX. What's up, SJB Workshop? What's up to Measly Trading, Artemis, and everybody out there that's in this one with me here, SpaceX. And, you know, when the market doesn't do anything, you got to find something that is. And today, SpaceX, almost 100 million shares. So we're in it. We're just getting lighter on this one. I don't know what kind of move is going to be there, but $2 sounds good to me in this kind of a marketplace. What's up, A?
Yeah, so basically the deal here with Nebius, I'm trying to put it on the screen, but you can't really see it that well. There was this stop work order, I think 2 stop work orders for the Vineland, New Jersey facility from Nebius. As you guys can see, these work orders were posted on Reddit, but appeared to be legitimate as far as I can tell, and that's what this Vineland, New Jersey thing, where the concerns come from. So again, apparently, Nebius Data One, Microsoft, they're working on this data center in Vineland, New Jersey with Bloom Energy. They got hit with 2 stop work orders, apparently building LNG tanks and Bloom Energy cells without planning approvals and permits. So that's the deal with Vineland. But there's nothing to really explain why that stock would move so suddenly. Apparently, there's more hearings related to this. Couldn't find too much on that. But you can tell Nebius is already trying to front run these concerns because they have a whole Q&A section on their website about this Vineland deal. Back to you.
Okay, well, maybe. I mean, maybe someone's digging deep into there, and that's why we want to say. We want to say.
Thank you very much, Dara.
As always.
You know, so yeah, as always there. Thanks, Dara, for all of that talk. It did bust back up through 146. So another piece out right there as we now have 1/3 left. Who wants to see who's making all the money here at Real Trading? So let's go. All right, let's see who made the money on Friday. Right here. So we'll open this up. We have our own little portals in here that talks about, you know, so just some different ideas, rebalancing and whatnot. This is your trader information portal. I'm going to go to compare your profits. So if you are here on Real Trading, this is something you get to see all the time, and, you know, daily, actually, you can see what's going on here. So, all right, man, this is the top 10 traders from Friday. And, you know, I don't wish to see the traders that are losing money, but it would be a good idea to see the bottom, but we don't have it. $33,000, and all of these are U.S. denominations, and these are the markets that are, there's that Turkish market again, all the markets that have been traded. So these are just individual traders. Amex and Nasdaq, they raked 33. Someone in Canada, that's U.S. dollars again, so took that down there. Good trading, Amex, Nasdaq, Turkey. So I actually want to show you, there's the top trader in Turkey. So it made $6,000 there. If you see, they must have lost on. Yeah, no, that's top 10 traders today. Oh yeah, Turkey. Okay.
Yeah, Turkey.
I missed this guy. So there's another guy there. I was gonna say because he made 6,000, but only wound up with 49. But there's the Turkish guy right there. Okay, so Hong Kong 3,600. The top trader trading NYSE only 3,400. Not great. 3,500. Blue Ocean 2,700. Australia, and then it kind of goes to the bottom there to show what kind of markets we are talking about right here at Real Trading.
Mexico.
So, yeah, the Mexican.
Yeah, we got the last.
Right there, the pesos, $800. But that's who's making the money over here at Real Trading. So, yeah, just check those out. Amex market always really popular. I think we talk about that a lot. With we just showed you the SOXL. Gold is over there. SLV is over there. Even a battle thing is battle. There's a.
It's Amex.
Yeah, okay, it is Amex. So there you go.
Well. Nice American.
Man, oh man. All right, I liked Apple there. We talked about 304 earlier. We didn't really love that as it was coming back down in during the midday or during the morning show. Midday show though, different story completely, man. I mean, you were basing down here, and it's too bad. Like, it's too bad Obi or Sharif didn't trade that. I mean, I know they kind of get stuck looking at what they're looking at, but 303 right there gave you a bottom, and then it gave you it again. Like, that should be a long there for Apple, especially with the market kind of just doing whatever. But there it is, man. 305.50, good little level there for Apple. And let's just wait to see how high it flies. I wrote down as one of the trades today that I liked Apple at 306. By the way, SpaceX just broke 146. So we're in about $1.80 right now on that name. So that's been pretty good for us so far. SoFi Qs, Qs we wrote down 78. That was the high of the day. Just got to start to trust ourselves a little bit. The only losing stock we have is the very first trade that we made where we bought Palantir, and then it just went, see ya, and we got out there on VWAP trade. So unfortunately, that was long 74.80, long 75, long 75.40, out 74.25. So that was about $1 and change maybe. No, it has to be less than that. But anyways, about 80, 90 cents or so of a hit. No, still less than that on Palantir, but a hit nonetheless. You can see what Palantir is doing, just straight downside, regardless of me wearing the hat. And I don't know if I want to go long right here, but I think about maybe breaking this area. So if we can break above 173, I mean, even if we just call it 174 right there. The problem with going here is that it was bought up here. It's just the momentum right now as the Nasdaq's going upside. It's very tough trade sometimes to look at these names and think about going long when you can clearly see it's kind of bucking the trend right here. So Palantir, if anything, is maybe a low break, or let it work for you and get back above some of this garbage that we've seen over the last hour or so. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at on Palantir there today, as the market looking like it wants to battle back just a little bit. So some more exits happened as right there. You actually saw.
Yeah, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, nothing. I just, maybe SpaceX just hovers around this 146 the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, the market just kind of broke trend. And so same thing with SMCI. So in the bottom end of the range here, it was able to break out the trend. I don't know if I want to reverse long on the stock. I feel like that it might be worth it, but it was able to get down, like I said, to 37.8. If it breaks, you know what? This is a bit of a reversal. And this is one of the charts where my 3 minutes not going to be any good. But the 15 is working just fine. I am going to reverse this one if I can. But it's also going to make me want to maybe cancel and see if we don't. Okay, I'm already waiting for the high here. I'm not going to change anything, but no reload. But I'm just going to wait for that top. If the market wants to do some help for me, then we might jump into this. I'm going to double check to see if Beyond Meat is turning. No, it's not. This one doesn't want to squeeze at all. And this WeTo to WeTor, that looks like it is going to break out the high again. So this chart, yes, this chart works better. So it hasn't gotten to, since the last halt, it's really resisted the band. It was at 29.9. Now it's at about 30.61. And of course, the second I say it's looking like it wants to break the high, I am the jinx. It comes back in, so it's not going to get to the halt band. But I do want to remind everybody that anybody that has forgotten, despite the fact that this chart doesn't want to show you anything, PayPal is getting added to the S&P 500 tonight. So it's expected to be a rather large buy. Just because it's being added, it does not mean that PayPal is going to have a gigantic imbalance. But it is a Nasdaq symbol. I'm going to my 15-minute because this chart has data. It is a Nasdaq name, so we're not going to have an early look as to what the imbalance is. At 350, we're just going to see it. It's either, at 350, it's either going to be a big buy or a big sell, which does mean nobody has any clue until we get to that point. I do like the fact that it's at the lows. I'd much rather be taking a shot at it before 350 if it's at the low, where maybe you get a bounce off the bottom, you can have a stop there, and then if a bounce comes out a buy, great, you're long off the low, and if it breaks the low, you put a stop there anyways. I'd rather that than chasing it higher. So I want to see this hopefully get down to this prior low at 60. It's like 60 and a quarter. Once we get past 3 o'clock, it'll be more of a look for me on PayPal. I think it was 30 million shares to buy, something like that at the close. No, sorry, 21 million shares to buy. It was $3.7 billion total. 21 million is the expected number. If it comes out at less than 10 million shares, that's nothing. It's got to be big. At least 10 million shares when you're expecting 20. Otherwise, it's a complete nothing burger on PayPal. But I'm going to be looking for the long in that stock for sure.
I'm going to put a bid at 145.50 right now, as just trying to get a little bit lighter with trying to hold on to some still. So about a third of a unit left on SpaceX. We battled around with it in the 30s. We'll see if we get a little bit of a downside take on there. This WETO still not doing a whole heck of a lot, man. I mean, it's halted, opened back up 29 down into 27. Look at it hold this 25 period moving average. I mean, it's been basically cash since 1 o'clock, even into here. It was pretty good. We haven't really come off of it too much. So little pullback in right there makes me think this could be a decent long on WETO. I haven't really vetted any lines when stocks are going up 300%. But WETO right now trying to get going. That's a 26 drop off right there. We'll see where the buyers come in to WETO. And nothing else. My Halt scanners are rocking and rolling. So if anything hits on the Halt scanners, we'll get it all figured out. Meta today, I mean, what a nice stock. But
nice.
no, I can't find anything nice to say about
sarcasm. But
yeah, I just wish it would have been that 680 marker there for me. But yeah, nice move down in there now as this name just, I mean, they don't like that Muse spark. They don't like anything that these guys seem to be doing anymore at Meta, right? I mean, a lot of CapEx being spent and a lot of non-revenue generating ideas coming from all that CapEx. So I don't know. I don't know what Meta is going to do. I don't know if people are going to start to use Llama or whatever they're talking about. They have that Muse coding, but I feel like, you know, Claude, from what I hear, is the thing for that. But everyone's going to have their own piece, and at some point, Meta will hopefully turn this thing around, right? You might have to even wait for next quarter to get their report to see what their user intake looks like and if they're able to still maintain even some of the current valuations, because I know it's been hit down pretty good, right? I mean, it's high as 800. You're at 560 right now. So if you want to talk about bear movement or, you know, markets, this is going to be that, right? That's down 28% right there from its highs. So not a great look here today or overall for Meta. But if it just like, if you go, you bring us all the way back. This is September of 24. So you're back 2 years, you know, of Meta. 2 years. They don't pay, I mean, you know, if Sharif was here, they'd say they did, or Joe, they would pay a dividend, but I think the dividend's like 5 cents or something. But anyways, back into there. Really been useless holding this thing for 2.5 years. But if you have, then you're like me. I haven't really done anything in between here. So we'll wait to see, and we'll ask that proverbial question. When moon, Meta? Do you even have a moon in you anymore? But yeah, Meta's been okay, just not well treated there over the last little while. And as far as Mag 7 is concerned, Microsoft at least had a blow up to the upside. I mean, we know that they've gotten hit right there, but wow, what a software rebound that one had as soon as that Leopold bottom was made out. That one really took off, thinking that this was one of the prime candidates there. Long on there, yes, there goes SpaceX finally. Now we're almost $2 in. That was, you know, long on chips and DRAM and all that kind of stuff, short on software. So when everyone realized that Microsoft was part of that basket, there's the pop up to the upside. So Microsoft definitely treating well. I guess it was Tesla really is in the doghouse, and so is
the one that's coming back that looks good in the mag is, I think, like Amazon is giving you a nice little dip opportunity here. It's pulling back into the major moving averages potentially. It was just at the high. See, look, they had a great quarter. At least with their spending, there's cash being generated. AWS is blowing it out the. Well, I shouldn't say blowing out of the water because Google has better growth in the cloud, but AWS is pretty fantastic as well the last Q. And then you remember the retail side of the business is fantastic as well. You get Blue Origin with them, so you also get they're not SpaceX, but you also have exposure to future growth and addressable market there. You just get a lot with Amazon. And if it gets to the 50 period, like that one looks solid as well. And everyone starts talking about like value on the way down, but the problem is, you know what? Everything can't be the same, and all Mag 7 names aren't created equally. That is 100%. So, like Meta, Doghouse, I hit the gates of hell thing for them. It's not that bad. Obviously, there's worse stocks out there than Meta, but if you're making the comparison within just the Mag 7, they obviously stand out, like very, very clearly. You know, Apple's, it has their own little bit of a niche. You've got the cloud names, and NVIDIA has its own little bit of a niche. Tesla has their own thing, and you know, Meta's the one that stands up. Yes, they have their own niche, but that's like they're in the crosshairs right now, and unfortunately, you don't want to be in the crosshairs of not just multiple governments. Like this is across. It's Europe, it's Australia, it's here. Where Meta's in the crosshairs. And that's not a very good look when everyone is concerned about how much you're spending like drunken sailors as well. James Witt and Metaverse is SMCI. Metaverse is SMCI. Right here, right now. Momentum, I mean, the momentum doesn't lie. What are you going to do? Do I like SMCI more than Meta now? Not really. But if you're looking at the stock and the momentum that it's got under, which one actually has upward momentum and which one doesn't, SMCI, since earnings, has some upward momentum that's pulling back on. I wouldn't go as far as to say that I like them more, though. I can't. That's a bridge too far for me because I have just a weird distrust of SMCI, which is nothing. It's nothing fundamental. It's just that you have there's so many places you can be in the space where I don't have to worry about the company's like reputation and all the scandals that they seem to have.
Like Meta.
Every now and then, but
yeah,
they're just not like there haven't been this like there's no accounting scandals with Meta and this and that. So there's enough upside growth you don't need to have that. All right, give me the fill. One more offer is just at the high of the day, and now let's just see what happens with WBD. There was an imbalance on this that spiked it another point on Friday, so I guess I'll play for that and play to the imbalance side. I might as well just throw an offer up at the top and see if we grab it. But if it gets under VWAP, then we'll be out. It's just one of those, hey, if something happened on Friday and the chart looks, the day before I should say, and the chart looks the same, you can do worse than just look for a repeat of that action. It's literally doing what it did on Friday. Hold, break out in the afternoon, and then play it into the high. And a couple of people also dislike SMCI. I've never owned the stock, so I can't say that I've ever lost it. I mean, it hasn't cost me a dime. It's just, I look at what it did to a lot of other people when it rugged them.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that one there for sure. All these names that are like, you know, not the most elite names do have their ups and downs, of course, and so do some of these stocks, right? I mean, we not just like Meta, you know, has. You want to talk about like, you know, scandals and things going on about it, and people are very, very uncertain about, you know, what the future of their business is even going to look like as well, right? And so you got to be careful with everything. SpaceX, I just did a little bit of a zoom out here. 140, I mean, that top right there is 145. A little bit of gathering here, 143, 144. So I just put a bid at 145.15 now. So we'll just wait to see if we wind up getting lower on SpaceX, now only up 4%, and we have the short. So if it does print, we are now in the hour of power. Of course, wow, Apple just continues to move higher. And NVIDIA just turns around as well. So Apple at WETO still hasn't halted back yet. Same prices, 23, 24 bucks. Yeah, Apple continues to go higher. There's that 306, a level that we like long, but we broke it right away early. Maybe it's a short, but no, not for me. I'm not going to short that one as the market's just kind of still doing nothing. So interesting levels pumping through on Apple. We don't really have any earnings coming up.
It's like Fabric.
SMCI, SpaceX, people still talking about that one. So we can move off of it, but there's Apple moving around as well. NVIDIA's trying to retest. I think like, I don't know what time is it, 3:02, okay, lots of time left. You know, breaking the low of the day is something interesting for NVIDIA, I feel like. That could be a play that we wind up looking at. Oh, you say, I'm so tired. Oh my God, what a busy weekend. Okay, so 225, it's so funny, like weekends used to be for like chilling and relaxing. Now I don't get no breaks, doesn't matter what day. Like we were at baseball pretty much outside maybe 30 hours or something this weekend. And we have practice again tonight with my other team. So it's really nonstop, and then another game on Thursday. But okay, so 225.40, it's a problem, man. You head coach two teams, like two very competitive teams that at least have a practice or two a week plus two games. It's very, very busy times, but the best of times. So they're at 225. I just think underneath VWAP, underneath the 200 period, underneath, like everything is looking like it's going to go. So that break of 25.30, let's see what winds up happening. And then I think if you break 225, you go short and you give it back 50 or 60 cents. So it looks like this is trying to break down. And we are also all over that SpaceX short, as you guys know, coming through there again as well. And then I don't know, well, C is not here. So I don't know if we're doing sector watch. And if we are, let me know. I'll stop doing this. Okay, good. Adair's not going to do it today. So let's have just a quick look. We got, you know, some of the financials. We talked a little bit about SoFi, but with now 30 days to the date right here, it's going to be September the 16th. We do have interest rates coming out again. So bank stocks going to always be looked at. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, you know, the two major underwriters there, with Anthropic coming around the corner. SpaceX pretty well received, I would say. I mean, you know, SpaceX opened up a month and a half ago at 150. It's at 147 right now. You know, so it's pretty good pricing on that. Berkshire down 1% as we heard about their holdings. Google, one of the top holdings over there as well. You can see Google downside. So maybe those two are connected a little bit at the hip. A good battle back day for a name like a Caterpillar, back to 884. We're in the money on that recent dip buy as well. So that's going to be a good one. Jeevan over AMAT, Lamb coming out there.
Can't keep those.
USTR Greer. Okay, so Trump's UK tariff threats are not a bluff. The Times. Okay, so Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Trump's really bluffing too much. I mean, I think it's just what they say tries to create more talk. So hopefully it's like, yeah, isn't Canada's this Wednesday, isn't it? I think
we get slapped with 50%.
Yeah, I think something happens soon with Canada. So we'll go over to Adair and see what she's up to.
Well, yeah, the something soon with Canada's August 19th trade deadline, Sean. And I laugh because I was just hearing today Carney saying that he'd like to talk to Trump before that deadline expires. It should be on Wednesday. So it's a pretty tight deadline. If we get anything else, I'll keep you guys posted. No, the thing I'm talking about now, though, are comments from, it says Kushner. I'm going to guess that's envoy Jared, or negotiator rather, Jared Kushner. So Jared Kushner saying, quote, conversations with some Iranians are more robust than ever, and that the conversations between the U.S. and different areas of the Iranian government are more robust than they've ever been. Apparently, these conversations are, quote, positive and active conversations, but, quote, we're not there yet on understanding. Now, note the term some Iranians. So it sounds like they're only speaking with certain factions of the government. We already had Iran come out and saying that any talks that the U.S. is talking to any channels of Iran are not accurate. So we'll have to wait and see how they react to this latest report on Jared Kushner. Back to you.
And I mean, you're kind of bouncing here on USO. Obviously, that's not VWAP. There, you know what? I'll just show this chart. Like, you're bouncing pretty decently, like well away from VWAP. But if we get back and start breaking above the 130, I might just punch out of the battle trade, which I'm guessing this chart hasn't improved. You know what? Why bother? I know that chart's not going to be working. But it's essentially just double tapped the high. We're able to get some 38s, but I just want it back into 35 if we can. But at this moment, doesn't seem like there's going to be anything too crazy with oil going into the close. It is drifting higher and worth mentioning. NT Baller, what do you guys think about IREN before innings? Well, Stanley Druckenmiller thinks buy IREN and sold a bunch of it. He sold something. What did he sell? I have to look it up. There was a press release. Yeah, he bought some IREN and sold some other things. What was it, Adair? What did he dump?
MELI, not a ton of volume, but someone that midday was asking about it. He dumped MELI, and MELI dumped as a result.
Yeah, I mean, there was all the 13F filings were coming through, so you can always insert famous investor buying and selling these things. I only mentioned it because I remember seeing it. But with IREN, hey, like the name, but there's something, at least for us this week, this is it's a good breakout trading stock. And it's got a looming breakout here on IREN. So you can, it false broke this $46.50 on Wednesday, but then Thursday made the high 46.5, Friday, Friday 46.5, and then again today, sort of failing underneath that 46.5 level, missing some data, but it did fail that break. This chart's missing that little peak. So there's a breakout to fill the gap to 49. And as long as you hold a higher low today or even hold a 44, that's very much in play for IREN. I just don't love that it's rejected the 200 period moving average. So without that breakout that we were just looking at on the 15, it doesn't break the 200 period moving average. It actually rejects the 200 period moving average, which is a little bit bearish. But I still give it a chance. As long as 44 holds, that's the higher low that needs to hold, and then you're breaking out that top and resuming the upward trend. I just couldn't quite punch through it today. I blame some of that on there's not a ton of volume, so without a catalyst, it's hard to break through a big level for IREN, but a good-looking trend is setting up for it. This is easily, this should be, as long as this holds on to 44, this should be set up for like a 47 even break tomorrow morning. Just need to see it hold on to this bid, which is doing a pretty good job of. And then they report the day after NVIDIA. How am I forgetting?
Oh, do they? Oh my God.
Yeah, it's NVIDIA on next week. You get NVIDIA on Wednesday, and then IREN's going to be reporting on Thursday. I'm sure there's a couple of other names out there, but those are the big two that stick out the most that we care about.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, NVIDIA, and we always get questions about IREN there. Of course, a former Bitcoin miner with tons of power. Right there, an abundance of power for IREN, and we'll just have to wait to see if they can get converted over with the right customers and whatnot as they switch over from, and they still have Bitcoin. That's like sort of the random upside swing potential for IREN. If you do think crypto is going to go, then Bitcoin mining, IREN, that'll start to get pumped up, and they'll talk about them as being a dual threat there if it gets going. That's IREN, but okay. So SpaceX, obviously we're still looking at that name as well, and just trying to figure out what to do with it. Nothing. 145.50. I just put another bid there, so I'll just stay put on that and wait to see if we can get something. SK Hynix, I know we talked a little bit about that, but that actually went for a nice little dip right now, down, but still up 3%. And I was just looking at it like 170 there, but maybe if we just go ranch up a little bit right here, and this is why sometimes you want to take a little bit of a broader or a longer look here at a stock, and you can see right now with SK Hynix, it's coming right up to that 171, a level that meant something there on Thursday, the 14th. What was it, 17th? Yeah, okay. So Thursday the 14th, it was the highs, and right now we've just come right back into it, and it also was some of these pre-market lows in and around 171 change. So that's definitely a level of interest for me now on SK Hynix, although looking at the stock, it doesn't look like much is going on. If anything, it's downside right now on
that's bleeding.
Yeah, I know, pretty good. So we can, is DRAM doing this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so the whole market is trying to go, whole market is trying to go downside a little bit. Of course, SpaceX is holding upside. AMD, DRAMs and AMX. AMD, okay, yeah, that's trying to come back in. And we talked about that low break on NVIDIA. This one might be the strongest one today just because it's not breaking right into there. So not strong as in it's strong on the day, it's not, but some sort of a level there. What was AMD? AMD was up pretty nicely still though, right?
It was down a point, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, down 1%, yeah, okay.
ARM is down too.
I guess maybe NVIDIA is the strongest one there. Oh my God, you're sneezing, I'm yawning, I'm gonna sneeze again.
It is.
Right about now.
It's my allergies today. I don't know what it is. It's something. And then on the walk, same thing. NVIDIA's holding up way better. What is happening to ARM here? Yeah, ARM's losing the bid. This could break out the low of the day. I should maybe be back. Give up on that SPCE. That still looks a little bit weak. Yeah, off 30, 38 and a third, that could be a bit of a play. AV Blink, not able to read Tesla too well today. Thoughts on Tesla? You know what? I haven't really, Tesla, I'm not sure what there is to read on Tesla today. This would be a nothing burger. It's a complete, not just an inside day, but take the afternoon from 1 o'clock till the close. On Friday, Tesla was 338 to 342 effectively outside of like a minute or so when it tried to break out on imbalances. You've had the exact same range all day long, and it's just contracting. So there's nothing happening in Tesla, which is fine. It's just like not every stock is going to always move or always provide opportunities. It's a pretty big nothing burger in Tesla. There's not much to read with that sideways action outside of, well, if you pegged the 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock range, as that's what Tesla would do, that was your only opportunity. There's been nothing else to play off of. Short 42, long 338. It's a 1% range, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with a 1% range. But Tesla is a big time nothing burger today. It's not always a trading opportunity just because the stock does volume. Tesla's going to do volume every single day. It doesn't mean it's going to move every single day. On Friday, the stock moved 15, 20 bucks. On Thursday, the stock moved, same thing, 15, 20 bucks. Today, you got an absolute nothing burger. What it does set you up for in the consolidative days, don't forget, when you consolidate the same price area for a couple of days, then breakouts become better. So the longer it holds this range, the break in either direction just becomes a little bit more exciting, for sure. Yeah, and Zion saying, ask AV Blink what he was trying to do with Tesla. Well, it doesn't, I don't know, maybe you're trying to go long, short, it doesn't matter, it's not moving. So whatever you were trying to do, it ain't doing it here in Tesla. Like you could have, I forgot about Lucid. Please tell me. Oh, it didn't break 6.
Down 4%.
Oh, it bounced exactly off the $6 level. We like Lucid for a short breaking $6. It bounced at 603 and then held the bid. So Lucid has delayed the inevitable for one more day, at least one more day. So tomorrow we'll look for the flat bottom break in Lucid, and then when it maybe holds on for another day, then the day after that we'll look for the flat bottom break in Lucid, just barely holding on the line here. It's gonna go.
Yeah, I think Lucid's in trouble for a minute there. As soon as you reverse split, man, over and over.
It's like the kiss of death.
Yeah, it's just like you need to have such good stories to get back going because,
people are very wary of those, and we've seen so many reverse splits just go hard and then just come right back down.
Let me get some water.
But what's up, Ozan? There it is, man. We make it all back, obviously, on SpaceX because we did lose a little bit right there. But now we're starting to ring it out. Now it's $2 in the money here. And here comes a flat bottom break, hopefully. So we just took another fill, our best fill of the afternoon, just came in right now at 145.50s, or 145.60, sorry, as we look at 145.50. I do have another bid at 145.15, and then we can just see about holding it And we've done really well. This is a top stock by far. It's not even close there today. So we're pretty happy with the way that we've been trading on SpaceX right there. So hopefully it falls off a cliff. Someone just said AMD has fallen off a cliff. Look, looking at the same names, I don't know what else to do. Weedo on here, 25.50. The market does seem slow, but look what the market's doing right now. Nice little pull down right here into the day's low again. We had written down this level up here to go short, and unfortunately, A wasn't here to do it, B didn't do it, and C, who cares? We'll have to look at what the market's doing right now. WETO going upside. There comes, I mean, this is nice. Now you're more than $2 in the money on this one. We just talked about IREN moving around a little bit there. A name that I like, I think that if we do get like a major move down, I kind of like Kimi and what's going on there with Alibaba. Every time Baba gets hit, just tends to be like some stories where it can come right back to the upside again. Almost like boom, nice retracement there, still underneath the 200. Nice move down right into this like 80 to 85 or so area. Anything around $100 for Alibaba, I kind of like that, especially with some of the talk with China and whatnot. I think that'll get all resolved. Isn't it later on this month that President Xi and Trump are supposed to be gathering, or early September? And I think Alibaba can work itself out, especially if some of those chips are being entered into China. I mean, Alibaba can be one of the purchasers of those and, get their models a little bit kicking more. And again, I would think that it's going to be less of a cost for those tokens on any sort of a LLM or whatever you're using for coding or anything like that Alibaba has, as opposed to the competition. So I like that one there. Let's check on everything. Gold right there. Okay. So gold did have a nice move earlier on today, bouncing off that 406. Same kind of ways, coming right into where we were before, 403.50. And there it goes back there to the upside again is a GLD. So that's going to be a good look there for that one.
It's going now, right?
It's trying to.
Silver's going too.
Yeah, gold's just going right now. The other one was Apple near the day's high. Like, I'm just going to hold on to this SpaceX, right? I have a fifth of a unit left and about a third of what we had when we started the show. We did get a little bit of a reload there. But yeah, this 305.50 up to 306 coming into play there for Apple. That 306 level is what we wrote down. So if that short holds, we'll definitely look at that tomorrow as another key level there and driver of Apple. I still think Apple's one of the best Mag 7s to get at current levels right there. And I am wondering about Broadcom as well. I know it's not a Mag 7 name, but this has been hit over the last little while, Broadcom. And, their report's going to be coming later on as well. Actually, battle back off of this 370, but Broadcom near the 200 period, maybe something else to get involved with. I'm already in MRVL.
Oh, that's what he sold.
Custom ASICs are...
That's what it was.
Something else.
Drunken Miller sold Broadcom. That was the stock. It wasn't until you said it.
To get IREN?
Yeah. Well, that's the only reason why it was notable, because Broadcom's at a really good valuation.
Yeah, I thought Broadcom would have been okay there.
Because it's in the teens.
And IREN doesn't even have a PE, I don't think. I don't think IREN's even really making any money.
And again, it's just Drunken Miller. It doesn't really make a difference. I might like this silver.
Let's see IREN.
Why not? It's not a bad, and I know you're missing a bit of data, but this is still, it's a trend break regardless. The only thing that doesn't line up for a long here would be, it's a trend break, but the entry here would be right underneath the volume weighted average price, which is less than ideal. Usually I want to short underneath VWAP as opposed to try to go long into it. So maybe let it hopefully dip a couple of ticks, or wait for it to break out above or dip a few ticks. Because what I don't want to get a bad price chasing here, then it fails VWAP and then you're just losing more. Because I want to be able to give it to 59.4. So just watching SLV. And SLV's been on a good tear, but it is still consolidative up here. Here, I'm just going to zoom out and show you guys. So double top for the last week, but I like the little rounded bottom. Yeah, so a bit of a trend break here in SLV with only about 30 minutes to go to the imbalances. PayPal still hanging out. It hasn't revisited the lows, but the closer we get to 350, as long as it's not too far away from that bottom, I'm going to look to jump into a long. Maybe wait till 330 or so to start looking at that one seriously, as they're getting added to the S&P 500. I forget who's. There was some buyout that's coming out that nobody cares about. That's probably.
Was it Avalon? No, Avalon is who.
That sounds right.
Them. Avalon, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. But
it does ring a bell to me too. But
yeah, I think it was Avalon. But ultimately, PayPal is going to be the big story. Oh, and the other side of that coin is when PayPal got the addition, well, guess who's left? Number 2 on the betting markets for S&P 500 inclusion before the PayPal got in was SoFi. So they were sitting at, I think it was like 21% chance. By default, I think that puts them in the betting markets at the top of the list, but that's something closer to the end of the year. Because it's always right around the year-end rebalances where you'll start to think about it, like in December, but there could always be like some deal that closes and then some companies getting bought out maybe, and then you got to pick somebody up ad hoc. SoFi could get a little bit of a bounce as people start to speculate they are next, and I like this breakout. If it breaks out the 200 period on that, I think you go for a bit of a jaunt, and then maybe they sell the news if they finally get in. Because it's been at least a year now that people have been speculating SoFi.
Yeah,
maybe even more.
Unfortunately, I think that's probably the truth. That's going to pop and then drop on that inclusion. It sucks to say that.
If it gets included.
When? Maybe not the next time.
Well, maybe not the next time. I think it gets included eventually.
I mean, there's not that many, like, when they keep on talking about it, at some point someone's going to be right, and it's going to get included. I just want to show you here, because I did talk a little bit about IREN there, and I mentioned about their Bitcoin sort of situation there, and this is what it is. Shares of crypto-linked companies are trading higher amid a rise in Bitcoin. Catalysts could include the Trump's family crypto business, World Liberty Financial, receiving conditional approval of established bank. Exceptions, President Trump will attend a meeting with crypto and prediction market executives on the 19th, so a couple more days there. And then they do have August the 27th, as we just said, with earnings. So just a little bit of a look there on our good friend IREN. And then the other thing about IREN too is that it's also a 28% short float. So that's another one of those reasons why you might want to look
I
at
gotta correct. I keep saying PayPal because I have PayPal in the brain because of that deal. It's Reddit.
Yeah, when you were saying PayPal, I was just like,
no.
Okay,
Yeah, it's Reddit.
Going with it, but
because I have PayPal on the brain because I was waiting this Monday for there to be an update on that deal, and there wasn't one. It's still 60.5 on PayPal, but anyways, it is Reddit.
So what is Reddit doing heading
Nothing.
into this? Yeah, it's still down 6%.
Like
Reddit needs to deal with that whole worrisome of their revenues because, you know,
it's
like
the Google thing.
When I go into any large language model, when you go into that and you say, like, sometimes I'm like, hey, catch a review on whatever, I don't know, anything, any sort of a product you want, or, you know, what's the new restaurant in the neighborhood? You say check Reddit or whatever. And so it cruises through Reddit. And I don't know how Reddit captures revenue from that. So I think you need to hear about it. But Reddit's already reported, so there must be something in that and how that's going to work.
And their numbers were good.
That's
The only
what
reason,
I mean.
the only reason it was negative was because of the
people worried about the revenue streams coming through on the
which I think
on the
is
advertising. So we'll have to
great.
wait to see if that happens. And if they are able to sort of hold the large language models, I think Reddit is so widely used that they will hold some power in negotiations for blocking, because let's just say they allow Claude, but then because Claude makes a deal with them, then I'm certain that, you know, Meta and everybody will follow suit and get something done with Reddit. So I actually really like that stock as a longer term investment. I think Reddit is a long-term winner in this market. So, you know, as a new piece of information, it's not really a social media, but it's an app that everybody has. It's a way to communicate with society. So maybe that is social media after all.
Well, they're so embedded in the psyche right now. I know so many people that love Reddit. And the other thing is, hey, at least they're here. Like the comparison, we thought there'd be at least, you know, like Discord would come to market, which is not the same thing, but at least it gives you something which could have been a little bit similar. And then where the heck is that IPO? Where's the Discord IPO? No one's even talking about the Discord IPO anymore. We're not even talking about OpenAI's IPO. All we get is Anthropic at this point. I think the only thing we are going to get is Anthropic this year. I think we'll wait for 2027 to get OpenAI because they keep pushing the needle back and they keep losing a little bit of business and they want to make sure the sentiment is right. I'm not even sure it's going to be better for them next year than get it out of the way now. The market's at all-time highs. But I think for Discord, that's disappointing. We thought we might have seen them at some point this year. Last year, we were talking Discord this year, and now you're hearing absolutely none. So Reddit, set it and forget it. They still look pretty solid. And yeah, always be thankful. He's like, oh, well, you also misspoke with Drunken Miller. I'm like, no, I just say that for jokes. I know it's Drunken Miller, but it just sounds way better to say Drunken Miller, especially when he sells Broadcom. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Why you got to sell Broadcom, Stanley?
Yeah, come on, man.
What do you have against Broadcom here?
Get it figured out.
It's cheap. Cheap.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you might have too much exposure to it. It's like I sold some
well, yeah, that could
AMD, I sold some Palantir, just nice runs, right? And not that Broadcom's not really on one, so that's why maybe that makes a little bit of a difference. Let's go, man. Here we come. We're coming in right now as SpaceX trying to get low. Shorty got low, and here comes SpaceX right now. $2.10 in the money. So we definitely are liking what that's doing right now. Still waiting. Ooh, we just talked a little bit about SoFi. Did Sir Anthony Noto make a little bit of a purchase? I just made that up. Of course, he probably did not. But there goes SoFi right now, kind of helping out with the market, right? Nice little move going on right now for SoFi. Upside again. We look at that stop out. Wow, that was good. I'm really glad we did that one, huh? But yeah, there goes SoFi. So that one there, we got stopped out on that. We're still up on the stock, which is amazing. But there's the stop out. Then it runs right back, and it looks like those were the lows. We could have hunted for those lows, but we didn't. So that may have been a mistake there on SoFi, as there it goes right back up to VWAP. So long. And look, this is just following the rules. You know, we don't do anything else around here. We try to, well, I mean, I do too many things else, which don't ever work out. But there's a call today on SoFi. We have a lot of different things happening, but let's go down and find this. So there it was right there. SoFi long 1825 to 1850. So that was great. The TQQ short was 78. That was 10 cents off that level. NVIDIA as well. Right now 225. That was a good one there on NVIDIA, SoFi, and the TQs. Like the TQs was 78. We had written down, I mean, obviously it's trying to battle back a little bit, but it's at 76.55. So that's about $1 right there and 50 cents. That's 77.90 right there. So we should have definitely shorted once we saw that barcode, and then straight to the downside. And the other call was 225 on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is currently my number one stock today. There's the 225 that we wrote down. But SpaceX but it's position pending. So if I were to flatten SpaceX out right now, it would be my number one stock, but I'm not doing that. So I'm not sure where it's going to go from here, but I still like SpaceX to get a little bit lower now. WETO still halted.
Tesla just had a big volume.
Yeah, I heard that in my ear as well. AEHR test systems, as people are asking about. I don't know exactly. Up 6%. Yeah, this one continues to go. Another name that I'm not so familiar with, but wow, what a move that one's had off of the 200 period twice. 69 to 142. Oh, this AEHR is only up, what, 100%? That's all the way to there is, yeah, 108% since July 30th. So that's had a nice run. Who's on some options there, but nice move there for AEHR. I was thinking about this WETO.
Yeah, WETO.
Yeah,
that one seems like it might be dead, but don't let it lull you into a false sense of complacency. So whatever just happened in Tesla, Adara's got the news, but Tesla's right back to where it was before the story. Adara?
Here's the deal with Tesla. The information reporting that Tesla is preparing an August launch for its Cybercab. That's the robotaxi without a steering wheel. So I guess that would completely limit any driver intervention when you don't have a steering wheel. Ostensibly a good catalyst for TSLA, but already pulling back here. Again, the information reporting that Tesla is prepping to launch in August a new Cybercab. That's the robotaxi without a steering wheel.
Well, the algos bought it initially, and then now it's just getting.
Yeah, I was gonna say like August. So I'd like to react. Maybe Derek can find out what the expected is. That a new time frame? Is that late? It feels like it's pretty new. Like we weren't even talking about that, and now all of a sudden it's August. August? Did you say? It's August, right?
We're halfway through August right now, so that means we're getting it all imminently, effectively.
Yeah. So
why is it bad?
Seems like that's going to be a good mover. So I think it's a buy.
Yeah, I don't know.
At these levels. I mean, I'm into SpaceX. SpaceX got a little bit of volume going on right now, but obviously not reacting the same way. It has nothing to do with SpaceX, I guess. So Tesla there, yeah, just fell right back into view up. I think it's a positive news story. There, you can probably go ahead and buy that now. I don't know about, like Neil said, the algos definitely got a hold of that one. So yeah, congratulations to algos if you faded that one. Wow.
Oh wow. That just took us to 2000.
And that's going to be someone from Toronto because of the 4-1. I don't want to say they're from Toronto, but that's our area code.
I mean, that's a pretty safe guess.
So there it is, man. $416 right there. That's our largest donation. So if Fabian wants to come over. Yeah, that was a big one right there. So we want to say a big shout out to you. $416, man. I mean, that's great. That probably puts us
22.
Almost halfway.
We're almost halfway.
Almost
45% of the way. So thank you so much. And if you're wondering, there it is. 45% of the way on 33 donations. Get it? What?
Oh, the max is.
Oh, the
10K.
max. So
okay.
There you go.
But,
okay, well, I mean, that's
they got to go.
That's absolutely amazing. Okay, he's out of here.
Yeah, we'll raise that.
He's got some stuff to do. But yeah, thanks, Fabian. That's Fabian right there. We want to say thank you to everybody for coming through again and supporting that one. But you know what, man? We gotta donate some money over here too, because there it goes right now, man. Making some money on SpaceX right there. We just got filled at 145. So 145 12s, actually. So that 12 missed us the first time down here at 146. Gets us now at 145. So revenge is pretty sweet on that one. As there it comes right back in, man. Now SpaceX will be the #1 stock, and pretty happy with it, man. We just continue to trade that name every single day, and I've really been happy with SpaceX trading, but downside there for SpaceX. So good look there. Just went short off the highs of the day and off the 200 period moving average. Just worked out for us. I like that trade in SpaceX. The one and the only. He's at the desk with Adara.
The session has almost come to an end here, but it's actually about to start in just a couple hours over in Asia. Here to take us through what the Asian markets did last night and what we can expect from them tonight is One.
Thank you, Adara. Asian markets traded higher overnight. Huge rebound in both China and Hong Kong, leading the gain. So if we take a look at Shanghai Composite in China, up 1.41%. Tech stocks surging in China, led by Cambricon as well as Zhongji Innerlight, both of them north of 5.5%. SMIC also got a 3% upbid after reporting Q2 profits tripling that year over year, as well as Hygon IT. They were up by 2.8% following solid growth in revenue, net profit, as well as R&D spending. Now in Hong Kong, the Hang Seng was also up by around 1.34%. AI company SenseTime surged nearly 9% after forecasting a first half profit of around 700 million yuan. It's also the first since their IPO listing. Now, we also had some huge notable movers in Hong Kong, such as Tencent, up by 1.5%, Kingboard Laminates, up by 9%, and Xiaomi, up by 1%. In Japan, the Nikkei 225 up marginally by 0.74%. Chip and AI shares, of course, mostly gained, including that of Kioxia Holdings. That was up by a huge 15%. Advantes up by 2.5%, while Fujikura and Tokyo Electron were up as well. There's also some corporate news coming out of Japan, with NVIDIA reportedly planning to invest about $3 billion in SoftBank's SB Energy to support that of OpenAI's Ohio data center project. Now, as Asian markets come to an open in a few hours, keep an eye out on the South Korean Kospi. They're going to be playing post-holiday catch-up because they were closed last night for Liberation Day. So if Samsung, SK Hynix can sustain some buying momentum from last week, or maybe they could face a little bit of profit-taking in the morning open. Also, keep an eye out on the TAIEX in Taiwan. They've got an intraday test of 46,000 right now. Monitor if TSMC as well as AI server supplies can drive up some momentum and break past that 46,000 resistance, or if there's a little bit of caution near record highs, that could trigger some late session selling. And finally, in India, the Nifty 50, current support flow right now is at 24,200, especially after overnight selling in IT as well as high fuel costs. That could push down the Indians' Nifty 50 down towards 24,050. So keep an eye out on that. And that's it for the Asian markets. Good luck.
Good luck to everyone. We'll see you tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. with One to talk about the European markets.
Thank you to the one and only. Well, with only 15 minutes to go, Reddit's a sell imbalance instead of a buy. So it's 1 million to sell, with the expected being a rather large buy. So it's continuing to fall because it's actually showing the wrong direction. I'm going to wait until closer, but like, I'll play for it if it comes out. If it comes out the wrong way, then I think the play is to look for a flip at 55 or a pair off or something along those lines, and then at that point try to get it to the bid. But right now, it's the one that stands out. It's the one where we expect the action. NCLH is there for 1.4 to the sell. And then SOXL was over $1 million. SOXL now only 900,000 to the sell side. And oddly enough, catching a little bit of a bid despite that. Is that a real volume candle? What's up with this volume candle on SOXL? Huge reversal candle on the SOXL.
Yeah, you always got to be cautious of the imbalances and like what people are trying to figure out here. With all of that. I'm getting lighter and lighter. So right now on this trade, but still trying to hold on. The best part we got was 145. It looked like it was trying to get back upside. I've now put my stop at 148, but I got to, actually now that I see that again, I'm going to change this. There's no point, right? I mean, this is going to be firmly my number one stock. And so a break above, we don't necessarily want to hold this too much. VWAP is still at 147. So let's just use that as our stop. I mean, it's a little bit high, and I won't have this many shares. If it does go back up there, I'll get out on the way back up. But just as our ultimate stop, let's go to 147, okay, on this one, and then we'll let it go to the downside. Neil just showed those imbalances. The last thing any of us, that are in this name want to have happen is have a dramatic move one way or the other. I mean, obviously we'd like it to go short, but I can't predict that. So you don't want to play with the market too much here, and just make sure you do capture. It's $2 in the money. We might as well take a little bit out. All right, so NVIDIA does that bounce off. Again, this is going to be my P&L2 on the day. It does bounce off the same levels that we were close to being long at before, 25. It's what we wrote down. It didn't quite get to 25, so no take there. And I was actually wondering if we did break it, if the short would have been in. But now it just looks like the long is in, and a nice little recovery, 5 minutes there for NVIDIA from 225.50 basically up to 226 as that name continues to go higher. And I just saw IREN on the scanner as well. What is that doing?
It's that VWAP.
Oh yeah, VWAP. That's probably all that it is. So yeah, nice little downplay on IREN. We've already talked a little bit about that one. The name that none of us really day trade, of course, on this desk. Sometimes I see Adara in it, but Eli Lilly just down. It's getting hit right now as some of these Nasdaq names are looking like they want to recover. So Eli Lilly, a good start of the day up to 1,200. Got pretty close. Its all-time high, I believe, is 1248. I'm going to double check. Yeah, 1249.50. So Eli Lilly right into there, was just there last week, shy of $10, and then fell back into the 50-period moving average. I really like that name, and I like the XBI. We always get questions about like what are we adding to our long-term portfolios. I mean, try to talk about that all the time on the show, but I really do like the XBI, and it just bounced off the 50-period. This is going to be your biotech name, so you can get XBI or IBB. Talked about buying some Apple. I don't mind Qualcomm at these levels as well, right in and around here. I think they're just under the 200 or just at the 200. I think there's going to be a big move for PCs, so Qualcomm's done. Yeah, now it's underneath. We got to get above it if we're going to buy some more. We are long Qualcomm in around, I'll double check. I think it's probably in and around this 180 to 182 area. That one's starting to go downside. We all did actually do that little, we can check out, that's a voting game. Let's go over to the competition just to see. One, I think. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on right now. Halfway picks. Okay, so here it is right here. We can have a quick little look to see what shows us everything. The tracker, okay. So I haven't even looked at this since we made these moves. All right, so, the chat for some reason is number one right here. I'm just hovering around 0. Neil's around 0. Everyone 1. Okay, so let's just go and see what.
Nobody double. There's nothing double digit.
So the chat has SpaceX, NVIDIA, Micron, Tesla, and Palantir. Wow, Palantir.
How is that only 6%? Oh, that's
because of this, I guess. Tesla, yeah, because Tesla and that takes it off. But yeah, that should be.
Palantir's the only one that's moved a bunch.
Should be higher than 6%. I do agree with you on that one. I don't know what's going on there. One has Microsoft, Broadcom. We have Microsoft and Broadcom as well. My picks down are Alphabet. So that's down. What? Alphabet's down? Okay, all right, maybe. I don't know. I guess so. That makes sense. Caterpillar, 933 current price.
Caterpillar's down from what we.
I don't know about these I have to double. What day was these starting prices? Because I thought I bought Caterpillar the same day. Right here. Yeah, on summary. Okay, so it's supposed to show when these days went into effect here. April. Anyways, I'll I'll find it anyways. I'll find it anyways. But yeah, okay, I guess so. It's probably right. So it's just okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
I was just surprised by it.
Stuck in there because I know Caterpillar for myself was 880, and I thought I bought it the same day as that. So maybe I did not. But anyways, okay, that's what's going on. So right now, those are some of those looks. We'll do a little bit more in depth, but right now it's 340, and I believe we got to go back with Adara. So let's kick it back with Adara and see what she's up to.
Oh, wow,
keep an eye on SKM and ZM. Both Zoom and SK Telecom have invested in Anthropic, and they're in focus as Bloomberg reports that Anthropic's revenue run rate has surpassed $65 billion ahead of their expected IPO. So more reports on how strong Anthropic is ahead of the IPO. ZM and SKM in focus. Back to you.
$5 billion.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's going to be a monster.
Oh, that is going to be a huge IPO. And it's another one where all the big boys own them, and that's been some of their gains, right? Like a lot of the gains you saw in EPS for like Alphabet and a couple of other Mag 7 names was through not just Anthropic stakes, but stakes in a lot of private companies. All right, so with 10 minutes to go, well, Reddit's it's the imbalance is growing, but it's not to the buy side. It's now 3 million to the sell side here on Reddit. So remember, it is 3 million sell, and it is heading lower, but it's being added to the S&P 500 tonight. So at some point, buy orders are almost certainly to come into this, but if they wait until the last second to come in, it's not going to do anybody any good. This is one of the reasons I'm not a fan of front-running it. Like, you need this, like, I want to see it break this downtrend, or I want to see this 3 million turn into 2, into 1, like, get smaller and look like it's heading into the buy side. So maybe that'll be the next thing to look for. If the 3 million gets smaller and can be under 1 million shares by the time we get to 350, then I think there's an opportunity to maybe then play the long off the lows. You know what? I just looked over, saw a spike in USO, and I'm like, if the whole idea is that USO is supposed to be moving, and battle's supposed to be moving because of USO, well, the spike was fugazi. It was my black chart. That one doesn't really matter, but look at it go sideways. Absolutely nothing happening, so I don't need to be in battle. So I was able to just get out flat. It ticked down once, and that's all. And I'll just leave the trail on WBD. Lozo, thoughts on this stinky meta? Well, you just said it yourself. Downward sloping major moving averages. Underneath both of the major moving averages, these flies are annoying. Like everything about it looks weak relative to the other Mag 7. I think, if you're looking for dip buys, I like Amazon coming into the 200 period potentially, maybe the 50 period first. That looks better after the quarter that they just had. Meta feels like, hey, this curl flat bottom break, and if it breaks that low, the 500s, then I think you get some real value if that breaks down. But here, no, I like some of the other Mag 7s a little bit better. Mike P. DeRider, ahoy, which is what we're supposed to say. I know you're in your pirate mode there. Ahoy. Ahoy to you as well. And thank you for the super chat there, Michael. And for anyone that doesn't know our good friend, Mike P. DeRider, hands down the most dedicated in the morning chat by far.
He's
come on,
the Commonwealth pirate over there.
Yes.
So, big shout out to P. DeRider. Obi, just before he left, was like, am I adding anything to the SpaceX short? I said no, but I did anyways. Right there, 147.50 right there. So we added to that, and we just sort of piecing it out on the way back down in right now. So SpaceX, just give you guys an update, man. We are now 7 minutes away from the imbalances, and we know SpaceX has moved on imbalances before. So my best outs are all here at 145, a bunch of them at like 145.50s, 40s, so on and so forth. So those are going to be some good looks there for SpaceX. And if it comes back out, comes back down, then we will just continue to, look to empty out some of this clip there. I'm at 145.50, 145, 144.50 in case they do come sells. So if they do come sells, giddy up on that one. Ahoy, Mike P. DeRider, as we get ready for SpaceX to come through. We're plundering this name right now. Okay, so that's going to be a good one there. SK Hynix. Okay, get back down. Get back, SpaceX. Get back, man. Let's go. We'll see how low that one goes there on SpaceX. Back down to 145.80s again. All right, the something that just showed up on the note there on the board, my board anyways, was SK Hynix. All right, so I don't really know. Oh, maybe bouncing off this 170 mark right there. Nice move higher on SK Hynix, up that 3 and a bit percentage points. Still really like this name. I feel like this is a long. And I actually really think that this break of 190 right there is coming a little bit quicker than maybe we think. So watch out for an SK Hynix 190 break. I think that's inevitable at some point. If you're playing options, like I'm not an options guy, but I think you might get some premium in that if you can play that maybe next Friday break. Well, it's so early, not maybe this Friday. I don't know what those look like, but I think SK Hynix is going to work. You know, you're a couple of stories away. You know, SNDK definitely working itself out. I mean, SK Hynix too, you can actually see what it does over in the Kospi and maybe have a look over there as well. So a couple of different ways of playing that name. Saying it's up another 10%. Like SK Hynix goes 10% tomorrow, then that's it. That's 190. So, you know, get ready for some of those plays to come through there. With now 5 minutes until imbalances, we can have a quick look to see if Reddit has flipped or anything.
No,
still a sell, as Neil had mentioned. Okay, yes, 50. We get it, man. We get it. 50, 145, 50. Right there, that's a $2 winner coming back in. And you got to sometimes believe in your trades, man. I mean, we could have emptied it all up there when it broke through 146. Stop still remains at 147 right now. So we have about 20% or so of what we had at the top of that. So good move down. We'll get it back into 145. We'll see. That's my next bid is 145. And I guess nobody believes in Mr. Elon Musk, eh? Like, the guy comes out with a timeline there, and then people are like, that's a nice story. And it just kind of sells right back down in there as robotaxis may or may not be coming.
That's a
maybe
weird
now in August.
I don't like that.
I don't know. Like, to me, the fact that they're talking about August, which is right now, means that we're going to see these things on the road in the next 2 weeks, which means Uber can probably go directly into hell. Like, I don't even know why I'm owning this stock. There goes Uber downside on that.
You know, that reaction actually makes sense.
I think so. I'm not getting in an unmanned car right away. So I don't know what the look is for Uber immediately, but I do know that, you know, obviously when you have a gun pointed right at your business, like Tesla's doing there. We've seen Amazon destroy many companies, and we'll have to wait to see if Uber is another one of those victims.
But Uber's future is partnering with automated driving systems. They don't have it themselves. They're partnering with somebody else. And if the biggest player is Tesla, they will never partner with Uber. So like essentially, if the biggest player in North America is something that Uber can't be with, they have to hope that like Waymo or somebody else wins the game, because if they don't, then Uber loses.
I still think that the Uber Eats business is protected because
there's other aspects of
you know, you have that business, but that's a small. I don't know what that looks.
Future upside growth.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
the
issue.
I don't want to get out of Uber right there, but yeah, only 3 minutes now until we'll see the flip up there. We said that crypto was starting to go. You looked at IVA.
Reddit's getting smaller.
Okay, so RDDT, do you have it up? Getting smaller. So, all right, down 7% there. And again, we're having chart data. If we didn't call up the chart before basically 1 o'clock, we don't have any data on it. So it's going to be hard for us to look, or for me anyways, to look at Reddit because I didn't have it up there. But that's 167 to 167.50. So look out for a break right into here if we get back upside on a flip of that imbalance for Reddit, okay? So have a quick look at RDDT on your scanners for sure. That's Reddit.
Yeah, I think it's like for me, because it seems like it's going to like from 3 million to 1.4 million. If it does come out of buy, I'll probably just want to break out. Like right now, I'd set it at 66, but there's still 2 minutes to go, so it's kind of pointless. But when it gets underneath a minute, then you start thinking about how tight you want to put it to that stop. So I'm not missing a ton of data. My chart's a little bit better. Can I pull this over so it's in the middle? Nah, it doesn't want to let me. But either way, we'll still give it a couple of minutes in here for sure. And Ken says Uber Eats needs to launch their drone delivery service to stay relevant. I guess that's another level they have. I get a lever, I suppose, is go drone delivery to cut costs and be cheaper. It just comes down to the fact they need something to get cheaper to drive more growth. But I just don't see anything for. And we'll
drone delivery ain't gonna work for Uber Eats.
Nothing's going to be bigger for them than the potential of automated driving. If they can be the platform for the predominant whatever automated taxi system there is, as long as they grab a decent enough market share, then they should be good to go. But they're starting with less data because their competition is Tesla. And guess what happens when Tesla turns into the everything app next year? Because Tesla and SpaceX I think they're going to merge. I think it's just every single day it kind of confirms the notion that everyone believes it's going to happen. So I think it'll happen. And then next year they become even a bigger behemoth, because then Starlink is connected to them as well. All right, less than a minute to go. It's still over 1 million shares on Reddit. It would be much nicer if this thing was underneath 1 million. Then you could be more sure it was going to flip. There's still a decent chance this comes out as a sell imbalance, and then it's a nothing burger.
All right, yeah. Just looking at it right now, SpaceX, we have now 30 seconds, so we'll call this up. Well, we will look at everything. My stop is at 147, remember, so if that does come through, man, we'll be on it, and we'll wait to see what winds up printing. If and when that winds up printing, that's going to be SpaceX. Hopefully, I'm hoping it's a bigger imbalance so that, it can at least move one way or the other. Our stop is still at 147. We don't have a huge bunch of shares left, willing to give a little bit of it back upside. But I'm just going to punch out just really quickly before it comes out. There we go. Take some more out at 10. And now let's see what winds up happening on that, because, we don't want to leave it completely to random, and it doesn't look like anything. So I don't even have SpaceX on here right now, and it didn't move at all at 350. It looks like Intel with a little bit of a sell. That's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. Stock sell, Apple, maybe with a little bit of a sell. It doesn't seem like it's very big. CoreWeave catches a bid, so we like that name. They're up. Oh, wow, actually, CoreWeave dumped at the end of the day. They were actually on fire again there today. Nebius was a good stock. I think CRM. Okay, we don't see Salesforce on here too much. That's a decent buy. Ooh, Salesforce getting back up to side again, up through 200. Maybe a potential there for CRM. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's too big anywhere around here. I'm gonna take that opportunity to get another piece out. So just punch out at 20.
It's a buy, but it's small for SpaceX. 100. I see like 276K for SpaceX. I just have an imbalance locator that's just individual names. And then Reddit, Reddit's a small sell here. So it's actually, now it's a small buy, 3,000 shares, but that's pretty insignificant. So yeah, kind of a nothing burger. We just punch out. We're not going to get that second spike up in WDC. So I'm just going to get out here and then move on, because I think Reddit, it did pair off. So we wanted to see it go from a sell imbalance of what was over 1 million shares into a small buy. So there's a decent chance this could still end up a bid. So maybe a 166 could still break for the 355 turn. But I'll keep hollering out the numbers. 10,000 not going to do it. And you can see how small the overall imbalances are for the market. 500 million to buy is nothing burger for the overall market. And the Mag 7 coming in at a 127 sell. I'm not even sure what Mag 7 name is flipping them, because none of them
How come we don't have
UiPath, nothing, GBLU, Plug. Like, look at these. Well, CoreWeave is in there. iBit's going to be in there, but nothing. MSTR, 500,000. That's probably had a good day today.
GDX had a sell, but it's paired off. So I just was going to say GDX, that's gold miners, right? So they had a little bit of a sell come through there. Gold miners actually doing a little bit better than GLD there. This is gold, like almost like pure gold. There, gold is shares of gold. The GDX is the miners. So you can see like this has gone from basically 360 bottom to 405. So it's just over 10%, when GDX, which is the actual miners name, and we had Raheem on here talking to us about some miners there. Agnico he liked, and a few other ones. That's gone from 70 to 90, so much better as a performer there on the miner side of it than actual gold proper. So that would be good there. All right, what's going on, my guy? Easy peasy, 2%. Fill in the blank. We hold to 88. Was that Robinhood? What does he want to say? We in the blank hold to 88. We the people? Okay, do you understand what he's trying to say?
No.
Fill in the blank. Okay. Something hold to 88. Do you want us to give us a stock, we think maybe? You get down to 88. I was thinking, I thought about maybe Robinhood. Let us know. You don't have to super chat. Just let us know in the chat there, easy, what you want us to do with that one. Right there. Maybe Derek can figure it out there as well.
Golf franchise.
Are you buying crack? Just a kind on the street, but I don't know what that stock is.
You just wanted to say it. Is that an actual stock? That's even better if it is. Oh, the oil refiners. No, we're not buying the oil refiners ETF, but I'm surprised it's a joke that we haven't made. So shout out to you, Golf franchise. But that'll be a resounding no. I'm also curious, and miners, not miners. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'm very curious as to what that 88 means, because now I'm racking in my brain like what symbol. It's probably something that we were looking at today. That could be. No, that's over $100, man. That can't be. No. That's over.
Yeah, but saying holding, I don't know, maybe he's short. I don't know. I'm gonna say 88. How was the low of Intel? It was 80. Okay, so 88 is the rate.
What could he be talking?
I don't know. I'm just throwing those out. I'm not sure what exactly is going on anymore. Where am I? Okay, so SpaceX, I'm gonna take out another bid. Just take out some more now. As the lowest we got there was 145.50. Just gonna wait for 147 now. Look, worst case scenario, man, this turns out to be and we have a very small piece. I have 10% left than when we joined you guys right there, but that's including that reload. So we've done really well. Like, it's just been a good move down there for SpaceX. It will be, no matter what, my top stock, but it's within dollars and pennies of NVIDIA trade though. So there was some good opportunities there for sure to come through here today. NVIDIA being one of them as well at 225. It's right there right now. I'm not taking anything with 5 minutes left, but NVIDIA's at a good little level. We can check out that tomorrow. There, SpaceX getting ready to do some sort of a flip, maybe.
It just grew to 500,000.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because it just did have a nice move. Okay, wow. Okay, I don't know what that just did there. We'll take advantage of that one. Back to a sell rate there. So yes, look at that. Let's go. Nice move there. We just went from 30 cents as a winner there into $1.30. Like that just went from 146.80 there, and we just got filled at 145.90. We didn't get it all, but we got a decent piece. So let's just punch them out there. This is what I'm talking about, like bank error in your favor, basically. I mean, we let it go all the way up, and then it just came right back to where it was pre sort of imbalances. So, all right, we take it out. We learn our lesson. Remember, we got some out at 46.10 just before 350. So the fact that this happened, yeah, Nasdaq right now talking about 23-hour continuous trading. We just heard 23 hours a day. So that will absolutely destroy Blue Ocean, of course. But
we knew this was coming.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. You got to take advantage when you see some of those things before, because the minute that happens, Blue Ocean can just basically close their doors. But there goes Nasdaq. This is what the Nasdaq stock looks like recently. So a lot of hot fire happening in NDAQ as well. And maybe that's a hot take on Blue Ocean. I don't trade it enough. I just know that if Nasdaq's going to remain open, then ARCA, EDGX, BATS,
like all the liquidity is going to go to the regular venues.
Yeah, they will all just hang out there and be open. So I think that that's going to be interesting. And look, Blue Ocean has its, and so does Moon and all that.
And
so
good for them to be out there.
Yeah, and I don't want to completely throw in the towel on those. I don't know enough about what that regulation is going to look like when it goes 24 or. We just heard 23.6.
I think the idea is that
thank God they'll give us Sunday off, it seems like.
I think it'll be similar. It's just, I don't think much is going to change in the market.
Is that a Freudian slip? Thank God they'll give us Sunday off?
Yeah.
Well, Chick-fil-A is still not even open on Sundays, by the way.
Speech, man. It's fine. Easy peasy. It's we too. Well, see, you have to tell the symbol because this is so far from 88. How could we have possibly expected that you meant?
Oh, we. Oh, he did say something T-O.
Oh, wait a minute.
There was something in that message. Okay.
No,
remember, I was like, we the people? And I was
no,
like,
you're right. That other super chat probably.
Yeah, that's our bad.
See, that's why, because it says we and then fine.
That's my bad.
But why $88? Go back. Is it 88 because it has an 88% short float?
It does.
That's it's insanely random, but it's going to have to do something spectacular to get there. But when you hold up the way that this did, like it's gapped, it didn't fall apart day one, it ran day two, day three. I mean, obviously day 3 is yet to be seen, but if there's some continuation and someone's getting squoze on this. But 88, I think we're just making numbers pie in the sky. The more important thing is if you're holding this overnight, like what's the situation here? Can they drop an offering on you? They file? Like that's the thing that you really got to be concerned about is whether they decide, hey, look at this price action. Let's drop an offering on
you. Ain't wrong.
Again, that's your overnight when something's up this much. If you're in it long anywhere, you're probably crushing it. But your risk is overnight that some news takes it down like 80% or whatever. And then remember, in 2 minutes, there's no such thing as halts because once you're in the aftermarket, this thing can do whatever it wants. It could drop $10, run $10, pretty much anything can happen with this bad boy. Disappointing for Reddit here. It never grew. That buy and balance is like 250,000. So all the people that front ran this going S&P 500, it's like, it has to show you what you're looking for on these imbalance trades. Otherwise, you're just going to get destroyed trying to guess that it's going to be a big buy. At any point, if it flipped, I was ready to punch, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen at all. But there's that headline, 9 to 4 a.m. coming in December. Right?
December?
So 9 p.m. to 4 a.m., new trading session.
9
in December
p.m.
to 4 a.m. in December.
So 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. Okay, so that means we're going to be closed from 9 p.m.
Well,
4 a.m. it's going to open, and it's going to close at 9 p.m. It's the other way around.
No, it's going to open at 9 and close at 4.
So it'll be like it's like adding the overnight because there's the aftermarket session.
Oh, yeah, right. So
and then the pre-market session now starts at 4:30, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what they're doing. So they're going now. Nasdaq introduced a new trading session, but this is just I guess they still got to go through approval from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. there for Nasdaq because right now it closes at 8, right? 8. So right now you can actually trade the Nasdaq.
I guess we get like an hour change.
Yeah, like you can just trade it to 8 p.m. right now as we go. So they're just really extending it an hour and then keeping it open all night. You know, and then I guess closing at 4 a.m. and reopening maybe at 7 a.m.
You know where it gets interesting? These
5 a.m.
These crazy Chinese ADRs. Because now they can run them at any time of the day and there'll be lower volume overnight. So forget about starting it at 4
will there
o'clock.
be? I don't know if there will be lower volume.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
I think it'll be interesting for those. As we ring the closing fake bell.
I think all you want to do is when that winds up happening, you just want to be in it for the first couple weeks to see like where the volume looks like, what those opening, because I guess they're going to have different opening and closing auctions and all that kind of stuff. I feel like the bell still rings at 4 p.m. every day.
Because they still have to have a closing, they're going to still want opening and closing price to determine percent moves, that kind of a thing. I think that stays true, and they still anchor us to our regular 9:30 and 4.
Yeah. So we'll see about that press release, and we'll just get going on that as we continue to figure it out. But that's interesting there. What's up, Fabian?
What are we at?
Uh-oh. Fabian's micing up. You just keep that mic with you. Yeah, what's going on?
I know. I just want to say thank you to all the people that donated today. We're past 2,000. That's awesome, and it's only the start, guys. I'm excited.
Fabian, build something that we can push, like a barber, like something.
Like an animation.
Yeah,
animation.
Okay,
for the next 7 days, whatever. And as long as we're here,
you got
it. We'll play it because we only now have 4 more days this week. And then give us all 5 next week, and we cut that thing off 3 p.m. or so. We haven't exactly figured that out.
Well, and the afternoon show makes sense.
Yeah, something like that, or even on the mid, whatever. When we have the most amount of viewers, it'd be kind of cool. So we'll get that all figured out. But yeah, an animation would be kind of cool. But
yeah, that'd be awesome.
Maybe with even the QR code on the animation.
Yeah,
or something, so
I like that.
There for a couple minutes.
It'll just be me like pointing down. Like
there you go. Look at that. Look at that. So 4 years or so of hair.
And Obi's next.
Being chopped off right there. Obi just petting him like he's a cat there. So that was really nice there, Obi. Thank you for those friendly pat downs right there. But all right, thank you for everybody for watching, man. Thanks, Fabian, for doing this great idea. Whoa, 22. Okay, right there. So yeah, let's see if we can get up to that $5,000 and beyond. I mean, if we can go much further than that, you know, I have a feeling there might be some late sponsorships coming in. So
right at the end, trust me.
Yeah, wait out for that one. I think there's going to be something coming out there. But yeah, thank you. In today, obviously one and only. Thank you to Obi for filling in. You're going to see a lot more Obi coming in the next couple days because Sharif's gone on. I think he said close of Wednesday. So I think the first day for Obi is going to be Thursday to Thursday or something like that. So he'll be here all week starting Thursday for a full week after that. No Sia today. I hope she's well. Joe's just on a rest day, so he's all good. Sharif, thanks for that show. Adara in the back, obviously always working, and even now. Who else is over there? Ramin, Tiffany, thank you.
But the last thing is, let's all wish speedy recovery to the thumb for Gia.
Yeah, well, there's not much you can do at this point anymore.
Put in
yeah, we are
or whatever.
Yeah, we're just. She's got to go to plastics and see. Maybe it's the kids, see if what they're gonna do with it, but maybe nothing. It's just it just sucks because she misses all.
Because you miss it. Yeah, it's in the heart of.
Well, baseball's now done for that, but our playoffs don't start until I think it's September 10th.
So she'll be back for playoffs.
Oh yeah, that part's fine.
Okay.
But I don't care about baseball. It's hockey is really the whole thing. But she's still a rep baseball player. But it's about for her, it's about hockey. So, okay, yeah, good. Thanks for the well wishes. And we have a practice tonight. You don't have anything.
If we lose today,
today's your game. Oh, okay. Well, then good luck.
It's do or die for my daughter.
Yeah, you're telling me about all these lineup things. I didn't realize it was tonight.
Yeah, if we lose tonight, season's over. If we win, we're going to the semifinals.
So what would DraftKings have the line at? Like, is it a relatively close match tonight?
Look, we beat this team twice.
Okay.
One time handily. The other time, I think it was only by 4 or 5 runs.
Okay.
So look.
So I'd say you guys are minus 150.
I hate to say we should win this game.
You're right.
Right, but that's like anything. You can't expect to win, but we've been the best team all year long. It would be a huge disappointment to the kids if we bout out now. Let's just say it.
Okay, well, let's see. I mean, the weather's perfect, so we will have some games tonight as well. So, all right, everybody, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. 4:04 right now, 8 tomorrow.